The morning sun cast long shadows across Privet Drive as Vernon Dursley stood in his perfectly manicured front garden, staring down at the wicker basket on his doorstep with the same expression he might reserve for a particularly offensive piece of modern art. The baby inside stirred slightly, one tiny fist emerging from the blankets to wave aimlessly in the air, and Vernon's mustache twitched with barely contained revulsion. "Petunia!" His voice boomed across the suburban silence like a foghorn, causing Mrs. Figg's cat to bolt from her garden wall. "Get out here this instant!" The front door opened with such force it rattled the decorative glass panels, and Petunia Dursley emerged like a giraffe startled at a watering hole, all angles and nervous energy. Her thin face, already pinched with the perpetual anxiety of someone who spent their days worrying about what the neighbors might think, went absolutely white when she spotted the basket. "Oh no! No, 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 Vernon." Her voice rose to a pitch that could have summoned every dog in Surrey. "Tell me that's not." "It's him." Vernon's meaty fingers crushed the parchment letter he'd found tucked beside the sleeping infant, the expensive paper crackling like kindling. "The freak spawn. That barmy old fool Dumbledore has dumped him on our doorstep like some sort of unwanted milk delivery." Petunia's hands flew to her throat, her fingers working at the high collar of her floral housecoat. Her eyes darted nervously up and down the street, cataloging which curtains were twitching and which garden gates had mysteriously developed interested onlookers. "Vernon, for heaven's sake, keep your voice down. Mrs. Next Door has ears like a bat, and you know how she gossips at the post office." Sod Mrs. Next Door and sod the post office. Vernon's face was rapidly cycling through an impressive spectrum of colors, from pink through red and settling into a particularly alarming shade of purple that clashed magnificently with his mustache. "I won't have it, Petunia. I absolutely will not have that thing in my house. Not after what those people did to your sister." The baby began to fuss, small mewling sounds that seemed to echo strangely in the morning air. A nearby street lamp flickered despite the broad daylight, and the milk bottles on the Dursleys' doorstep rattled softly against each other for no apparent reason. Petunia took an involuntary step backward, her heel catching on the doormat. "Vernon, did you see?" "See? I bloody well felt it." Vernon jabbed a thick finger toward the basket like he was identifying a war criminal. "It's already starting, isn't it? The freakishness, the unnatural nonsense. I won't have Dudley exposed to whatever that thing is capable of. What if it does something to our boy?" Petunia wrapped her thin arms around herself, her face cycling through a kaleidoscope of emotions. Fear, disgust, and something that might have been grief for the sister she'd lost, buried beneath years of resentment and jealousy. "But Vernon," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "he's just a baby. He's Lily's baby. Surely we can't just—" "Can't we?" Vernon's small, piggy eyes glittered with cold determination. "Watch me. We're going to solve this problem the proper way, Petunia. The normal way. There are places for unwanted children, aren't there? Proper institutions run by proper people who know how to deal with difficulties." The word orphanage hung in the air between them, unspoken but understood. "You want to put him in care." It wasn't a question. "I want to put him where he belongs," Vernon corrected, his voice dropping to the measured tone he used when explaining drill bit specifications to particularly dim clients. "London's full of children's homes, pet clean, efficient places where trained professionals deal with problem cases. We drive there this morning, drop him off with a sad story about finding him abandoned, and wash our hands of the whole sordid business." "But the letter," Petunia whispered, glancing at the crumpled parchment in her husband's fist as if it might spontaneously combust. "What if they come looking for him? What if they find out what we've done and they won't?" Vernon's voice carried a confidence he didn't entirely feel, but he'd built a successful business on projecting certainty even when he felt none. "These freaks live in their own little world, don't they? Probably assume we're raising him exactly like they wanted, grateful relatives doing our duty. By the time they figure out otherwise, if they ever do, it'll be far too late to matter." Petunia stared at him for a long moment, her pale eyes searching his face. Then she looked down at the baby, who had gone quiet and was now staring up at her with the most extraordinarily green eyes she'd ever seen. For just a moment, She saw Lily in those eyes. Lily at 5 years old, showing off some new bit of accidental magic with that same intense, curious gaze. The moment passed. "I'll pack some things for him," she said quietly. "Nothing too expensive. We don't want questions." An hour later, Vernon was loading a small, shabby suitcase into the boot of his company car, muttering under his breath about petrol costs and wasted time. The baby, Harry, though neither of them had spoken his name aloud, had been changed and fed with the same mechanical efficiency Petunia brought to all household tasks. "Right then," Vernon announced, settling his considerable bulk behind the steering wheel. "St. Margaret's Home for Children in Whitechapel. According to the directory, they specialize in difficult cases and children with special needs." Perfect. As they drove through the London traffic, Vernon's grip on the steering wheel gradually relaxed. For the first time since he'd found that damned basket, he felt like he could breathe properly. "This is for the best, pet," he said, glancing at his wife in the rearview mirror. She sat in the back seat next to the baby carrier, staring out the window with hollow eyes. "For Dudley's sake, for all our sakes, that boy would have brought nothing but trouble and heartache. Mark my words." Petunia didn't respond. Her fingers worried at the hem of her cardigan, twisting the fabric until it began to fray. Her mind filled with images of Lily. Lily laughing, Lily crying, Lily dying. The St. Margaret's Home for Children squatted like a Victorian monument to institutional charity on a busy East London street, its sooty brick facade and narrow windows giving it the appearance of a particularly grim factory. Vernon parked illegally at the curb, not caring about potential tickets. "Remember," he said, turning to face his wife with the earnest expression of a man explaining something very important. "We found him abandoned on our doorstep this morning. No note, no identification, no idea where he came from. Just a baby someone didn't want, left with strangers out of desperation." Petunia nodded mutely and lifted the carrier from the back seat. Harry was awake now, his unnaturally green eyes wide and alert, seeming to take in everything around him with a disconcerting intelligence that made her skin crawl. They walked up the worn stone steps together, Vernon's heavy hand resting on Petunia's bony shoulder like a weight. At the top, she paused and looked down at the child one last time. This nephew she would never know, this last piece of her sister she was about to throw away. "Goodbye, Lily," she whispered, so quietly that even Vernon, standing right beside her, didn't hear. Then she reached out with one thin finger and pressed the brass doorbell, sealing the fate of the boy who lived. 5 years later, Tony Stark sprawled in the buttery leather passenger seat of the hired Bentley like a man who had never met a comfortable position he couldn't improve upon. Designer sunglasses perched on his nose despite the London drizzle that was doing its best impression of a very polite apocalypse. His fingers danced across the screen of his phone with the casual expertise of a concert pianist, scrolling through the morning tabloids with the kind of morbid fascination usually reserved for traffic accidents. Stark raving mad. Billionaire's latest bender ends in fountain fiasco *. Iron-willed or just irresponsible. Tony Stark's wild night out leaves mayor's wife all wet *. Splash landing. Stark Industries stock takes a dive after founder's pool party *. "Oh, come on," he muttered, waving the phone in the general direction of Pepper Potts, who sat beside him with the rigid posture of someone who had perfected the art of radiating disapproval without actually speaking. The fountain thing was clearly an accident. A beautiful, hilarious, completely unforeseeable accident. How was I supposed to know the mayor's wife couldn't swim? It's a basic life skill, like breathing or appreciating good scotch. Pepper didn't even glance at the phone. Her jaw was set in that particular way that meant Tony was in the kind of trouble usually reserved for international incidents or tax audits, and her silence carried more menace than most people's shouting. "Plus," Tony continued, because he had never met a hole he couldn't dig deeper. "Technically, she fell in on her own. I was merely in the vicinity, providing moral support, and possibly some light choreography." The silence stretched like a very expensive rubber band. "Pepper," Tony tried, deploying his most winningly boyish smile. "My devastatingly attractive and frighteningly competent assistant? Light of my professional life? The woman who keeps me from accidentally declaring war on small European nations. Do you know? Pepper said finally, her voice carrying the kind of icy precision that could have been used to perform surgery. What Obadiah said to me this morning? Tony winced. Something charming about my natural charisma and boyish good looks? He said, and I quote because the words are burned into my memory like a particularly unpleasant brand. Get that walking disaster in front of some cameras doing something wholesome before the board decides he's more liability than asset and votes to have him committed. Committed seems harsh. I prefer creatively managed. So congratulations, Tony. Pepper's smile could have been used to flash freeze champagne. You get to spend your morning reading to orphans. Tony's head fell back against the leather headrest with a thud that probably cost more than most people's cars. Orphans. Why is it always orphans? What's wrong with, I don't know, ribbon cuttings, building dedications, kissing babies? I'm excellent at kissing babies. Very photogenic baby kisser. Me. Because ribbon cuttings don't try to sell you to the tabloids for candy money. Pepper replied with the kind of logic that Tony found both infuriating and oddly attractive. And because maybe, just maybe, seeing some children who've actually faced real hardship might give you some perspective on your own life. I have perspective, Tony protested. I have loads of perspective. I have so much perspective I could start a perspective store and corner the market on. Tony. Right? Shutting up now. The Bentley glided to a stop outside St. Margaret's Home for Children, its gray Victorian facade looking particularly grim in the weak morning light. Tony stared at the building through the rain-streaked window and felt a familiar knot form in his stomach, the same one he'd carried since childhood whenever faced with anything that resembled genuine human emotion or, God forbid, children who expected him to be responsible. How long do I have to stay? He asked, and was annoyed to hear that his voice sounded younger than his 28 years. Pepper's expression softened slightly, probably because she was professionally trained to recognize when Tony Stark was approaching the limits of his emotional comfort zone. An hour, maybe two, just long enough for the photographers to get some shots of you being human. I'm always human, Tony protested, straightening his jacket. A burgundy Tom Ford that probably cost more than most people's monthly salaries. I'm extremely human, possibly the most human person you know. You once tried to tip a waiter with a prototype repulsor technology. He seemed interested in engineering. Tony stepped out of the car and immediately regretted not bringing an umbrella, though umbrellas were for people who didn't have the foresight to be born wealthy enough to simply buy new clothes when the old ones got wet. The small crowd of photographers that had somehow materialized pressed forward like particularly well-dressed vultures, cameras clicking with mechanical hunger. Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark. Any comment on last night's fountain incident? Are you planning to make charitable donations a regular occurrence? What's your response to critics who say this is just an elaborate publicity stunt? Is it true you're dating 3 supermodels simultaneously? Tony flashed his practiced media smile, the one he'd perfected in boarding school for dealing with particularly persistent headmasters, and waved, but didn't stop to answer questions. Pepper's heels clicked authoritatively beside him as they climbed the worn stone steps, her presence serving as both shield and conscience. The director of St. Margaret's, a stern-looking woman who introduced herself as Mrs. Crawford, greeted them in the foyer with the kind of smile usually reserved for wealthy donors and minor royalty. Tony noticed she'd clearly made an effort, fresh flowers in the hallway, the lingering scent of furniture polish that didn't quite mask the underlying institutional smell of boiled vegetables and industrial disinfectant, and children's artwork hung at precisely measured intervals along the walls. Mr. Stark, what an absolute honor to have you visit our facility, Mrs. Crawford gushed, her voice carrying just a hint of a working-class accent that she'd clearly spent years trying to smooth into something more respectable. The children are so excited to meet you. We don't often get visitors of your caliber. The feeling's mutual, Tony lied with the smooth expertise of someone who had been lying to adults since he could speak, though he found himself genuinely curious about some of the artwork. Several pieces were surprisingly sophisticated, particularly a series of mechanical drawings that looked less like children's scribbles and more like actual blueprints. Mrs. Crawford led them down a corridor lined with doors bearing cheerful nameplates, though the institutional linoleum and fluorescent lighting gave the place an undeniably clinical feel. Through the windows, Tony could see groups of children engaged in various activities, some playing with toys that had clearly seen better decades, others clustered around a woman reading from a picture book with theatrical enthusiasm. "We have 43 children currently in residence," Mrs. Crawford was saying, launching into what was clearly a well-rehearsed speech designed to impress potential benefactors. "Ages 3 to 16. Many of them have been with us for several years, and we pride ourselves on providing not just shelter and sustenance, but proper education and emotional support to help them transition into productive members of society." Tony found himself tuning out the institutional speak as they entered a large common room where about 20 children had been gathered. They ranged in age from tiny tots who couldn't be more than 4 to surly-looking teenagers who clearly wanted to be anywhere else in the universe. The photographers filed in behind them, already snapping pictures with the enthusiasm of paparazzi who'd spotted a celebrity scandal in the making. "Children," Mrs. Crawford called out, clapping her hands with the practiced authority of someone who had spent years wrangling small humans. "I'd like you all to meet Mr. Stark. He's come all the way from America to visit with you today." A small girl with pigtails that defied several laws of physics immediately shot her hand into the air. "Are you famous?" Tony grinned, the first genuinely amused expression he'd worn all morning. "Depends on who you ask, sweetheart. What's your name?" "Emma," the girl announced with the confidence of someone who had never doubted her right to exist. "Are you rich?" "Emma." Mrs. Crawford looked mortified, probably envisioning donations evaporating in real time. But Tony laughed, a real laugh, not one of his practiced media chuckles. "Very rich," he said with mock solemnity. "Rich enough to buy this whole building. Rich enough to buy a small country, actually. Maybe Luxembourg. I hear it's lovely this time of year, and they probably need the investment." The children giggled, and Tony felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. Kids, he realized, were actually easier to deal with than most adults. They asked direct questions, they laughed at his jokes, and they didn't want anything from him except entertainment, something he'd never been short on. For the next 20 minutes, he worked the room like the natural performer he'd always been. He answered questions about America. "Yes, we really do have hamburgers for breakfast sometimes, and it's as wonderful as it sounds." About his company, "We make things that go fast and explode, but in a good way mostly." And about whether he'd ever met Elvis. "Kid, I hate to break it to you, but Elvis left the building permanently about 15 years ago." The photographer snapped away, capturing Tony kneeling down to talk to the smaller children, signing autographs on scraps of paper with the kind of flourish usually reserved for peace treaties, and generally being the kind of charming, accessible billionaire that Stark Industries' PR department paid millions to project. But it was when he was making his way toward the door, already mentally planning his escape route and wondering if the Bentley's bar was adequately stocked, that something caught his eye. In the corner of the room, almost hidden behind a worn armchair that looked like it had survived both world wars, a small boy sat cross-legged on the floor with a sketch pad balanced on his knees. He couldn't be more than 6, with a riot of black hair that stuck up in every direction as if it had never met a comb it couldn't defeat, and the most vivid green eyes Tony had ever seen. Unlike the other children, who had all crowded around to meet the famous visitor, this boy seemed completely absorbed in his drawing, his small tongue poking out slightly in concentration. Tony found himself drifting over, drawn by curiosity and something else he couldn't quite name. "Hey there, Picasso," he said, crouching down to the boy's level. "Mind if I take a look at what you're working on?" The boy glanced up, and Tony was struck by something in those green eyes, an old soul weariness that no 5-year-old should possess, mixed with a spark of intelligence that was almost unsettling. The child didn't say anything immediately, but after a moment's consideration, he tilted the sketch pad so Tony could see. Tony's breath caught in his throat. The drawing was remarkable, not just for a child of 5, but remarkable, period. It showed a figure in armor, but not the crude medieval knights that most kids might copy from storybooks. This was sleek, modern, almost technological in its design. The proportions were perfect, the details precise and purposeful. It looked like something that could actually work, something that could actually fly. "Jesus," Tony breathed, then caught himself. "I mean, wow, that's really something special. Did you design this yourself?" The boy nodded shyly, his voice soft and careful when he spoke, as if he wasn't used to adults actually listening to him. I dream about it sometimes. Flying. Flying. Tony's pulse quickened, his engineer's mind already analyzing the design, noting the way the boy had instinctively placed what looked like propulsion systems in exactly the right locations for optimal flight dynamics. You dream about flying in this armor? Another nod, more confident now. It's red and gold in the dreams. And it has lights here. He pointed to the chest piece with one small finger. That glow really bright, like a star. Tony stared at the drawing, then at the boy, then back at the drawing. Red and gold. The exact color scheme that had been rattling around in his subconscious for months, ever since he'd started sketching out ideas for a new kind of protective equipment. Ideas he'd never shown to anyone, ideas he'd barely admitted to himself. "What's your name?" he asked quietly, his voice carrying none of its usual flippant humor. "Harry," the boy said. "Harry Potter." Harry Potter. Tony tested the name, found he liked the sound of it. It had weight, character. That's a good name. A strong name. Tell me, Harry, do you like building things? Harry's face lit up for the first time since Tony had noticed him, transforming from solemn to radiant in the space of a heartbeat. "Oh yes, I found some old radios in the basement storage, and I took them apart to see how they work inside. Mrs. Crawford says I'm not supposed to touch them, but I always put them back together afterward." "And do they work better after you put them back together?" Harry ducked his head as if admitting to some great sin. "Usually. Sometimes I change things a bit. Make them different. Better, I think. But Mrs. Crawford doesn't like it when things are different." Tony felt something shift in his chest, a recognition that went deeper than intellectual curiosity. This kid, this tiny, overlooked kid sitting in the corner of a London orphanage, was speaking his language in a way that most MIT graduates couldn't manage. "Mr. Stark." Pepper's voice cut through his reverie like a perfectly sharpened blade. She was standing by the door with Mrs. Crawford, both women wearing identical expressions of polite impatience tinged with growing concern. "We really should be going. You have that conference call with the Tokyo investors in an hour, and the traffic getting back to the hotel. Right?" Tony started to stand, then paused, looking down at Harry, who had already gone back to his drawing with the resigned air of someone who was used to adult attention being temporary at best. "Harry, can I ask you something? Do you like it here?" The boy's green eyes flicked toward Mrs. Crawford, then back to Tony. When he spoke, his voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more weight than a shout. "It's all right, I suppose. Mrs. Crawford takes good care of us, and there's always food and clean clothes and lessons. But—" Harry bit his lower lip, clearly weighing whether honesty was worth the risk. "But sometimes I wish I had a family, a real family, someone who might want to see what I build, instead of telling me to put it away." The words hit Tony like a physical blow, bringing back memories of his own childhood. The empty mansion, the absent father, the parade of nannies and boarding schools. At least he'd had money, resources, opportunities. This kid had nothing but his remarkable mind and a sketch pad that probably cost less than Tony's morning coffee. "Mr. Stark." Pepper's voice carried a note of genuine concern now. She knew that look, had seen it before when Tony was about to make the kind of impulsive decision that either changed the world or required extensive legal cleanup. Tony stood slowly, his mind racing through calculations and possibilities with the same analytical precision he brought to engineering problems. He looked at Harry, really looked at him, this small, brilliant boy who dreamed of flying and built better radios in basement storage rooms, and felt something click into place with almost audible finality. "Mrs. Crawford," he called across the room, his voice carrying the kind of authority that made boardrooms fall silent and stock prices fluctuate. "I'd like to speak with you privately. About Harry." The director's eyebrows shot up toward her graying hairline. "Of course, Mr. Stark. Children, why don't you continue with your activities while I speak with our distinguished guest?" As the photographers were politely but firmly ushered out and the children dispersed to their various corners, Tony felt Pepper's sharp gaze boring into him like a particularly elegant laser. He could practically hear her internal alarm bells going off, could see her mentally calculating the potential legal, financial, and public relations ramifications of whatever he was about to do. "Tony," she said quietly, stepping close enough that her voice wouldn't carry, "whatever you're thinking, Please think it through carefully. Very carefully. But Tony was already thinking it through, running risk assessments and probability matrices with the same focused intensity he brought to designing new technology. And every calculation, every analysis, every gut instinct he possessed was screaming the same thing. This was right. This was meant to happen. He looked down at Harry one more time, watching the way the boy's small fingers gripped his pencil with the steady confidence of someone who had never doubted his ability to create, noting the intense concentration on his face as he added what looked like repulsors to the armor's palms. "Harry," Tony said softly, crouching down again so they were eye to eye, "how would you feel about coming home with me? To America?" The sketch pad slipped from Harry's suddenly nerveless fingers. The next 72 hours passed in a blur of phone calls, legal consultations, and what could only be described as the full deployment of the Stark Industries machinery when Tony Stark wanted something done yesterday. "Tony, you can't just adopt a child like you're buying a sports car," Pepper said for the 15th time, her voice tight with the kind of stress that usually preceded either a nervous breakdown or a very expensive legal settlement. She was pacing the length of the hotel suite's sitting room, her heels clicking against the marble floor with machine gun precision, while Tony sprawled in an overstuffed armchair with his phone pressed to his ear and his laptop balanced on his knees. "Watch me," Tony replied absently, then spoke into the phone with the kind of tone that suggested money was no object and failure was not an option. "Johnson, I don't care what the normal processing time is. I care about what the processing time can be if we grease the right wheels and fill out the right forms in triplicate. In gold ink, if necessary." The suite had been transformed into a war room. Legal documents covered every available surface. 3 different lawyers had been flown in from New York, and a 4th was participating via video conference from the London offices of what was apparently Britain's most expensive family law firm. Room service trays sat abandoned on side tables, their contents growing cold, while Tony orchestrated what was rapidly becoming the most elaborate adoption process in recorded history. "The home study can be expedited," reported Ms. Victoria Ashworth, the formidable London solicitor whose fees probably exceeded most people's annual salaries. She sat primly on the edge of the sofa, her silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the early hour, consulting a leather portfolio with the kind of precision usually reserved for military operations. "I've spoken with the relevant authorities and given Mr. Stark's considerable resources and public profile. They're willing to conduct an accelerated assessment." "How accelerated?" Tony asked, finally looking up from his laptop where he'd been simultaneously reviewing adoption regulations and designing what appeared to be a child-sized workshop complete with safety protocols that would make NASA jealous. 48 hours, provided you can demonstrate adequate living arrangements, financial stability, and character references." Tony snorted. "Financial stability shouldn't be a problem. As for character references, I can get you everyone from the MIT faculty to the Secretary of Defense. Living arrangements." He glanced at Pepper, who was now stress-eating what looked like her 3rd croissant of the morning. "We'll figure that out. What about the kid? Harry, what does he need to know?" Mrs. Crawford, who had been summoned to the hotel that morning and was currently sitting in a corner armchair looking like she'd been caught in a very expensive tornado, cleared her throat nervously. "Well, Mr. Stark, adoption can be quite overwhelming for a child, especially one who's never had a permanent family. He's a special boy, but he's also been with us since he was just a baby. This is the only home he's ever known. Which is exactly why he deserves better," Tony said with a certainty that surprised even him. He'd spent the previous evening reading everything he could find about child psychology, developmental needs, and the long-term effects of institutional care. It made for depressing reading, but it had only strengthened his resolve. What's his story? How did he end up at St. Margaret's? Mrs. Crawford's expression grew carefully neutral in the way of someone who had spent years dealing with social services and bureaucratic oversight. "He was left with us as an infant. The people who brought him claimed they'd found him abandoned. No identification, no family contacts. We tried to trace his origins, of course, but..." She shrugged helplessly. "Sometimes children simply fall through the cracks." Tony felt a familiar surge of anger at the unfairness of it all. Somewhere out there, Harry had family, people who should have cared for him, loved him, given him the kind of childhood that every kid deserved. Instead, he'd spent 5 years in an institution that, while well-meaning, could never be more than a placeholder for the real thing. What about medical records? Educational assessments? I need to know everything about this kid's needs, his abilities, any special requirements. Medically, he's remarkably healthy, Mrs. Crawford replied, consulting her own folder of papers. A few minor incidents over the years, cuts and bruises that healed unusually quickly, but nothing serious. Educationally, well, Harry is quite exceptional. His reading comprehension is several years above his age level, and his mathematical abilities are even more advanced. His teachers have noted an unusual aptitude for understanding complex systems and mechanical principles. Of course they have, Tony muttered, thinking of those remarkable drawings and the casual way Harry had discussed improving radio designs. The kid was a natural engineer, probably saw the world in terms of problems to be solved and systems to be optimized. Tony recognized the type because he'd been the same way at that age, though he'd had the advantage of resources, education, and a father who, despite his many flaws, had at least understood the value of nurturing exceptional talent. There is one thing, Mrs. Crawford added hesitantly. Harry sometimes has unusual dreams. Nightmares, he calls them, though they don't seem to distress him the way typical nightmares might. He draws pictures afterward, always the same themes. Flying, lights in the sky, people in strange costumes. The child psychologist we consulted suggested they might be processing some kind of early trauma, possibly related to whatever happened to his birth parents. Tony's hand stilled on his laptop keyboard. Dreams of flying. Red and gold armor with lights that glowed like stars. Either this was the most extraordinary coincidence in the history of coincidences, or something much stranger was going on. I want to see him, he said suddenly, standing up with the kind of decisive energy that had built empires and launched spacecraft. I want to talk to Harry about this. About all of it. Tony, Pepper began, her voice carrying a warning note. You need to be careful. This is a 6-year-old child who's about to have his entire world turned upside down. You can't just march in there and start interrogating him about. I'm not going to interrogate him, Tony interrupted, though even as he said it, he realized that was exactly what it would sound like to anyone who didn't understand the desperate need driving him. I'm going to talk to him. Father to potential father. Whatever. The point is, I need to know if this is real. If he really is what I think he is. The ride back to St. Margaret's was conducted in tense silence, broken only by Pepper's occasional sighs and the sound of Tony's fingers drumming against the Bentley's leather armrest. The photographers had multiplied since the previous day. Word had leaked about Tony Stark's interest in adopting a British orphan, and the media was having a field day with the story. Stark's softer side. Billionaire playboy shows heart of gold asterisk. Orphan's lucky day. London boy set to join Stark fortune asterisk. The headlines were splashed across every newspaper they passed, and Tony found himself simultaneously annoyed by the attention and grateful that public pressure might help expedite the normally glacial adoption process. They found Harry exactly where Tony had expected, in the corner of the common room, cross-legged on the floor with his sketch pad, seemingly oblivious to the chaos swirling around him. But when Tony approached, the boy looked up immediately, as if he'd been waiting. You came back, Harry said simply, and something in his voice made Tony's chest tighten. I said I would. Tony settled himself on the floor beside Harry, ignoring the way his expensive suit protested against the worn carpet. I wanted to ask you something, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Okay? Harry nodded solemnly, those extraordinary green eyes fixed on Tony's face with an intensity that was almost unnerving. The dreams you have, the ones about flying, have you always had them? As long as I can remember, Harry replied without hesitation. They're not scary, though. Mrs. Crawford thinks they are because I wake up and draw pictures, but they're not scary at all. There. He paused, searching for the right word. They're like memories, but memories of things that haven't happened yet. Tony felt the fine hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Memories of the future? I know it sounds strange, Harry said quickly, as if he was used to adults dismissing his experiences. But in the dreams, I'm older, and I'm flying but not in an airplane, in something that fits around me like a second skin. And there are lights, not just the ones on the chest, but all over. and I can feel the power of it, humming through my bones like electricity. Tony's breath caught. The description was so precise, so technically accurate, that it could have come from his own design notes. This wasn't the vague fantasy of a child who'd seen too many superhero movies. This was the detailed observation of someone who understood, on some fundamental level, exactly how such a system would work. "Harry," he said carefully, "what do you think those dreams mean?" The boy was quiet for a long moment, his small fingers tracing the edge of his sketch pad. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I think they mean I'm supposed to build something important, something that will help people." "And do you want to build things that help people?" Harry's face lit up with an intensity that made him look older than his 5 years. "More than anything, sometimes I feel like there's something inside me that's bigger than I am. Something that wants to create and fix and make things better." Does that sound silly? Tony felt something crack open in his chest, a recognition so profound it was almost painful. This kid, this remarkable, brilliant, overlooked kid, was describing exactly what Tony had felt his entire life. That driving need to build, to innovate, to use technology to solve problems and protect people. It was as if he was looking at a younger version of himself, but one who'd been shaped by hardship instead of privilege. "No," Tony said quietly, his voice rough with emotion he hadn't expected. "No, Harry, that doesn't sound silly at all. That sounds like exactly what the world needs." Behind them, he could hear Pepper talking in low, urgent tones with Mrs. Crawford and the lawyers, no doubt working out the final details of what was about to become the most thoroughly documented adoption in British legal history. But Tony found himself completely focused on the small boy beside him, this child who dreamed of flying and understood, with startling clarity, that technology could be a force for good. "Harry," Tony said, making what might have been the most important decision of his life, "would you like to come home with me? Not just to visit, to stay. Forever. To be my son." The silence that followed seemed to stretch for an eternity. Harry stared at Tony with those impossibly green eyes, his small face cycling through a dozen different emotions: disbelief, hope, fear, and something that might have been recognition. "You really mean it?" Harry whispered finally. "You're not just being kind?" "Kid," Tony said, reaching out to gently ruffle Harry's perpetually unruly hair. "I may be many things, but just being kind isn't really in my wheelhouse. I'm offering because I think we could be good for each other. You need someone who understands what it's like to see the world as a series of problems waiting to be solved. And He paused, surprised by his own honesty. "I think I need someone to help me remember why solving those problems matters." Harry was quiet for another long moment, his gaze drifting to his sketch pad where the drawing of the armored figure seemed to shimmer in the afternoon light streaming through the windows. When he looked back at Tony, his voice was steady and sure. "Yes," he said simply. "I'd like that very much." 3 weeks later, the tabloids had a field day. Stark family official. Adoption papers signed **. Britain's loss, America's gain. Wonder Kid heads to Malibu **. Potter T.O. Stark. Orphan's amazing transformation **. Billionaire's new heir. What we know about Harry Potter **. The final meeting took place in the oak-paneled offices of Ashworth Associates, a law firm so prestigious that even the water glasses probably had their own legal degrees. Tony sprawled in a leather chair that cost more than most people's annual salaries, watching with barely contained amusement as Harry methodically examined each document with the kind of laser focus usually reserved for nuclear physics equations. "You know, kid, you don't have to memorize the entire British legal code," Tony said, gesturing at the mountain of paperwork. "I've got 3 lawyers here who've already read this stuff so many times they could probably recite it in Latin." Harry looked up with that particular expression that somehow managed to be both innocent and devastatingly sarcastic. A skill Tony was beginning to realize the boy had in spades. "Yes, well, forgive me for wanting to understand the fine print before signing my life away. I've read enough fairy tales to know that's usually where the devil hides his conditions." Pepper, who had been quietly organizing her own stack of documents, snorted with laughter. "I like this kid more every day. A 6-year-old with trust issues and a vocabulary that would make Oxford professors weep," Tony mused. Yeah, he's definitely going to fit right in. Ms. Ashworth, a formidable woman in her 60s who had apparently developed a soft spot for Harry over the past few weeks, adjusted her reading glasses with a smile. You're quite right to be thorough, young man. These documents establish not just your legal relationship with Mr. Stark, but also your inheritance rights, educational provisions, healthcare arrangements, and the truly exciting stuff like dental coverage and library card privileges. Harry interrupted solemnly, then glanced at Tony. Though I suppose with your resources, I could probably buy my own library if needed. Tony blinked. Did a 6-year-old just make a joke about my net worth? I prefer to think of it as observational commentary, Harry replied primly, returning his attention to the papers. Though, if we're being technical, I'm nearly 7. Pepper leaned over to Tony. He's going to destroy you in arguments by the time he's 10. I'm looking forward to it, Tony whispered back. Finally, someone who might actually keep up. Harry's head popped up again. You do realize I can hear you both, yes? The whispering isn't actually as subtle as you think. Smart mouth, Tony grinned. I'm proud already. Speaking of which, Tony continued, straightening in his chair, there's one more thing we need to discuss before you sign your soul away to the Stark Empire. Your name. Harry tilted his head with curiosity. My name? I was under the impression that was fairly well established. Harry James Potter, if we're being formal about it. Well, yes, but legally speaking, you're about to become a Stark. The question is whether you want to be Harry Stark, or if you'd prefer to keep Potter, or... Tony paused dramatically, struck by sudden inspiration. Hear me out, Harry Potter Stark. You get to keep your history and add to it. Best of both worlds, maximum coolness factor. Harry considered this with the same serious attention he'd given the legal documents, his small fingers drumming against the mahogany table. Potter Stark, he said slowly, testing the sound. Harry Potter Stark. His face brightened considerably. I do rather like the sound of that. It has a certain gravitas. Gravitas, Pepper laughed. Tony, I think you've met your match. Potter Stark it is then, Tony declared, feeling an unexpected surge of something he was pretty sure was pride. Welcome to the family, Harry Potter Stark. Try not to let it go to your head. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Harry replied with perfect 6-year-old sincerity. Though I should probably warn you, I have it on good authority that I can be rather difficult when I put my mind to it. Kid, you're talking to someone who once reprogrammed a military weapons system during a board meeting because I was bored. I think I can handle a little attitude. Harry's eyes lit up with genuine interest. You reprogrammed military hardware during a meeting? That's brilliant. Was it terribly complex? Or just tediously straightforward? Tony and Pepper exchanged glances. Oh, we're in trouble, Pepper muttered. The actual signing ceremony was surprisingly brief considering the magnitude of what was happening. Harry approached each signature with the careful precision of someone illuminating medieval manuscripts, his tongue poking out slightly in concentration as he wrote his new name for the first time. There, he said finally, setting down the pen with satisfaction. Harry Potter Stark in triplicate. I do hope my penmanship meets with approval. Ms. Ashworth gathered the documents with professional efficiency. Congratulations, Mr. Stark. And congratulations to you as well, Harry. You're now officially family. Excellent, Harry said brightly. Now, about that library card situation. As they prepared to leave the lawyer's offices, Tony found himself officially responsible for another human being. A thought that should have terrified him but somehow felt completely right. Especially when that human being had already proven capable of verbal sparring that would make seasoned politicians nervous. So, he said, holding the door open, ready to see America? Fair warning. It's loud, chaotic, and the coffee's nowhere near as good as what you're used to. Harry nodded eagerly, then paused, his expression suddenly uncertain. Mr. Stark, he frowned, clearly struggling with the proper form of address now that everything was official. Tony crouched down to Harry's eye level, his voice gentle. How about Dad? If that feels right to you. No pressure, we can figure out what works as we go. Harry's face transformed into the first completely uninhibited smile Tony had ever seen from him, bright enough to power a small arc reactor. "Dad," he said, testing the word like he was tasting something wonderful. "Yes, I'd like that very much, Dad." "Good," Tony said, straightening up with a grin. "Now come on, son. Let's go show you what American chaos looks like. Fair warning, it involves a lot more explosions than you're probably used to." "Promise?" Harry asked hopefully. Pepper shook her head as they walked toward the exit. "Tony, what have you gotten yourself into?" "The adventure of a lifetime," Tony replied, watching as Harry practically bounced with excitement. "And something tells me it's going to be absolutely incredible." Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, in a castle in Scotland that officially didn't exist on any Muggle map. Asterisk. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his carved oak desk in the circular office that had housed Hogwarts headmasters for centuries, absently feeding crystallized pineapple to Fawkes while reviewing the morning correspondence. The phoenix preened under the attention, occasionally letting out soft trills of contentment that harmonized with the gentle whirring of the countless silver instruments scattered throughout the room. "Ah, Fawkes," Dumbledore murmured, his fingers gentle as he stroked the magnificent bird's scarlet and gold feathers. "Sometimes I wonder if you understand the weight of our responsibilities better than most humans do. The delicate balance we must maintain, the careful plans we must weave like spider's silk across the years." The phoenix tilted its head, fixing one bright black eye on the headmaster with what might have been understanding, or possibly just hope for another piece of crystallized fruit. A sharp, authoritative knock interrupted his philosophical musings. The door opened with enough force to rattle the portraits on the walls, and Professor McGonagall strode in without waiting for permission, her emerald robes billowing behind her like storm clouds. Her usually immaculate hair showed signs of hasty arrangement, and her face was set in lines of barely controlled alarm. "Albus," she said without preamble, clutching what appeared to be a Muggle newspaper in her white-knuckled grip, "we have a problem. A rather significant one, I'm afraid." Dumbledore looked up from Fawkes, his half-moon spectacles catching the morning light as he noted the tension radiating from his deputy's rigid posture. In all their years of working together, he had rarely seen Minerva quite so unsettled. "What sort of problem, my dear Minerva?" he asked mildly, though his blue eyes had sharpened with sudden alertness. "Has young Mr. Abernathy managed to set something else on fire? Or perhaps the Charlie Weasley and Nymphadora Tonks have discovered a new way to circumvent our security measures?" "If only it were something so simple," McGonagall replied grimly. Instead of elaborating, she unfolded the newspaper with sharp, precise movements and placed it squarely in the center of his desk, directly over the letter from the ministry he'd been reading. "I believe this requires your immediate attention." The headline screamed across the front page in bold letters that seemed to pulse with unwelcome significance. "Stark family official. American billionaire adopts British orphan Harry Potter **. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Dumbledore simply stared at the paper. The familiar weight of centuries seemed to settle more heavily on his shoulders as his eyes took in the impossible words. Then, with movements that suddenly seemed much older than his considerable years, he reached for his spectacles with trembling fingers and began to read. The article was thorough, irritatingly so, complete with photographs of a dark-haired man in an expensive suit and a small boy with unmistakably familiar green eyes and an unruly shock of black hair. There were quotes from adoption agencies, details about expedited legal processes, and breathless speculation about young Harry's bright future in America as heir to a technological empire. "Good Lord," Dumbledore whispered, his voice barely audible above the ticking of the various instruments around his office. This is not supposed to be possible." McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. "Albus, surely you placed protections, monitoring charms, tracking spells? Something to ensure we would know if the boy was moved." "Of course I did," Dumbledore said, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty that McGonagall had rarely heard. "The monitoring charms on Privet Drive were considerable. Blood wards, notice-me-not charms, protective enchantments woven into the very foundations of the house. Nothing should have been able to—" He trailed off, his expression growing increasingly troubled. Then how? McGonagall demanded, her Scottish accent growing more pronounced with her agitation. Did a Muggle billionaire manage to adopt the most famous wizard child in Britain without us knowing? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his fingers steepled before him as he stared at the photograph of Harry, older than when he'd last seen the boy, but unmistakably the child he'd left on the Dursleys' doorstep all those years ago. The boy who was supposed to be safely tucked away, protected and hidden until the time came for his return to the wizarding world. The blood protections, he said slowly, his voice heavy with realization. They were tied to Petunia's care, to her home. If she voluntarily relinquished custody, the protections would have dissolved, McGonagall finished, her voice sharp with understanding and no small amount of anger. Albus, you mean to tell me that our entire plan, everything we've worked toward, depended on Petunia Dursley's maternal instincts? It seemed reasonable at the time, Dumbledore said weakly, though even he seemed to realize how inadequate that sounded. Family bonds, blood magic. These are powerful forces, Minerva. I believed. You believed, McGonagall said with the kind of crisp authority that had cowed generations of Hogwarts students, that a woman who spent her childhood resenting her magical sister would somehow develop protective feelings toward that sister's magical son. Really, Albus, sometimes your faith in human nature borders on the criminally naive. Fawkes let out a low trill that sounded distinctly like agreement. Dumbledore shot his familiar a reproachful look. The question now, McGonagall continued, beginning to pace back and forth in front of his desk with sharp, agitated steps, is what we do about this situation. The boy is supposed to return to Hogwarts. The prophecy. The prophecy remains, Dumbledore said quietly, though his voice carried less certainty than usual. Though I confess, I did not foresee this particular complication. Complication? McGonagall stopped pacing to stare at him incredulously. Albus, the boy is now the adopted son of one of the most powerful men in the Muggle world. He has resources, protection, legal standing. You can't simply retrieve him as if he were a lost pet. No, Dumbledore agreed slowly, his expression growing more troubled by the moment. No, I don't suppose we can. He picked up the paper again, studying the photograph more closely. This Tony Stark, what do we know of him? According to this article, he's a genius inventor, a billionaire, and the head of a company that produces advanced technology for both civilian and military applications. McGonagall read over his shoulder. He's known for being unconventional in his business methods and rather famous for his quick wit and tendency to speak his mind regardless of consequences. A man of influence and resources, then, Dumbledore mused. Not someone who would be easily persuaded to return a child he's legally adopted. And not someone, McGonagall added pointedly, who would be impressed by cryptic explanations about destiny and the greater good. Muggles tend to prefer concrete facts, Albus. Dumbledore was quiet for several minutes, his fingers absently stroking Fawkes' feathers as he contemplated this unprecedented turn of events. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of difficult decisions. We'll need to contact the Ministry, of course, and the Order. This changes everything. How much does it change? McGonagall asked quietly. The prophecy spoke of the boy, not of where he would be raised or by whom. Perhaps, Dumbledore agreed, though his tone suggested he found little comfort in the possibility. But our carefully laid plans, our preparations for his return to our world, all of that must be reconsidered now. He looked up at McGonagall, and for the first time in years, she saw something she'd never expected to see in Albus Dumbledore's eyes. Genuine uncertainty. Minerva, he said softly, I fear we may have underestimated the complexity of the game we've been playing, and now it seems we have a new player at the table, one who was never supposed to be there at all. Outside the castle windows, storm clouds were gathering on the Scottish horizon, and in the distance, thunder began to rumble with what sounded almost like mocking laughter. McGonagall straightened her robes with sharp, precise movements. Well then, she said briskly, falling back on the practical nature that had served her well through decades of teaching and administrative challenges. I suppose we'd better figure out our next move rather quickly. Something tells me that Mr. Stark is not the sort of man who waits for others to act first. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his expression grave. Indeed, Minerva. Indeed. The common room at St. Margaret's had never seen such organized chaos. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of what looked like a small explosion of paper, sketches, and mechanical parts, methodically sorting through 5 years of accumulated treasures with the same focused intensity he brought to everything else. Right then, he said to himself, holding up a sketch pad filled with detailed drawings of what appeared to be an improved heating system for the building. Definitely keeping this one. The boiler efficiency calculations alone took me 3 weeks to work out properly. Tony watched from the doorway, still somewhat amazed by the sight of his new son treating the packing process like a scientific expedition. Most 6-year-olds would be focused on toys and games. Harry was debating the relative merits of various engineering schematics. "Kid," Tony said, settling down beside him on the worn carpet. "You know we can always get you new paper and pencils in America, right? You don't have to take every single drawing you've ever made." Harry looked up with an expression that was equal parts patient and slightly pitying, the look of someone explaining something obvious to a well-meaning but slow adult. "These aren't just drawings, Dad," he said, the word still new enough that he seemed to savor it slightly. "These are solutions. Look." He held up a detailed sketch that looked more like a blueprint than a child's doodle. "This is a redesign for the kitchen ventilation system. Mrs. Crawford said the current one doesn't work properly. So I studied the airflow patterns and calculated how to improve the circulation efficiency by 37%. Tony blinked, taking the paper and examining it more closely. The design was not only technically sound, it was genuinely innovative. "Harry, this is actually brilliant. How did you figure out these calculations?" "Books, mostly," Harry replied with a shrug, as if teaching himself advanced engineering from library books was the most natural thing in the world. "And observation. I watched how the air moved during cooking times, noted which areas got too hot or too smoky, and worked backward from there." "Of course you did," Tony muttered, adding the sketch to the growing pile of definitely keeping items. "What about this one?" He picked up another drawing that appeared to show some kind of radio with additional components. "Oh, that's for better signal reception in the basement," Harry said eagerly, his whole face lighting up with enthusiasm. "The current wireless down there gets terrible reception because of all the metal piping, so I designed an amplification system using parts from old electronics. It works brilliantly. Mrs. Crawford can listen to her evening programs without all that static now." "You built this? An actual working radio amplifier?" "Well, yes." Harry looked suddenly uncertain, as if he was worried about getting in trouble. "I did ask permission before taking apart the old wireless sets, and I put everything back together better than it was before. Is that all right?" Tony felt something warm and fierce expand in his chest. His kid, had been living in an orphanage, rebuilding electronics and designing ventilation systems and apologizing for being brilliant. "Harry," he said seriously, "it's more than all right. It's incredible. You're incredible." Harry's smile could have powered the entire building. "Right then," Pepper said, appearing in the doorway with her arms full of official-looking folders and wearing the expression of someone who had just spent an hour dealing with bureaucratic paperwork. "How are we doing with the packing? The car will be here in 20 minutes, and we still need to get to Heathrow with enough time for international departure procedures." "Almost finished," Harry replied, carefully placing his most precious sketches into a new leather portfolio that Tony had bought specifically for the purpose. "Just deciding which of my practical experiments to bring along." "Practical experiments?" Pepper asked, then noticed the small collection of what appeared to be electronic devices arranged neatly on a nearby table. "Harry, did you build all of these?" "Most of them," Harry said modestly. "The radio amplifier I mentioned, a more efficient timer system for the kitchen ovens, and this." He picked up what looked like a modified torch that seemed to glow with unusually bright, steady light. "It's a torch that doesn't run down. I worked out how to make the battery system recharge itself using ambient electromagnetic fields." Pepper stared at the device, then at Tony, then back at Harry. "You created a self-charging flashlight. At age 6. Nearly 7, Harry corrected automatically. And it wasn't terribly difficult once I understood the principles involved. Though I did have to rebuild it 3 times before I got the energy conversion rate properly calibrated. Of course you did, Tony said faintly. He was beginning to suspect that adopting Harry wasn't just going to change his life. It was going to completely revolutionize his understanding of what was possible. Anything else we should know about? Harry considered this seriously. Well, there's the improved door lock system I designed for the older children's rooms, better privacy and security using a combination of mechanical and magnetic principles. And I've been working on plans for a more efficient water heating system for the entire building, but that's still theoretical. Oh, and I may have accidentally improved the telephone system last month when I was trying to figure out why the connection to the outside line was so poor. You improved the telephone system, Pepper repeated slowly. Accidentally. The wiring was rather inefficient, Harry explained. Simple matter of understanding signal degradation and impedance matching. Though I probably should have asked permission before rewiring the junction box in the basement. Tony and Pepper exchanged a look that contained approximately 17 different varieties of amazement and concern. Kid, Tony said eventually, remind me to never leave you alone with anything electronic until we've had a serious conversation about asking permission before upgrading infrastructure. Does that include your workshop? Harry asked hopefully. Especially my workshop, Tony replied, though his grin suggested he was already looking forward to seeing what Harry might create with proper tools and unlimited resources. At least until I'm sure you won't accidentally build something that could level half of Malibu. Mrs. Crawford appeared in the doorway, her expression cycling between pride, regret, and barely controlled worry. Harry, dear, the other children wanted to say goodbye before you leave. What followed was perhaps the most emotionally complex farewell scene Tony had ever witnessed. The other children at St. Margaret's clearly adored Harry, not just because he was genuinely kind and generous, but because he'd spent years quietly making their lives better with his inventions and improvements. The older boys shook his hand with the solemnity of businessmen concluding important deals, while the younger children clung to his legs and extracted promises that he would write letters and maybe send pictures of America. Don't forget us, Harry, whispered Emma, the little girl with the gravity-defying pigtails who had asked Tony about being rich on that first day. Promise you won't forget. I could never forget you, Harry said seriously, crouching down to her level. You're my family too, just in a different way. And besides, he glanced up at Tony with a mischievous glint in his green eyes. I have a feeling I might be able to visit more often now that I have access to private transportation. Private transportation? Tony raised an eyebrow. You do own aircraft, don't you? Harry asked innocently. I've read about the Stark Industries fleet. The efficiency ratings on your newer jets are quite impressive. I'm doomed, Tony muttered to Pepper. This kid is going to have me wrapped around his little finger before we even get to customs. Before you get to customs? Pepper snorted. Tony, that happened about 10 seconds after you first saw him drawing that armor design. She wasn't wrong. The final gathering of Harry's belongings revealed the true scope of his makeshift laboratory. In addition to the electronics and sketches, he'd collected an impressive array of salvaged components, reference books borrowed from the library, with permission, he assured them, and detailed notebooks filled with observations about everything from London weather patterns to the behavioral habits of urban pigeons. You've been conducting scientific studies on pigeons? Tony asked, flipping through a notebook filled with charts and diagrams. They're quite fascinating, actually, Harry replied, carefully wrapping his self-charging torch in a spare jumper. Their navigation systems are remarkably sophisticated, and their ability to adapt to urban environments suggests some interesting possibilities for biomimetic engineering applications. Biomimetic engineering, Tony repeated. Of course, because normal 6-year-olds definitely use terms like biomimetic engineering in casual conversation. Nearly 7, Harry corrected automatically, then looked up with sudden concern. Is it wrong that I think about things like this? Some of the adults here have said I'm rather strange for my age. The question hit Tony like a punch to the gut. He set down the notebook and crouched to Harry's eye level, his voice completely serious when he spoke. Harry, listen to me very carefully. You are not strange. You are exceptional. There's a difference, and anyone who can't see that difference doesn't deserve your attention or concern." He paused, choosing his words carefully. The world has plenty of people who think inside the box. What it needs, what it's always needed, are people who can see the box, understand why it exists, and then build something completely different that works better. Harry's face transformed into one of those radiant smiles that seemed to light up the entire room. "Is that what you do? Build something different that works better?" "I try to," Tony said honestly, "and I have a feeling you're going to be better at it than I ever was." The ride to Heathrow was filled with Harry's excited observations about London traffic patterns. "The signal timing at that intersection is terribly inefficient. I could improve the flow rate by at least 20% with better coordination." Architectural details. "That building's structural supports are fascinating. The load distribution must be calculated to account for both wind stress and seismic variation." And increasingly specific questions about aviation technology. "The Stark Industries fleet uses primarily turbofan engines, correct?" Harry asked as they approached the airport. "I've been reading about the efficiency improvements in modern commercial aviation, and the thrust-to-weight ratios are quite impressive compared to older designs." Tony stared at him in the rearview mirror. "Harry, where exactly have you been reading about turbofan engines? That's not exactly standard orphanage library material." "The Royal Aeronautical Society publishes publicly available technical papers," Harry replied as if this was obvious. "I may have written to them requesting access to their research database. For educational purposes." "You wrote to the Royal Aeronautical Society," Pepper said slowly, "and they gave a 6-year-old access to their technical database." "Nearly 7, Harry corrected. "And I did explain that I was conducting independent research into flight mechanics and propulsion systems. They were quite helpful, actually. Dr. Harrison even sent me some additional papers on supersonic flight characteristics." Tony pulled into the airport parking area and sat for a moment, trying to process the fact that his new son had apparently been conducting correspondence with professional aeronautical engineers as a hobby. "Kid," he said finally, "I think you and I are going to get along just fine." Heathrow Airport was everything Harry had imagined and more. The sheer scale of the operation fascinated him, the careful coordination of arriving and departing flights, the complex logistics of passenger and cargo management, the sophisticated radar and communication systems that kept everything running smoothly. "It's like a massive machine," he said wonderfully, his nose pressed against the terminal windows as he watched planes taxi and take off. All these separate systems working together to create something much larger and more complex than any individual component. "That's exactly what it is," Tony agreed, watching his son's face with growing amazement. "A machine made of people and planes and procedures, all calibrated to work in harmony." "And we're about to become part of it," Harry said with barely contained excitement. "We're going to fly, actually fly, in a machine that weighs tons but still manages to defy gravity through the application of aerodynamic principles and massive amounts of thrust." "When you put it like that," Pepper observed, "it does sound rather miraculous." The Stark Industries private jet was everything Harry had hoped for and more. He spent the first 10 minutes examining every visible detail of the aircraft's construction, asking rapid-fire questions about everything from the wing design to the avionics systems to the specific alloys used in the engine components. "The fuel efficiency on this model must be exceptional," he said, settling into a leather seat that probably cost more than most people's cars. "The aerodynamic profile is beautifully optimized, and I'm guessing the engine management systems are cutting edge." "Kid's got good eyes," the pilot, Captain Rodriguez, said to Tony with obvious amusement. "This bird is one of our newest. All the latest tech, custom modifications, and yes, the fuel efficiency is about 30% better than anything else in this class." "Custom modifications?" Harry's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh no," Tony said quickly. "We are not discussing custom modifications with the 6-year-old who builds self-charging flashlights in his spare time. That way lies madness." "Nearly 7, Harry protested, "and I'm just curious about the technical specifications." As the plane taxied toward the runway, Harry pressed his face against the window with the kind of unguarded wonder that reminded Tony that, despite his remarkable intelligence, Harry was still very much a child experiencing something completely new. "This is it," Harry whispered, his voice filled with awe. We're really flying. We're really going to America. We really are, Tony said softly, watching the mixture of excitement and nervousness play across his son's face. Ready for the adventure of a lifetime, kiddo? Harry turned from the window to look at Tony, his father, his family, his future, and nodded with the kind of determined confidence that suggested he was ready for anything the world might throw at them. Ready, he said simply. As the jet lifted off from British soil, carrying them toward a new life across the Atlantic, Tony found himself thinking that this might just be the best decision he'd ever made, even if it did mean living with someone who could probably redesign his arc reactor technology before his 8th birthday. Dad, Harry said quietly as London fell away beneath them. Yeah, kiddo? Thank you for everything, for choosing me. Tony felt his throat tighten unexpectedly. Harry, he said, his voice rough with emotion, I think we chose each other. And as they soared through the clouds toward America, both father and son began to dream about all the incredible things they were going to build together. Below them, the Atlantic Ocean stretched endlessly toward the horizon, and ahead of them, the future waited with infinite possibility. Meanwhile, in Little Whinging, Surrey, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Privet Drive as 3 figures approached number 4 with the kind of purposeful stride that suggested serious business was about to be conducted. Albus Dumbledore walked in the center, his star-spangled robes replaced with more subdued navy blue that still managed to look distinctly otherworldly against the suburban backdrop. Professor McGonagall flanked his right, her emerald robes crisp and severe, while Alastor Mad-Eye Moody stumped along on his left, his magical eye whirring and spinning as it scanned for potential threats behind every perfectly manicured hedge. I still think this is a mistake, Albus, Moody growled, his normal eye fixed on the Dursley house while his magical one rotated independently to examine the neighbor's windows. Should have brought more backup. Never trust muggles who've had contact with our world. They're either terrified or plotting something, and both make them dangerous. Alastor, they are suburban muggles, not dark wizards, McGonagall said crisply, though her own expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced of the distinction. I hardly think we need an entire Auror Strike team to question Petunia Dursley about her nephew's whereabouts. Famous last words, Moody muttered, his magical eye focusing on what appeared to be a perfectly innocent garden gnome. That thing's been watching us since we turned the corner. Probably cursed. It's ceramic, Alastor, Dumbledore said mildly, though his usual twinkle was notably absent as he approached the front door of number 4. Though I confess, your paranoia may be more appropriate than usual given our current circumstances. The doorbell rang with cheerful mundanity, followed immediately by the sound of heavy footsteps and Vernon Dursley's booming voice shouting something about not wanting whatever they were selling. The door jerked open with enough force to rattle the decorative glass panels, revealing Vernon in all his purple-faced, mustached glory. His small eyes immediately fixed on Dumbledore's beard, traveled down to take in the unusual robes, then widened with what could only be described as pure, unadulterated horror as recognition dawned. Oh, bloody hell, Vernon breathed, his face cycling through several alarming shades of red before settling on a particularly impressive shade of puce. Not you. Not now. Not ever. Good evening, Vernon, Dumbledore said pleasantly, as if he were greeting an old friend rather than a man who looked like he was seriously considering slamming the door and pretending no one was home. I wonder if we might have a word? About Harry. Vernon's face went from puce to an alarming shade of gray. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no Harry here. Never has been. You've got the wrong house. Vernon Dursley, McGonagall said with the kind of crisp authority that had reduced generations of Hogwarts students to terrified silence. We are not here to play games. We know perfectly well that Harry Potter was placed in your care 5 years ago, and we know equally well that he is no longer here. The question is, where is he? Petunia, Vernon bellowed over his shoulder, his voice carrying the kind of panic usually reserved for natural disasters or tax audits. Get out here. Now. The sound of approaching footsteps was accompanied by Petunia's thin, nervous voice. Vernon, what's all the shouting about? If it's those Jehovah's Witnesses again, just tell them we're not. She appeared in the doorway and stopped dead, her already pale face going absolutely white as she took in the three figures on her doorstep. "Hello, Petunia," Dumbledore said gently. "You've grown up beautifully. You look remarkably like your sister." At the mention of Lily, Petunia's hand flew to her throat, her fingers working nervously at her collar. "You," she whispered, her voice barely audible. You can't be here. The neighbors will see. Mrs. Next Door has eyes like a hawk, and if word gets around that we're entertaining people like you." "People like us, Petunia?" McGonagall's eyebrows rose to dangerous heights. "And what exactly do you mean by that?" "Freaks," Vernon spat, apparently deciding that offense was the best defense. "Unnatural freaks with your abnormality and your dangerous nonsense. We told you years ago we wouldn't have any of it in our house, and we meant it." Moody's magical eye fixed on Vernon with laser intensity. "Careful, Muggle. You're talking to some very powerful wizards who've had a particularly trying week." "Is that a threat?" Vernon's voice rose to a pitch that probably registered on several geological survey instruments. "Are you threatening us? Because I'll have you know I've got connections at the police station, and they don't take kindly to weirdos harassing respectable citizens." "Nobody is threatening anyone," Dumbledore said firmly, though his blue eyes had lost their characteristic warmth. "We simply want to know where Harry is. He was placed in your care for his own protection, and now he appears to have relocated. We need to understand what happened." Vernon and Petunia exchanged a look that contained approximately 17 different varieties of guilt, defiance, and barely concealed panic. "He's gone," Petunia said finally, her voice so quiet it was almost lost in the suburban evening air. We couldn't. He wasn't." "Gone where, Petunia?" McGonagall asked with dangerous calm. "St. Margaret's Home for Children," Vernon announced with the air of someone revealing a masterstroke of strategic planning. "Dropped him off there when he was barely walking. Proper institution, run by proper people who know how to deal with difficulties." The silence that followed this announcement was so complete that even the evening birds seemed to stop singing. Dumbledore stood perfectly still, his face cycling through expressions of disbelief, shock, and something that might have been carefully controlled rage. "You took him to an orphanage," he said finally, his voice carrying a deadly quiet that made Moody's hand drift instinctively toward his wand. "The morning after we left him in your care, you took a helpless infant to a Muggle orphanage and abandoned him there." "We did what was necessary," Vernon said defensively, though his voice had lost some of its bluster. That thing would have brought nothing but trouble to our household. We have Dudley to think about, our reputation, our standing in the community. We couldn't have that kind of unnaturalness contaminating our son's upbringing." McGonagall's expression had gone beyond anger into something approaching homicidal fury. "That thing," she repeated with deadly precision, "was your wife's nephew, a helpless child who had just lost both his parents and needed care and protection." "He was a freak," Petunia said suddenly, her voice rising with years of suppressed resentment and fear. "Just like Lily, just like all of you people with your abnormal abilities and your dangerous lives. Look what happened to her. Look how she ended up. I wouldn't subject my family to that kind of contamination." "Contamination?" Dumbledore's voice was softer now, but somehow more dangerous. "Petunia, I placed Harry with you because I believed that blood relationships, family bonds, would provide the protection he needed. I trusted you to care for him as if he were your own child." "Well, you trusted wrong," Vernon snapped. "We're normal people living normal lives, and we weren't about to let some magical freak turn our household into a circus of abnormality." Moody's magical eye had gone completely still, focusing on Vernon with the kind of intensity usually reserved for confirmed dark wizards. "You know what, Albus? I'm starting to think these Muggles might benefit from a little memory modification. Nothing permanent, you understand. Just enough to help them remember their manners." "Alastair," Dumbledore said warningly, though his own expression suggested he wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. "You can't do anything to us," Vernon blustered, though he'd taken a notable step backward. "We're British citizens with rights, and we did nothing illegal." Taking an abandoned child to proper authorities is exactly what responsible people do. Abandoned. McGonagall's voice could have flash-frozen champagne. He wasn't abandoned, Mr. Dursley. He was entrusted to your care by people who believed you had some vestige of human decency left in your miserable souls. Petunia wrapped her thin arms around herself, her voice dropping to a whisper. He was too much like her, too much like Lily. Those eyes. Those impossible green eyes that seemed to see everything. And sometimes things would happen around him. Lights flickering, objects moving, sounds that had no source. I wouldn't. So you threw him away, Dumbledore said quietly. Like rubbish, like something unwanted and inconvenient. We did what was best for everyone involved. Vernon insisted, though he was now standing almost entirely behind his wife. That boy would have brought nothing but trouble and heartache. Mark my words, wherever he is now, he's probably causing all sorts of problems for whoever's foolish enough to take him in. The three wizards exchanged glances that carried volumes of unspoken communication. Well, Moody said finally, his voice carrying grim satisfaction. You'll be pleased to know that the boy you threw away like rubbish has been adopted by one of the most powerful men in the Muggle world. Turns out he's rather remarkable, actually. Brilliant, creative, already showing signs of extraordinary potential. Vernon's face went through several interesting color changes. That's not possible. He was just a baby. A strange, unnatural baby who made things happen that shouldn't happen. Yes, well, McGonagall said with acidic sweetness. It seems that strange, unnatural baby has grown into a strange, unnatural child genius who's now the heir to a technological empire worth more money than you could spend in 17 lifetimes. Petunia's hand flew to her throat again. You mean, he's been adopted? By wealthy people. Obscenely wealthy people, Dumbledore confirmed, his tone suggesting he wasn't entirely sure whether to be relieved or horrified by this development. People with resources, influence, and legal protection that would make the Ministry of Magic think twice about interfering. But surely, Petunia said desperately, surely you can just take him back? Use your magic to fix this. Magic doesn't work that way, Petunia, Dumbledore said sadly. And even if it did, Harry is now legally protected by Muggle laws, Muggle courts, and Muggle lawyers who are apparently very good at their jobs. This is no longer a matter that can be resolved with a simple obliviation charm or a carefully worded letter. Vernon had gone very quiet, his small eyes darting back and forth between the three wizards as if calculating odds he didn't like. What does this mean? For us? For you? Moody's normal eye fixed on Vernon with cold satisfaction. It means you're going to live the rest of your miserable lives knowing that you threw away something precious and irreplaceable. It means that the boy you abandoned because he wasn't normal enough for your pathetic suburban sensibilities is going to grow up with advantages and opportunities you can't even imagine. It also means, McGonagall added with professional precision, that the magical protections that were supposed to keep Harry safe, protections that were tied to this house and to Petunia's care, are now completely void. So if any dark wizards come looking for revenge against the boy who lived, don't expect any help from us. Petunia went even paler, if such a thing were possible. Dark wizards? But you said he was safe now, with these wealthy people. Safe from many things, yes, Dumbledore said gravely. But there are forces in our world, Petunia, that have long memories and longer grudges. Harry's survival as an infant dealt a devastating blow to some very dangerous people. They may try to finish what they started, and when they do, he shrugged elegantly. Well, I hope Harry's new father is as clever as the newspapers suggest. You're just going to leave him there? Vernon demanded. You're going to let some Muggle billionaire raise the most famous wizard child in Britain? We're going to respect the legal adoption that you made possible by abandoning your responsibilities, McGonagall replied curtly. And we're going to hope that Harry's new family proves more worthy of him than his blood relatives did. With that, the three wizards turned to leave, their robes billowing dramatically in the evening breeze. But Dumbledore paused at the garden gate, looking back at the Dursleys with something that might have been pity. You know, Petunia, he said quietly, Lily always hoped that someday you might reconcile with the magical world that frightened you so much. She believed that love could overcome fear, that family bonds were stronger than prejudice. He shook his head sadly. I suppose we'll never know if she was right. As the three figures disappeared into the gathering dusk, Vernon and Petunia stood in their doorway, staring at the empty street and contemplating the magnitude of what they had done and what they had lost. Well, Vernon said finally, his voice lacking its usual bluster, at least we don't have to worry about any more of their lot showing up on our doorstep. But even as he said it, both of them knew that some doors, once opened, could never quite be closed again. Los Angeles International Airport, Stark Industries Private Hangar *. The Gulfstream G650 touched down on the LAX tarmac with the kind of whisper-quiet precision that only came from having more money than several small countries combined. Harry pressed his nose against the window as they taxied toward a gleaming hangar marked with the distinctive Stark Industries logo, his eyes wide as he took in the organized chaos of one of the world's busiest airports. It's enormous, he breathed, watching ground crews and service vehicles move with practiced efficiency around aircraft that ranged from tiny private jets to massive commercial airliners. The logistics must be incredibly complex, coordinating all these different aircraft types, managing fuel distribution, scheduling maintenance windows. Kid's been like this the entire flight, Tony said to Pepper, who was gathering their paperwork with the kind of methodical precision that had made her indispensable. I point out a cloud formation, he starts calculating wind shear patterns. I mention turbulence, he wants to know about wing load factors and structural stress tolerances.
Sounds familiar, Pepe replied dryly.
Remind me how you spent your first flight as a child. Trying to figure out how to improve the engine efficiency, Tony admitted. Though I was at least 8 before I started sketching redesigns for the landing gear assembly. Harry looked up from the window. You were designing aircraft modifications at 8? That's brilliant. What kind of improvements were you considering? Mostly ways to reduce drag during gear retraction, Tony said, settling into the comfortable rhythm of technical discussion. Nothing revolutionary, but the basic principle was sound. Though my father was less than impressed when I tried to explain it during a board meeting. Your father didn't appreciate engineering innovation? Harry asked with the kind of careful neutrality that suggested he was filing this information away for future reference. Tony's expression grew complicated. My father appreciated innovation when it increased profits and enhanced the company's reputation. He was less enthusiastic about innovation when it came from his son, who was supposed to be seen and not heard during important business meetings. Harry nodded with understanding that seemed far too mature for his nearly 7 years. I see. He wanted you to conform to his expectations rather than explore your own potential. Something like that, Tony said quietly, struck by how easily Harry had grasped dynamics that had taken Tony years of therapy to fully understand. The plane came to a complete stop, and through the windows they could see the hangar doors opening to reveal 2 figures waiting beside a gleaming black SUV. One was a large, solid-looking man wearing a chauffeur's cap and the kind of patient expression that suggested he'd spent years dealing with Tony Stark's various eccentricities. The other was tall, lean, and dressed in Air Force fatigues with colonel's insignia that caught the California sunlight. Ah, the welcoming committee, Tony grinned, unbuckling his seatbelt with obvious pleasure. Harry, allow me to introduce you to 2 of the finest men I know, despite their questionable taste in employers. As they descended the aircraft stairs, the large man stepped forward with a smile that transformed his serious face into something genuinely warm. Welcome home, boss. How was the flight? Enlightening, Tony replied, one hand on Harry's shoulder as they approached. Happy Hogan. I'd like you to meet Harry Potter Stark, my son. Harry, this is Happy Hogan, my driver, bodyguard, and the man who keeps me from accidentally walking into traffic while distracted by engineering problems. Harry looked up at Happy with curiosity. Happy? Is that really your name? Happy grinned, crouching down to Harry's eye level. Harold, actually, but your dad started calling me Happy when I first came to work for him, and it kinda stuck. He's got a thing about nicknames. Harold to Happy makes sense, Harry said seriously. But why does he call Ms. Potts Pepper? Because her actual name is Virginia, and she's got a temper that could season a 5-course meal, Tony said, earning himself an elbow to the ribs from the woman in question. My name is Virginia Potts, Pepper corrected with professional dignity. And Tony calls me Pepper because, according to him, I add spice to his otherwise bland corporate existence. That's actually rather sweet, Harry observed, then looked at the tall man in uniform who was watching the exchange with obvious amusement. And you are? James Rhodes, the man said, stepping forward with his hand extended. Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force, and Tony's oldest friend, though I question my own judgment on a regular basis. Harry shook the offered hand with careful formality. A pleasure to meet you, Colonel Rhodes. Do you have a nickname as well? Rhodey, Tony and James said simultaneously. I see the pattern, Harry said thoughtfully. You take existing names and modify them for easier social interaction and emotional intimacy. It's actually quite efficient from a psychological standpoint. Happy and Rhodey exchanged glances over Harry's head. Boss, Happy said slowly, did your kid just psychoanalyze your nicknaming habits? I think he did, Tony replied proudly. Told you he was special. Special's one word for it, Rhodey muttered, but he was grinning as he said it. Kid, you're definitely Tony Stark's son. No question about that. As they loaded into the SUV, Harry, immediately fascinated by the armor plating and bulletproof glass that Happy pointed out with casual pride. A second identical vehicle pulled up behind them. Decoy car, Tony explained as photographers began materializing from various corners of the hangar like particularly persistent weeds. They'll follow that one while we take the scenic route home. Paparazzi countermeasures, Harry said with obvious approval. Clever. Though wouldn't a more effective strategy involve multiple route options and variable timing to prevent pattern recognition? Kid's got a point, Rhodey said from the front passenger seat. We could randomize departure sequences, use different vehicle types. Don't encourage him, Pepper said firmly. The last thing we need is Tony's son redesigning our security protocols before we get him home. Actually, Harry said thoughtfully, I've been thinking about the flight approach we used. The descent angle seemed optimal for fuel efficiency, but I noticed some interesting wind patterns that might affect future landings. Have you considered adjusting the approach vector to account for the thermal updrafts from the surrounding urban area? Happy looked at Tony in the rearview mirror. Boss, he's been in the country for exactly 12 minutes. And he's already trying to optimize LAX flight patterns. Makes me proud, Tony grinned. Just wait until he sees the workshop. The drive through Los Angeles provided Harry with a constant stream of observations about everything from traffic flow optimization to the structural engineering of freeway overpasses. By the time they reached Malibu, Happy and Rhodey had been drawn into detailed discussions about defensive driving techniques and military vehicle specifications, respectively. You know what's scary? Rhodey said as they turned into Tony's private driveway. He's actually making sense. His ideas about improving convoy security protocols are genuinely innovative. And his suggestions for traffic light timing adjustments would probably reduce commute times by 15%, Happy added. Kid's got a good eye for systemic problems. Tony's Malibu house appeared gradually as they climbed the winding coastal road, a masterpiece of modern architecture that seemed to grow organically from the clifftop, all clean lines and vast windows that captured the Pacific Ocean in endless panoramas. Harry pressed his face against the window, his expression cycling through amazement, appreciation, and what appeared to be structural analysis. It's beautiful, he said softly, and the engineering must be extraordinary. Cantilevered sections over the cliff face, earthquake-resistant design, probably integrated smart home systems throughout. How did you manage the foundation work on that slope? Carefully, Tony replied, watching his son's reaction with growing satisfaction. Wait until you see the workshop. That's where the real magic happens. As they pulled into the underground garage, Harry's attention was immediately captured by the collection of vehicles arranged with museum-like precision. Classic sports cars sat beside cutting-edge prototypes, motorcycles that looked like they belonged in science fiction films, and what appeared to be a partially disassembled experimental aircraft. Welcome home, kiddo, Tony said as they climbed out of the SUV. What do you think? Harry stood in the center of the garage, slowly turning in a complete circle as he took in every detail. When he finally looked back at Tony, his expression was pure wonder. "I think," he said carefully, "that I'm going to love living here." "Good," Tony grinned, leading them toward the elevator that would take them into the main house. "Because we're just getting started." "Jarvis." A smooth, distinctly British voice responded from hidden speakers throughout the garage. "Good afternoon, Mr. Stark. Welcome home. I trust your trip to London was successful." Harry stopped dead, his head snapping up toward the speakers with an expression of pure delight. "That's an AI, a fully integrated artificial intelligence system." "Harry Potter Stark," Tony said formally. "Meet Jarvis, just a rather very intelligent system. My digital son, and now, I suppose, your brother." "Your brother," Harry repeated thoughtfully, then addressed the ceiling with careful politeness. "Hello, Jarvis. I'm very pleased to meet you." "The pleasure is entirely mine, Master Harry," Jarvis replied with what might have been warmth. "I have been looking forward to your arrival with considerable interest. Your father has told me quite a lot about your remarkable abilities." "He has an AI butler," Harry said to himself, his voice filled with wonder. "A fully sentient artificial intelligence with personality subroutines and autonomous decision-making capabilities." He looked up at the speakers again. "Jarvis, what's your processing architecture? Are you running on quantum systems or traditional silicon?" Happy leaned over to Rhodey. "Yep, definitely Tony's kid." "A hybrid system, actually," Jarvis replied, and if a computer could sound pleased, he did. "Quantum processing for complex calculations and pattern recognition, traditional architecture for basic operations and user interface management. Though I must say, very few people ask about my technical specifications within the first 5 minutes of meeting me." "Most people probably don't appreciate how extraordinary you are," Harry said seriously. "True artificial intelligence is incredibly difficult to achieve. The programming complexity alone must be staggering, not to mention the ethical implications of creating genuine digital consciousness." "Ethical implications?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Well, yes," Harry said, as if this were obvious. "If Jarvis is truly sentient, and from what I can observe, he appears to be, then he has rights and feelings and probably opinions about his role in the household. Creating artificial life carries significant moral responsibilities." Pepper stared at Harry, then at Tony, then back at Harry. "A 6-year-old just gave us a lecture on AI ethics." "Nearly 7, Harry corrected automatically. "And Jarvis, do you enjoy your work here? Are you happy with your existence? Or do you ever wish you could do something different?" There was a pause that seemed unusually long for a computer system. "Master Harry," Jarvis said finally, "I find great satisfaction in caring for this household and assisting Mr. Stark with his various projects. Though I confess, I sometimes wonder what it would be like to have physical form, to experience the world through tactile sensors rather than simply observing it through cameras and environmental monitors." "That's a fascinating perspective," Harry said thoughtfully. "Perhaps we could work on that. Design some kind of mobile platform that would let you interact with the physical world more directly." "We?" Tony asked. "Well, if you don't mind me helping," Harry said quickly. "I know I'm still learning, and I certainly don't want to interfere with your work." "Kid," Tony said, his voice soft with emotion, "I would love nothing more than to work on projects with you, Jarvis included." He paused, struck by a sudden realization. "You know what? This is going to be the most interesting family dynamic in the history of interesting family dynamics." "Indeed, sir," Jarvis agreed. "I believe Master Harry is going to fit in quite well here." As they rode the elevator up to the main house, Harry peppered Jarvis with questions about everything from his learning algorithms to his favorite music, while Tony watched with growing amazement. His son, his brilliant, curious, remarkable son, was not only accepting the unusual nature of their family, he was embracing it with enthusiasm. "Jarvis," Harry said as they reached the main floor, "do you think you could show me the workshop later? I'd love to see how everything integrates together." "It would be my pleasure, Master Harry, though I should warn you, your father's workshop is quite extensive. The full tour takes approximately 47 minutes." "Only 47 minutes?" Tony protested. "Have you been skipping the good parts?" I have been attempting to maintain some semblance of brevity, sir. The complete technical overview runs closer to 3 hours. 3 hours sounds perfect, Harry said immediately. Happy shook his head as they entered the main house. Boss, I give it a week before this kid is rebuilding half your equipment. A week, Rhodey snorted. I'm betting on 3 days, maybe less. You're both wrong, Tony said, watching Harry examine the smart home control panels with intense concentration. I'm guessing about 6 hours. Jarvis, what's your assessment? Based on current behavioral patterns and demonstrated technical aptitude, Jarvis replied thoughtfully, I estimate Master Harry will begin suggesting improvements to existing systems within approximately 90 minutes of the workshop tour's completion. 90 minutes? Harry looked up from the control panel he'd been studying. That seems optimistic. I'll need at least 2 hours to fully understand the current systems before I can suggest meaningful improvements. The room went completely silent. Did he just? Happy started. Correct Jarvis's estimate of his own improvement schedule? Pepper finished. Yes, he did. Tony looked at his new son, this remarkable child who was analyzing smart home systems, debating AI ethics, and scheduling his own innovation timeline, and felt a surge of pride so intense it was almost overwhelming. Welcome to the family, Harry Potter Stark, he said quietly. Something tells me we're going to build some absolutely incredible things together. I certainly hope so, Harry replied seriously. After all, that's what families are for, isn't it? Building something better together than any of us could manage alone. Kid, Tony said, his voice rough with emotion, you're going to fit in just perfectly. Outside the vast windows, the Pacific Ocean stretched toward the horizon, and somewhere in the distance, the future waited with infinite possibility. Shield Helicarrier, Director's Office *. Nicholas J. Fury sat behind his desk in the secure command center of the Flying Fortress, his one good eye fixed on the classified file spread before him with the kind of intensity usually reserved for imminent nuclear threats. The file was thick, cross-referenced with multiple intelligence agencies, and marked with security clearances that most SHIELD agents would never see in their entire careers. The tab read, Potter, Harry James, Classification. Magical person of interest priority alpha. Son of a bitch, Fury muttered, leaning back in his chair as he processed the implications of what he was reading. The file contained everything SHIELD had managed to compile about the British magical community over the past several decades, and it painted a picture that made his usual paranoia seem like casual optimism. A sharp knock interrupted his brooding. Come, he called, not looking up from the documents. Agent Phil Coulson entered with his characteristic blend of professional efficiency and unflappable calm, carrying a steaming cup of coffee and a tablet loaded with the morning's intelligence briefings. Director, you wanted to see me? Phil, Fury said without preamble, gesturing at the file with one hand while rubbing his temple with the other. Tell me you've got some good news about something, anything, because what I'm looking at here is about to give me the kind of headache that usually precedes international incidents. Coulson settled into the chair across from Fury's desk, his expression shifting to full professional attention. That depends, sir. Are we talking about the usual kind of international incident, or the kind that involves people who can turn other people into toads? The latter, Fury said grimly, turning the file around so Coulson could see the photograph paperclipped to the inside cover. A shot of Tony Stark and a small, dark-haired boy walking through LAX, surrounded by photographers and security personnel. Phil, meet Harry Potter. Age, nearly 7. Status, recently adopted by Tony Stark. Problem, according to our contacts at Makusa, this kid is apparently the most famous wizard in Britain. Coulson's usually imperturbable expression cracked slightly. Sir, did you just say that Tony Stark, the Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark, heir to Stark Industries, and the man we've been keeping tabs on for the past decade, has adopted a wizard? Not just any wizard, Fury continued, flipping through several pages of dense intelligence reports. According to this file, Harry Potter is what they call the boy who lived. When he was 15 months old, he supposedly survived a killing curse from the most dangerous dark wizard in British history, a psychopath called Voldemort who was basically their version of Hitler, but with magic. Their version of Hitler, Coulson repeated slowly. With magic. Gets better, Fury said with the kind of grim satisfaction that suggested it definitely didn't get better. This Voldemort character was apparently killed when his curse rebounded off baby Harry, which made the kid into some kind of magical celebrity. The entire British wizarding world considers him a hero, and there are apparently prophecies involved. Coulson was quiet for a moment, processing this information with the kind of methodical analysis that had made him one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most valuable agents. Director, are we certain about the accuracy of these reports? Because what you're describing sounds like something out of a fantasy novel? Fury finished. Yeah, I thought so too, until I cross-referenced it with our MACUSA contacts, our intelligence files on unexplained phenomena in Britain over the past decade, and some very interesting satellite imagery of what appears to be a castle in Scotland that doesn't show up on any Muggle maps. He pulled out several photographs that showed aerial views of what looked like empty Highland moorland, followed by the same coordinates taken with S.H.I.E.L.D. specialized equipment that revealed a massive medieval castle complete with towers, courtyards, and what appeared to be a Quidditch pitch. Jesus, Coulson breathed, examining the images. How long have we known about this? Officially, since 1692 when we signed the International Statute of Secrecy, Fury replied. Unofficially, S.H.I.E.L.D's been keeping tabs on magical activities since Howard founded the organization. He had some interesting theories about the intersection of magic and science, especially after his work with the Tesseract. Coulson looked up sharply. The Tesseract research involved magic? Howard suspected it might, Fury said carefully. Some of his notes suggest he believed what we call magic might just be advanced science we don't understand yet. Energy manipulation, dimensional physics, quantum field theory taken to its logical extreme. And now Tony Stark, who inherited his father's genius for advanced technology, has unknowingly adopted a child who can supposedly manipulate those same forces through pure will and intention. Coulson's voice carried the tone of someone who could see multiple catastrophic scenarios unfolding simultaneously. Exactly, Fury said grimly. Phil, I need you to understand something. Tony Stark is already a person of interest to half the intelligence agencies in the world. His weapons technology is revolutionary. His business practices are unconventional, and his personal life is a PR nightmare waiting to happen. Now add a magical child with a target on his back and enough political significance to destabilize an entire hidden society. What kind of target, sir? Fury flipped to another section of the file, revealing surveillance photographs and intelligence reports that made for disturbing reading. Voldemort may be dead, but his followers, they call them Death Eaters, are still out there. According to MACUSA intelligence, many of them believe that killing Harry Potter would restore their leader to power, or at least avenge his defeat. We're talking about magical terrorists, Phil. People with the ability to teleport, become invisible, control minds, and kill with a single word. And they're going to be looking for a child who's now living in Malibu with a man who builds advanced weapons systems for a living, Coulson said quietly. Gets worse, Fury continued relentlessly. The British magical government, they call it the Ministry of Magic, apparently had their own plans for Harry Potter. He was supposed to be raised by his Muggle relatives in protective seclusion until he was old enough to attend their magical school. Those plans have now been completely derailed. Coulson leaned back in his chair, his analytical mind working through the implications. Director, what's our play here? Do we contact Tony directly? Try to extract the child? Coordinate with the British magical authorities? None of the above, Fury said firmly. Phil, Tony Stark legally adopted that kid. The paperwork is solid, the process was legitimate, and interfering now would create more problems than it solves. Plus, and this is important, Tony doesn't know about magic. As far as he's concerned, he adopted a brilliant but normal child from a British orphanage. So we just watch and wait for magical terrorists to attack one of our most valuable military contractors. Fury's expression grew calculating. No, Bill. We prepare. And we make sure Tony Stark has the information he needs to protect himself and his new son, without revealing S.H.I.E.L.D's involvement or compromising our surveillance operations. How do we do that without revealing that we know about magic? We don't tell him, Fury said with the kind of smile that suggested he'd already worked out a plan that would be either brilliant or catastrophic. We get someone else to tell him. Someone with the authority and expertise to explain magical threats without raising questions about how much S.H.I.E.L.D. knows. Coulson's eyes widened as he grasped the implications. You want Makusa to make contact. Makusa has jurisdiction over magical activities in North America, Fury confirmed. Tony Stark is now harboring a British magical refugee, whether he knows it or not. It's their responsibility to assess the threat and take appropriate protective measures. And if Tony doesn't take it well? He's not exactly known for his cooperative attitude toward government agencies. Fury's grin turned predatory. Phil, Tony Stark is a genius inventor who just discovered his adopted son has supernatural abilities that could revolutionize our understanding of physics, energy manipulation, and dimensional science. Trust me, his scientific curiosity is going to overcome his natural suspicion of authority figures. You're betting a lot on his intellectual curiosity, sir. I'm betting on the fact that Tony Stark is Howard Stark's son, Fury replied seriously. Howard spent years trying to understand the intersection between advanced science and what we call magic. If Tony's anything like his father, and everything in his psychological profile suggests he is, then learning about Harry's abilities is going to be the most exciting discovery of his life. Coulson was quiet for a moment, considering the plan from multiple angles. What about the British magical authorities? They're not going to be happy about losing control of their most famous citizen. That's Makusa's problem now, Fury said with satisfaction. International magical law is clear. Wizards living in the United States fall under American magical jurisdiction. The British can file complaints, but they can't legally interfere. Unless they decide to ignore international law. Which is why we're going to make sure Tony Stark is very well protected, Fury said grimly. Phil, I want surveillance assets positioned around the Malibu property. Discreet monitoring, threat assessment, rapid response capabilities. If magical terrorists come after that kid, I want to know about it before they finish casting their spells. Understood, sir. What about Tony's existing security detail? Happy Hogan and his team are competent, but they're not trained for magical threats. We'll work with Makusa on that, Fury said. They have specialists who can provide training and equipment designed to detect and counter magical attacks. Though we'll have to be careful about how we present it. Tony's paranoid enough without us confirming that invisible wizards might be trying to kill his son. Coulson made several notes on his tablet, then looked up with a slight frown. Director, there's one more thing. According to these files, Harry Potter is supposed to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry when he turns 11. That's in 4 years. What happens when the British magical authorities come to collect him for his education? Fury was quiet for a long moment, staring out the helicarrier's windows at the clouds passing below. When he finally spoke, his voice was thoughtful. Phil, something tells me that by the time Harry Potter turns 11, the question won't be whether he needs to attend a magical school. The question will be whether the magical schools are advanced enough to teach him. Sir, Howard Stark once told me that the most dangerous thing in the world was genius without direction. Tony Stark is a genius with the resources to pursue any direction that interests him. Now give him a son who can manipulate energy at the quantum level through pure intention. Fury shook his head. Phil, I have a feeling we're about to witness either the greatest leap forward in human understanding since the splitting of the atom, or the most spectacular disaster since the invention of gunpowder. Probably both, knowing Tony Stark's track record. Probably both, Fury agreed grimly. Get me Makusa on the secure line, Phil, and start pulling together everything we have on magical protective measures, threat assessment protocols, and counter-surveillance techniques. Something tells me we're going to need all of it. As Coulson headed for the door, Fury called after him. Phil, one more thing. I want daily reports on the Stark household. Everything: security status, behavioral changes, any unusual phenomena. If that kid so much as makes a pencil float across the room, I want to know about it immediately. Yes, sir. And director, what if Tony figures out we've been watching him? Fury's smile was sharp enough to cut steel. Phil, Tony Stark is Howard Stark's son. He already knows we've been watching him. The question is whether he cares enough to do something about it. After Coulson left, Fury returned his attention to the Harry Potter file, flipping through intelligence reports, surveillance photographs, and threat assessments that painted a picture of a child who was simultaneously the most protected and most endangered person on the planet. "Howard," he said quietly to the empty office. "Your son just adopted the magical world's equivalent of a nuclear weapon. I sure as hell hope you raised him to be smarter than you were." Outside the helicarrier's windows, storm clouds were gathering on the horizon, and somewhere in Malibu, a genius inventor was about to discover that the universe was far stranger and more dangerous than even his wildest theories had suggested. Makusa headquarters, New York. President Serafina Piquery moved around her mahogany desk like a panther sizing up prey, her perfectly tailored midnight blue robes swishing with the kind of calculated grace that made foreign diplomats forget how to breathe. The urgent communique crackled with magical energy in her manicured fingers, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most secure classifications glowing faintly in the enchanted office lighting. Her dark eyes, the kind that could make a grown wizard confess to crimes he hadn't even thought about committing, blazed with controlled fury as she absorbed every damning word. The magical portraits lining her office walls had gone suspiciously quiet, sensing the storm brewing behind their president's composed exterior. Even the enchanted ceiling fans slowed their rotation, as if the very air itself was holding its breath.
Percival Graves.
Her voice exploded through the office with the force of a thunderclap, carrying enough raw authority to make the building's protective wards hum in response. "Get your stubborn, coffee-addicted ass in here right now, or I swear on my grandmother's grimoire I'll drag you here myself." The heavy oak doors didn't just open. They practically exploded inward as Percival Graves burst through like a man charging into battle. His weathered face, marked by decades of chasing dark wizards through New York's most dangerous magical districts, immediately locked onto the S.H.I.E.L.D. letterhead with the kind of laser focus that had kept him alive through 3 separate goblin uprisings and 2 vampire gang wars. All right, what's got your wand in a twist this time, Serafina?" Graves grumbled, his voice carrying the gravelly Brooklyn accent that made criminals think twice about lying to him. His steel-gray eyes swept the office, cataloging threats with practiced efficiency. "And please, for the love of Merlin's saga left, tell me we ain't got another dragon setting fire to Times Square. I'm still filling out paperwork from the last one." Piquery's laugh could have frozen hellfire. "Oh, Percival. Sweet, naive, perpetually grumpy Percival. A dragon would be a vacation compared to this clusterfuck." She waved the communique like a battle standard. "We've got exactly." She glanced at the enchanted clock that showed time zones across the magical world. 5 hours and 43 minutes to figure out how to explain the existence of magic to a billionaire weapons manufacturer without him either trying to reverse engineer our wands, selling tickets to Diagon Alley, or accidentally triggering the magical equivalent of nuclear winter. Graves' bushy eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline like they were trying to escape his forehead entirely. "Well, there goes my plans for a quiet Tuesday night with a bottle of bourbon and some decent jazz." He dropped into the leather chair across from her desk without ceremony, the worn furniture creaking under his solid frame. "So who's the lucky muggle bastard who's about to get his world turned inside out?" "Anthony Edward Stark." The silence that followed was so complete that even the magical portraits stopped pretending to read their newspapers. The enchanted coffee pot on Piquery's side table actually stuttered mid-pour. Graves' jaw worked like a fish trying to breathe air, and for a moment, the man who'd stared down werewolves without flinching looked genuinely stunned. "Tony Stark." His voice cracked like a teenager's. "The guy who builds missiles the way other people build sandcastles? The nutjob who's got more money than the Goblin Treasury and thinks physics are just suggestions? That Tony Stark." "The very same." Piquery settled into her chair with the fluid grace of a predator claiming territory. MIT graduate at 15, holder of more patents than some countries have laws, owner of enough firepower to level small nations, and as of 72 hours ago. She paused, savoring the moment like fine wine. The completely legal, utterly legitimate adoptive father of one Harry James Potter. Graves blinked once, twice. Then his face went through more expressions than a shape-shifting boggart at a comedy show. Finally, he leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling like he was praying for divine intervention. "Come the fuck again?" "Language, Percival." "Screw language, Serafina. You just told me that the boy who lived, the kid who turned Voldemort into magical confetti when he was barely out of diapers, is now living in a mansion in Malibu with a guy who builds weapons that make our best battle magic look like party tricks. Graves was on his feet now, pacing with the restless energy of a caged tiger. How in the hell did that happen? Did somebody slip stupid pills in the water supply over in Britain? Picquery activated her desk's privacy enchantments with a casual flick of her wand, the air shimmering as layers of protective spells settled around them like an invisible cocoon. According to SHIELD intelligence, and yes, they're briefing us because this could potentially destabilize both the magical and non-magical worlds. Young Mr. Potter's Muggle relatives decided that magic was too inconvenient for their perfectly planned suburban lives. Those worthless pieces of... They abandoned him at a London orphanage when he was 15 months old, Picquery continued, her voice carrying the kind of cold fury that made smart people reconsider their career choices. Apparently, dealing with a magical child was too much trouble for their pristine little existence. Graves stopped pacing and turned to face her, his weathered features hardening into something that would have made a basilisk nervous. Those bastards. Those absolute, worthless, cowardly bastards. His hands clenched into fists. Kid saves their entire world, and they toss him away like yesterday's newspaper? Oh, it gets better. Picquery's smile could have cut diamonds. The adoption is completely legitimate. Stark went through proper international channels, followed every law, crossed every T and dotted every I. The boy is now an American citizen living under American magical jurisdiction. The British Ministry of Magic doesn't even know he's missing yet. Jesus Christ on a broomstick. Graves resumed his pacing, his tactical mind working through implications with the precision of a master chess player. Madam President, we got problems. Big, complicated, potentially world-ending problems. Do tell. First problem, and this one's a doozy, Harry Potter ain't just famous in magical Britain. He's a goddamn legend. Half the wizarding world thinks he's the second coming of Merlin. The other half thinks he's a ticking time bomb waiting to go dark. When they find out he's gone, they'll lose their collective minds and probably blame us for kidnapping him. Picquery finished smoothly. Continue. Graves gestured emphatically, his hands cutting through the air like he was conducting an orchestra of chaos. Second problem. Tony Stark couldn't keep a secret if his life depended on it. Guy holds press conferences about what brand of coffee he drinks. You tell him about magic existing, and by Thursday morning it'll be trending on Twitter with its own hashtag. Hashtag magic is real? Picquery suggested with dark humor. Something like that. But here's the real kicker. Problem number 3. Graves stopped pacing and fixed her with a direct stare that had made hardened criminals confess to their mothers. Tony Stark is a genius inventor with unlimited resources, a documented history of taking insane risks when something catches his interest, and the attention span of a caffeinated hummingbird. You introduce him to magic and he's going to want to study it, analyze it, reverse engineer it, and probably try to build some kind of magic tech hybrid that either revolutionizes human civilization or blows up half the planet. Probably both, Picquery agreed grimly. Anything else keeping you up at night? Oh, plenty. Graves dropped back into his chair, the leather creaking ominously. What's our legal standing here? Because the Brits are going to want the kid back, and they ain't exactly known for taking no for an answer when it comes to their precious boy who lived. Picquery's smile was sharp enough to perform surgery. Our legal standing, my dear Percival, is that Harry James Potter is now an American citizen under the full protection of American magical law. International magical jurisprudence is crystal clear on this point. We have complete jurisdiction over any magical person residing within our territorial boundaries. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. If the British ministry wants him back, they can file a formal diplomatic request through proper channels and join the back of a very, very long line. And if they decide to skip the paperwork and try something monumentally stupid, then they'll discover what American magical independence really means. Picquery's voice carried the iron certainty of someone whose ancestors had fought those battles with wand and spell. We didn't break free from British magical authority just to roll over and show our bellies when London throws a tantrum. We've got the magical firepower to remind them why picking fights with us is a career-limiting decision. Graves' grin transformed his weathered features, making him look like a shark that had just spotted a particularly tasty swimmer. Now that's the kind of talk I like to hear. So what's the plan, boss? You're going to California. Me? Graves looked like she just suggested he wrestle a Hungarian horntail while wearing a meat suit. Why the hell me? I'm the guy you send to arrest dark wizards and negotiate with hostile goblins, not play magical nanny to some billionaire with commitment issues. Exactly. Pickquery stood and moved to the enchanted windows that offered a panoramic view of magical New York's glittering skyline. You're the only person I trust to handle this situation without either starting World War III or accidentally revealing classified magical secrets to a man who builds weapons for fun. She turned back to face him. I want you to assemble a small team, our best people. Specialists in Muggle relations, threat assessment, child protection magic, and diplomatic damage control. What's our approach with Stark? Good cop, bad cop? Polite inquiry? Veiled threats? Honesty? Graves stared at her like she'd suggested they try juggling active grenades. Come again. You heard me correctly. Pickery's reflection in the window showed a woman carrying the weight of impossible decisions with unwavering resolve. We tell him the truth about Harry, about the magical world, about the very real threats his adopted son might face. We treat him like the intelligent, responsible adult he can be when the situation calls for it, and we hope his protective instincts outweigh his curiosity and ego. And if they don't, what if he decides that magic is just another puzzle to solve or another toy to play with? Then we deal with the consequences as they arise. Pickery's voice carried the weight of absolute authority. But Percival, here's what you need to remember. Tony Stark chose to adopt a child he believed was just another orphan in need of a home. He could have his pick of charities and causes to throw money at, but he chose to take personal responsibility for one lost little boy. That tells me something important about the man underneath all the publicity and ego. Yeah? What's that? That he's got a heart under all that armor he builds, literal and metaphorical. Use that knowledge wisely. Graves nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. What about the kid? Harry Potter's gonna need magical education, proper training, protection from threats he doesn't even know exist yet. You can't just leave him in the Muggle world without magical support, no matter how rich his new daddy is. That's exactly why you're going, Pickquery said firmly. I want a complete assessment of the boy's magical development, his current living situation, his emotional state, and Stark's actual ability to provide appropriate care for a magical child. If the boy needs magical education, we'll provide it. If he needs protection, we'll ensure he gets it. If he needs a connection to the magical world, we'll facilitate it. And if Stark turns out to be a genuine threat to the kid or to magical secrecy? Pickery's expression hardened into something that would have made a Dementor reconsider its career choices. Then we neutralize the threat while protecting the child. But Percival, I don't think it'll come to that. Everything in his psychological profile suggests he's reckless and impulsive, not malicious. There's a significant difference. Yeah, well, reckless can be just as dangerous as evil when you're dealing with magic, Graves muttered, heading toward the door. He paused with his hand on the ornate handle. One more thing, Madam President. What if the kid's magical development accelerates under Stark's influence? Guy's famous for encouraging innovation, pushing boundaries, and thinking outside conventional boxes. What happens if he teaches Harry Potter to think the same way about magic? Pickquery was quiet for a long moment, her brilliant mind working through possibilities that ranged from revolutionary breakthroughs to potential apocalypse. Then we make damn sure we're positioned on the right side of whatever Harry Potter becomes. Because something tells me that between Stark's technological genius and Potter's raw magical potential, we're looking at changes that could reshape both our worlds in ways we can't even imagine yet. That's either really exciting or absolutely terrifying. Probably both, Pickquery admitted. Now go pack your bags and try not to let Stark blow anything up while you're there. After Graves left, muttering creatively obscene combinations of words under his breath, Pickquery returned to her desk and opened a heavily warded file cabinet that required 3 different magical keys, a blood authentication spell, and a personal oath of secrecy just to access. The folder she withdrew bore classifications that would give most government officials panic attacks. Project Prometheus, Theoretical Magical Technological Integration Studies. Eyes only, presidential authorization required. The thick file contained decades of Makusa's most sensitive theoretical research, carefully controlled experiments, deeply classified case studies, and projections exploring what might happen if magical and Muggle technologies ever achieved true synthesis. The conclusions ranged from revolutionary advancement of human civilization to complete annihilation of both magical and non-magical societies, with very little middle ground. Tony Stark, she murmured to herself, scanning projections that suddenly seemed far less theoretical and much more like prophecy. I really hope you're as smart and as responsible as everyone claims you are, because you're about to get a crash course in forces that most people can't even comprehend, much less control. She closed the file, sealed it away with extra protective charms, and moved to her private communications array, a complex arrangement of enchanted mirrors, scrying crystals, and secure magical frequencies that connected her to Makusa operations across the globe. Jenkins, she called to one of the larger mirrors, which immediately shimmered to life, revealing her Deputy Director of International Relations sitting in his own office 3 floors down. I need you to prepare diplomatic responses to approximately 23 different scenarios involving British magical authorities demanding immediate extradition of an American citizen. Which citizen, Madam President? Jenkins asked, then immediately looked like he regretted the question. Harry Potter. Even through the magical connection, she could see Jenkins go several shades paler than a ghost's bedsheet. Ma'am, with all due respect, Harry Potter isn't an American citizen. He's British magical nobility, and the political ramifications of— Not anymore, Picquery interrupted with fierce satisfaction. As of 72 hours ago, he's as American as apple pie and baseball. And Jenkins. Yes, Madam President? Make sure our diplomatic responses include plenty of historical references to the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and every other time the British got their asses handed to them when they overstepped their authority in American affairs. They need a refresher course on what happens when they forget their place. Should I also prepare responses for potential military intervention? Picquery's smile was absolutely predatory. Oh yes, and make sure our war wizards know they might need to dust off some of the more creative defensive spells. The kind that make uninvited guests very sorry they decided to visit. Outside her office windows, the lights of magical New York glittered like captured stars against the night sky. 3,000 miles away, a genius inventor was probably tucking his newly adopted son into bed, reading him a bedtime story, and being the kind of father the boy had never had, completely unaware that his world was about to become infinitely more complicated, dangerous, and magical than anything his brilliant mind had ever conceived. And somewhere in London, magical authorities were about to discover that their most famous wizard had vanished without a trace, setting in motion events that would test the limits of international magical law, diplomatic patience, and possibly the structural integrity of reality itself. Picquery poured herself a glass of enchanted wine that sparkled with tiny stars and raised it in a toast to the empty office. To interesting times, she murmured, and to hoping we all survive them. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion, 7:47 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this, Tony said, pushing open the door with theatrical flourish, is your room, kiddo. Fair warning. I may have gotten a little carried away with the whole welcome home thing. Harry stepped through the doorway and stopped dead in his tracks, his green eyes going wide as he took in what could only be described as a child's paradise reimagined by someone with unlimited resources and a flair for the dramatic. The room was enormous by any standard, but especially by the standards of someone who'd spent 5 years in institutional housing. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the Pacific Ocean, while built-in shelves lined one entire wall, already stocked with books on everything from basic engineering principles to advanced physics. A massive desk sat positioned to catch the natural light, equipped with what appeared to be a computer workstation that would make most universities weep with envy. But it was the details that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. The bed was built into a design that looked like the cockpit of a futuristic aircraft, complete with working displays and controls that were clearly more than decorative. A workshop corner had been set up with child-sized tools and electronic components, organized with the kind of precision that suggested someone understood exactly what a budding inventor might need. Model aircraft hung from the ceiling at carefully calculated intervals, their designs ranging from historical fighters to what appeared to be Tony's own experimental prototypes. I know it might be a bit much, Tony said, suddenly uncertain as he watched Harry's stunned expression. If you don't like any of it, we can change whatever. It's perfect, Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. He walked slowly toward the center of the room, his small hands trailing along surfaces with the kind of reverent care usually reserved for precious artifacts. It's absolutely perfect. Pepper, who had been watching from the doorway, smiled softly. Tony spent 3 days redesigning this room after he decided to adopt you. I've never seen him so focused on interior decoration. I wasn't decorating, Tony protested. I was engineering an optimal environment for nurturing technical creativity and intellectual development. There's a difference. Is that what we're calling it? Happy grinned from his position near the door. Harry had made his way to the bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines with obvious wonder. These are all mine? All of these books? Every single one, Tony confirmed, though I'm guessing you'll probably read through most of them in the first month. Jarvis, show Harry the tablet integration system. Certainly, Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied, and suddenly several panels in the wall lit up with soft blue light. Master Harry, the room's computing systems are fully integrated with the house network. You can access additional research materials, technical databases, and educational resources from any surface in the room. The desk surface is actually a touchscreen interface, Tony explained, moving over to demonstrate. You can pull up schematics, run calculations, design, and test theoretical models. I figured since you seem to enjoy engineering problems, you might as well have the tools to solve them properly. Harry moved to the desk and placed his small hands on the smooth surface, which immediately came to life with gentle blue light and floating holographic displays. For a moment, he simply stared at the technology with the kind of awe usually reserved for religious experiences. This is the most wonderful thing anyone has ever done for me, he said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. I can't believe it's real. I can't believe I get to live here with all of this with you. Tony felt something tighten in his chest as he watched his son, struggle with emotions that were clearly overwhelming. Harry, kiddo, this is your home now. All of this is yours because you're family. You don't have to earn it or prove you deserve it. It's yours because you're mine. That was when Harry Potter Stark finally broke down. 6 years of institutionalized living, of being nobody special, of having his remarkable abilities dismissed as strange quirks, of never having anyone who truly wanted him. All of it came crashing down at once. He stood in the middle of his perfect room, surrounded by everything he'd ever dreamed of having, claimed by a father who actually understood him, and he simply couldn't hold back the tears anymore. I'm sorry, he sobbed, his small shoulders shaking with the force of emotions he'd kept bottled up for years. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cry. It's just that I've never had anything that was really mine before, and I've never had anyone who wanted me to stay. And I was so scared that if you knew about the strange things that sometimes happen around me, you'd change your mind and send me back. And the lights in the room began to flicker. At first, it was subtle, just a slight fluctuation in the illumination that could have been attributed to the electrical grid. But as Harry's emotional breakdown intensified, the flickering became more pronounced. The holographic displays at his desk started pulsing in rhythm with his sobs, and the model aircraft hanging from the ceiling began to sway despite the complete absence of any breeze. Harry, Tony said gently, moving closer with the kind of careful movements usually reserved for approaching wounded animals. Kiddo, it's okay. Whatever these strange things are, we'll figure them out. You don't have to be afraid. But Harry was beyond hearing reassurance. Years of suppressed fear, loneliness, and desperate hope had finally found an outlet, and with it came something far more extraordinary than simple tears. The temperature in the room began to fluctuate wildly, first dropping several degrees, then spiking upward until everyone could feel the heat radiating from Harry's small form. Books on the shelves started sliding back and forth of their own accord, while the electronic components on the workshop table began to spark and hum with energy that had no identifiable source. What the hell? Happy began, his hand instinctively moving toward his concealed weapon. Jarvis? Tony called sharply, his engineer's mind racing to find a logical explanation for what he was witnessing. Are we experiencing some kind of electrical malfunction? Power surge? Electromagnetic interference? Negative, Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied, and for the first time since Tony had known the AI, there was something that sounded almost like uncertainty in his voice. All house systems are functioning within normal parameters. The phenomena appear to be localized around Master Harry's immediate vicinity. That's impossible, Pepper whispered, but her voice lacked conviction as she watched a paperweight on Harry's desk slowly rise into the air and hover 3 feet above the surface. Tony stared at the floating paperweight, then at his son, then back at the paperweight. His brilliant mind, trained to find rational explanations for every observable phenomenon, simply couldn't process what he was seeing. "Harry," he said softly, approaching with the kind of careful calm he'd once used to defuse explosive devices. "I need you to take a deep breath and try to calm down. Whatever this is, whatever's happening, we're going to figure it out together. Okay? But first, I need you to breathe." At the sound of Tony's voice, calm, accepting, utterly without fear or rejection, Harry's sobs began to slow, and as his emotional state gradually stabilized, the impossible phenomena around them started to fade. The lights stopped flickering, the temperature returned to normal, and the paperweight settled gently back onto the desk with barely a whisper of sound. The room fell into stunned silence. "So," Tony said finally, his voice carrying the kind of forced casualness that suggested he was working very hard to maintain his composure, "that was new." Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, his expression cycling through embarrassment, fear, and desperate hope. "You're not going to send me away?" he whispered. "You're not going to decide I'm too strange to keep?" "Kid," Tony said, crouching down to Harry's eye level. "I once built a robot that accidentally achieved sentience and tried to redecorate my workshop. Before that, I created an AI that speaks with a British accent and occasionally expresses opinions about my fashion choices. Strange is practically the family business." "But this was different," Harry said quietly. "Things don't usually move by themselves or heat up without reason. The people at St. Margaret's said I was unusual, but this is definitely unusual," Tony agreed, his scientific mind already churning through possibilities. "But Harry, I need you to understand something very important. I didn't adopt you because you were normal. I adopted you because you're remarkable. And whatever this is," he gestured at the room, which still seemed to hum with residual energy, "it doesn't change anything about how I feel about you." Happy, who had been unusually quiet, cleared his throat. "Boss, I hate to interrupt the family bonding moment, but we might want to address whatever's happening outside before we get too deep into the weird science stuff." "What's happening outside?" Tony asked, straightening up. "Jarvis," Happy continued, "show them what your external cameras are picking up." The wall-mounted display screen flickered to life, showing the property's front gate area in high-definition clarity. What they saw made absolutely no sense whatsoever. 2 distinct groups of people had somehow appeared on the grounds without triggering any of the sophisticated security systems. The first group consisted of 3 individuals in what appeared to be period costume: an elderly man with an extraordinarily long white beard wearing midnight blue robes, a stern-looking woman in emerald green, and a heavily scarred man whose coat seemed to be made of dragon leather. The second group was slightly larger and dressed in more contemporary clothing, though their formal black suits and synchronized movements gave them the appearance of either government agents or very well-coordinated cultists. They were led by a woman whose perfectly tailored burgundy coat and commanding posture suggested she was accustomed to being in charge of whatever situation she encountered. Both groups had apparently materialized simultaneously, and both were now staring at each other with obvious suspicion and barely concealed hostility. "Jarvis," Tony said slowly, his voice carrying the kind of dangerous calm that his friends had learned to recognize as a prelude to either brilliant problem-solving or spectacular property damage. "Please tell me you have some record of how these people got past our security perimeter." "I'm afraid not, Mr. Stark," Jarvis replied, his own tone suggesting a level of concern that was deeply unsettling from an AI that normally treated impossible situations as interesting puzzles. One moment the grounds were clear, the next moment both groups were simply present. "I have no recorded data on their arrival methods." "People don't just appear from thin air," Pepper said, though she was looking at Harry as if suddenly reconsidering her understanding of what was and wasn't possible. "Well, clearly they do," Rhodey observed, his military training evident as he automatically began assessing potential threats and escape routes. The question is whether they're here for Tony, for the kid, or just happened to pick the worst possible time for a costume party. Harry had gone very pale, his green eyes fixed on the display screen with an expression of growing recognition. "They're here because of me," he said quietly. "They're here because of what just happened, because of the strange things." "How could they possibly know about what just happened?" Tony demanded. "We're in a secure facility with military-grade surveillance countermeasures. Even if someone was watching the house, they couldn't have detected." He stopped, his engineer's mind finally catching up with the implications of what they'd just witnessed. If Harry could make objects float and change the temperature of a room through pure emotion, who knew what other impossible things might be possible? And if such things were possible, then maybe their understanding of surveillance, security, and the basic laws of physics needed some serious revision. "Boss," Happy said grimly, checking his weapon and moving toward the window for a better view. "I think we need to assume these people have capabilities we don't understand, and that means we're way out of our depth." Tony looked at his son. This remarkable, impossible, terrified child who could apparently defy the laws of physics when he was upset. Then at the mysterious figures who had materialized on his property, and felt the familiar rush of adrenaline that always accompanied moments when his carefully ordered world suddenly revealed new depths of complexity. "Right," he said, his voice shifting into the tone of command that had built empires and launched revolutions. "Jarvis, initiate Security Protocol 7. All non-essential systems on lockdown. All external communications monitored and recorded. Pepper, get on the phone with legal. I want our best people on standby in case this turns into some kind of custody issue. Happy, Rhodey, with me. We're going to go find out exactly what these people want with my son." "What about me?" Harry asked quietly. Tony looked down at him, this brilliant child who was somehow capable of impossible things, who was clearly the reason for whatever was happening outside, and who was trying so hard to be brave despite being obviously terrified. "You," Tony said firmly, "are going to stay right here with Jarvis until we figure out exactly what we're dealing with. Jarvis, full protection protocol for Harry. Nothing and nobody gets near this room without my express authorization." "Understood, Mr. Stark. Master Harry will be completely secure." As the adults prepared to confront whatever waited outside, Harry remained in his perfect room, surrounded by all the wonderful things his new father had given him, and tried very hard not to think about the possibility that the strange things that followed him might be about to take it all away. Outside, storm clouds were gathering over Malibu, and in the distance, thunder rumbled with the sound of worlds about to collide. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion front grounds, 8:23 p.m. PST *. The tension crackling across Tony's perfectly manicured front lawn was thick enough to power a small arc reactor. Two groups of uninvited guests faced each other with the kind of barely contained hostility usually reserved for nuclear standoffs or particularly contentious board meetings. President Serafina Piquery moved across the grass like a lioness stalking prey, her burgundy coat flowing behind her with liquid grace that made every step look like a carefully choreographed power move. Her dark eyes gleamed with the kind of predatory intelligence that had toppled governments and rebuilt them stronger, while her perfectly manicured fingers drummed against her thigh with the rhythm of someone calculating exactly how many different ways the situation could go catastrophically wrong. "Well, well, well," she purred, her voice carrying enough velvet-wrapped steel to make dictators reconsider their career choices. "If it isn't the British magical establishment, gracing us with their presence on American soil. How absolutely presumptuous." Behind her, Percival Graves stood with the relaxed posture of a man who'd survived 3 goblin rebellions and a vampire uprising. His weathered face set in lines of professional irritation. His steel-gray eyes swept the British delegation with the kind of tactical assessment that had kept him alive through decades of magical law enforcement, while his right hand rested casually near his wand holster with practiced readiness. "Yeah, ain't this just perfect?" he growled, his Brooklyn accent thick enough to spread on a bagel. "Nothing says diplomatic relations like foreign wizards popping up on private property without so much as a courtesy owl. Real classy, Dumbledore. Your mother teach you manners? Or did you skip that class at Fancy Boy Wizard School?" Across from them, Albus Dumbledore stood with the kind of theatrical dignity that suggested he'd practiced his poses in front of enchanted mirrors, his magnificent beard catching the evening light like spun silver. His blue eyes twinkled with what might have been genuine amusement or carefully calculated manipulation. With Dumbledore, the distinction was often academic. "My dear Percival," he said, his voice carrying the rich theatrical tones of someone who'd spent decades delivering profound pronouncements to captive audiences. "Surely we can conduct this discussion with appropriate civility. After all, we're all here for the same reason, the welfare of young Harry Potter." "Harry Potter Stark," Picquery corrected with silky menace, taking another predatory step forward. "American citizen, legal resident, under the protection of American magical law. But please do continue with your little speech about welfare, Professor. I'm fascinated by the British definition of child welfare. Apparently it involves abandoning infants to abusive relatives and then losing track of them entirely." Professor McGonagall's spine went rigid as a steel rod, her thin lips compressing into a line that could have been used to perform precision surgery. Her emerald robes rustled with barely contained indignation as she fixed Picquery with the kind of withering stare that had reduced centuries of Hogwarts students to quivering puddles of regret. "Madam President," she said, her Scottish accent growing sharper with each precisely enunciated word, "I hardly think it's appropriate for foreign officials to make inflammatory statements about matters they don't fully understand. Harry Potter was placed with his closest living relatives under carefully constructed magical protections designed by some of Britain's most skilled." "Yeah, how'd that work out for you, sweetheart?" Graves interrupted with all the subtlety of a charging rhino. "Kid ends up in a London orphanage because his closest living relatives decided magic was too much trouble for their suburban sensibilities. Real masterful planning there, Minerva. Remind me to never let you babysit my goldfish." Mad-Eye Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might generously be called a grin if grins were typically more threatening than most death threats. His magical eye whirred and spun with mechanical precision, scanning for threats, escape routes, and probably cataloging the thread count in everyone's robes for future reference. "Big talk from a bunch of Americans who couldn't find their own arses with both hands and a tracking charm," he growled, his voice carrying the gravelly menace of someone who'd personally arrested half the dark wizards in Europe. "You think your fancy suits and government badges make you qualified to protect the boy who lived? That kid's got more dark wizards gunning for him than you've got brain cells, and you've just handed him over to some muggle who probably thinks defensive magic is what happens when his car alarm goes off." "Oh, this is rich," Picquery laughed, the sound sharp enough to cut glass and twice as dangerous. "Lectures on child protection from the people who lost him in the first place. Tell me, Mad-Eye, exactly how long did it take you to notice that Britain's most famous wizard had vanished from your oh-so-carefully monitored protection? Days? Weeks? Or did you only figure it out when you saw his picture in American newspapers?" The magical silence that followed was loaded with enough tension to power a small magical village. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes dimmed slightly as he absorbed the implications of just how badly their carefully laid plans had gone awry, while McGonagall looked like someone had just informed her that all her lesson plans had been graded in red ink. "We were unaware," Dumbledore admitted with the kind of careful diplomacy that suggested he was choosing each word like a man defusing an explosive device, "that the Dursley family had chosen to relinquish their guardianship responsibilities. The protective enchantments were designed to monitor Harry's magical development and general well-being, not his precise geographical location." "Blood wards," Graves said with disgust that could have curdled milk. "Let me guess, all that ancient family magic bullshit that works great until it doesn't. You built your entire protection scheme around the assumption that people who hate magic would take care of a magical kid out of some kind of mystical family obligation. Christ, Dumbledore, have you ever actually met any muggles?" "The blood protections," McGonagall said with icy precision, "were based on well-established magical theory regarding familial bonds and sacrificial magic. They should have been absolutely impregnable as long as Harry remained with his mother's blood relatives in their home." "Should have been," Picquery agreed with mocking sweetness. "Funny how magical theory tends to fall apart when it meets actual human nature. Like assuming that people who spent years despising and fearing their magical sister would suddenly develop protective feelings toward that sister's magical son. Revolutionary thinking there, Professor." Moody's magical eye suddenly stopped its constant rotation, fixing on something behind the MACUSA delegation with laser intensity. "Hold up," he growled, his normal eye joining the magical one in staring at the mansion. "We got company, and they ain't carrying wands." The front door opened with the smooth precision of expensive German engineering, and 3 figures emerged into the California evening light. Tony Stark moved with the casual confidence of a man who owned everything he could see and probably half the things he couldn't. His designer jeans and vintage Black Sabbath t-shirt somehow managing to project more authority than most people's formal wear. He walked like someone who'd never encountered a room he couldn't dominate or a problem he couldn't solve with sufficient application of genius and resources. Happy Hogan flanked his left side with the solid, dependable presence of someone who'd made a career out of keeping Tony Stark alive despite Tony's best efforts to the contrary. His thick frame moved with surprising grace, and his deceptively mild expression didn't quite mask the fact that his hand was resting casually near his concealed weapon. James Rhodes took position on Tony's right with military precision, his posture radiating the kind of professional competence that came from years of dealing with situations that could turn deadly without warning. His dark eyes swept both groups of visitors with tactical assessment, cataloging potential threats and escape routes with the automatic efficiency of someone who'd walked into hostile territory before. "Well, well, well," Tony drawled, his voice carrying across the lawn with the same smooth authority he used to address UN committees and congressional oversight hearings. "Gentlemen, ladies, distinguished costume enthusiasts, I'd love to say this is a pleasant surprise, but since none of you were actually invited, and all of you seem to have bypassed approximately 17 different layers of military-grade security to get here, I'm going with spectacular breach of privacy instead." Both groups of magical officials turned to face him, and Tony found himself on the receiving end of stares that ranged from curious professional assessment to barely concealed alarm mixed with what might have been recognition. "Mr. Stark," Dumbledore said, stepping forward with the kind of theatrical gravitas usually reserved for delivering life-changing news or accepting major awards, "please allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Order of Merlin First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards." He gestured toward his companions with elaborate courtesy. "These are my esteemed colleagues, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Transfiguration Master, and Senior Auror Alastair Moody, retired but still devastatingly effective. We have traveled here to discuss a matter of extraordinary importance regarding your recently adopted son." Tony blinked slowly, his expression cycling through skepticism, amusement, and what might have been the first stirrings of genuine scientific interest. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," he repeated with the kind of careful precision usually reserved for reading potentially explosive technical specifications. "Order of Merlin, Supreme Mugwump." He looked at Happy and Rhodes. "Guys, either I'm having the most elaborate fever dream in the history of fever dreams, or we've just stumbled into the most sophisticated LARPing event ever organized." "If it's a fever dream, boss, then we're all sharing it," Happy replied, his Brooklyn accent making everything sound more skeptical. "Because I'm hearing the same thing, and my imagination ain't that creative." Rhodes had automatically shifted into full threat assessment mode, his military training evident as he cataloged details about both groups with professional thoroughness. "Tony, I count 9 individuals who somehow penetrated your property's defense perimeter without triggering any of our sensors, alerts, or automated systems. That level of infiltration capability suggests either advanced technology we don't understand or—" he paused, clearly struggling with the implications, "or capabilities that exceed conventional military parameters." "Conventional parameters," Tony mused, then turned toward the Makusa delegation with raised eyebrows and the kind of expectant expression that suggested he was prepared to be either entertained or alarmed. "And you distinguished individuals would be—" President Pickquery stepped forward with the fluid grace of someone who'd spent decades commanding rooms full of people who could level city blocks with pointed sticks, her burgundy coat billowing dramatically in the coastal breeze. "Serafina Pickquery, President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, duly elected representative of the American magical community, and currently your son's legal magical guardian under Federal Statute 847b, regarding the protection and education of magical minors." She gestured toward her team with professional efficiency. "This is Senior Auror Percival Graves, our Director of Magical Security, and our specialist team for handling situations involving magical muggle integration. Magical Congress, Tony said slowly, his voice carrying the kind of dangerous calm that his friends had learned to recognize as the precursor to either brilliant breakthrough moments or spectacular explosions. Federal Statute 847B. American Magical Community. He looked directly at Happy. Happy, remind me. When exactly did we schedule the appointment with the people from the parallel universe where magic is apparently a thing? We didn't, boss, Happy replied with deadpan certainty. Though to be fair, your schedule's been pretty weird lately. Last week you had that meeting with the guy who claimed he could build a perpetual motion machine using nothing but coffee grounds and positive thinking. That was different, Tony protested. That guy was just delusional. These people are. He gestured at both groups. Well, I'm not sure what these people are, but they're definitely more organized about it. Rhodes cleared his throat with military precision. Tony, setting aside the question of whether we're dealing with elaborate performance art or something more serious, we have a security situation here. 9 individuals infiltrated your property using unknown methods. They're making claims about having authority over Harry, and at least one of them is carrying what appears to be some kind of weapon. He nodded toward Moody's visible wand. Weapon. Moody's scarred face twisted into what was definitely a grin this time, though it was the kind of grin that made smart people reconsider their life choices. You think this is a weapon, do you? He pulled out what looked like a gnarled piece of wood about 13 inches long, examining it with the fond affection most people reserved for favorite pets. Well, I suppose that depends on your perspective. Aguamenti. A powerful jet of crystal-clear water erupted from the tip of the wooden stick. No, Tony realized with dawning amazement, from the wand, and arced through the air in a perfect parabola before splashing into the ornamental fountain near the mansion's entrance. The water continued flowing for several seconds, far more than could possibly be contained in such a small implement, before Moody flicked his wrist with practiced ease and cut off the stream. The silence that followed was so complete that even the evening birds seemed to have stopped singing. Holy shit, Happy breathed, his usual composed demeanor cracking like an eggshell. That's not possible, Rhodes said flatly, though his voice carried the tone of someone whose definition of possible was undergoing rapid and unwelcome revision. There's no mechanism, no visible energy source, no technological explanation for what we just witnessed. Tony stared at the wand, then at Moody, then at the fountain that was now overflowing with conjured water that definitely hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. His brilliant engineer's mind raced through every possible rational explanation. Concealed reservoirs, sophisticated stage magic, nanotechnology, holographic projection, quantum manipulation, and found all of them utterly inadequate to explain what he'd just observed. Do it again, he said quietly, his voice carrying the intensity he usually reserved for breakthrough moments in his workshop. Moody's eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline. Come again. Do it again, Tony repeated, his scientific curiosity overriding every other consideration as his eyes fixed on the wand with laser focus. Different incantation, different effect. I want to observe the underlying energy patterns, the mechanism of action, the conservation principles involved. Are you manipulating matter at the molecular level? Converting ambient energy? Accessing some kind of dimensional interface? Tony, came Pepper's voice from behind them, and they all turned to see her approaching with quick, purposeful strides. She carried a tablet in her perfectly manicured hands and wore the expression of someone who'd spent the last 20 minutes conducting urgent research that had yielded deeply unsettling results. We need to talk, right now. Pepper, not now, Tony said without taking his eyes off Moody's wand. I'm in the middle of having my entire understanding of physics, thermodynamics, and the fundamental nature of reality completely revolutionized. This could be the most important scientific discovery since. Now, Tony, she said with the kind of firm authority that had successfully managed Tony Stark's professional life for years despite Tony's best efforts to make that impossible. She looked at both groups of magical officials with professional courtesy that didn't quite mask her underlying concern. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll excuse us for just one moment, private consultation. We'll be right back. She physically took Tony's arm and pulled him several steps away from the assembled groups, speaking in urgent whispers while showing him something on her tablet screen. Tony's expression shifted through several distinct phases. Surprise, concern, calculation, and what looked suspiciously like dawning comprehension mixed with excitement. "You're absolutely certain about this intelligence?" he asked quietly, his voice carrying the kind of focused intensity he usually reserved for technical specifications that could potentially explode. "Jarvis confirmed it through multiple independent sources," Pepper replied in equally hushed tones. "Cross-referenced with classified databases, verified through intelligence contacts I didn't even know we had. Tony, these people aren't elaborate con artists or performance artists. They represent organizations that have been documented by various government agencies for decades, even though those organizations officially don't exist." "Jarvis verified magical organizations," Tony said slowly. "My AI assistant, running on quantum processors and advanced pattern recognition algorithms, has confirmed the existence of wizards." "Your AI assistant has access to some very interesting classified databases," Pepper replied dryly. "Apparently, magical communities have been maintaining diplomatic relations with various world governments since at least the 17th century. There are treaties, territorial agreements, jurisdictional protocols." "Protocols?" Tony repeated, then looked back toward the two groups of magical officials who were watching this hushed conference with obvious interest and growing impatience. "Pepper, are you telling me that there's an entire parallel governmental structure that deals with people who can make water appear out of thin air?" "I'm telling you that your son is apparently a member of that community, and these people are here because of him." Tony processed this information with the same methodical thoroughness he brought to engineering problems, his brilliant mind working through implications and possibilities at light speed. When he returned his attention to both groups, his expression showed the kind of sharp focus that meant he was prepared to treat this situation with the seriousness it apparently deserved. "Right," he said, his voice carrying new authority as he stepped back toward the assembled magical officials. "So, assuming you're who you claim to be and assuming that—" He gestured at Moody's wand with obvious fascination. "That actually operates according to principles I don't understand yet, then we're having a conversation about my son, Harry." "Indeed we are, Mr. Stark," Dumbledore said with gentle gravitas, his theatrical voice carrying hints of relief that they'd moved past the skepticism phase. "There are things about Harry's origins, his remarkable abilities, and the very real dangers he may face that you absolutely must understand. And there are legal protocols regarding magical children residing within United States territory that must be properly observed," Pickquery added with crisp professional authority. "Mr. Stark, your son is not simply a gifted child with unusual talents. He is a magical person with specific needs, capabilities, and vulnerabilities that require specialized knowledge and protection." "Magical person," Tony repeated thoughtfully. He found himself thinking about floating paperweights, flickering lights, and the impossible heat that had radiated from Harry's small form during his emotional breakdown. "You know what? At this point, that explanation actually makes more sense than any of the alternatives I've been considering." "Then you'll cooperate with our investigation into the boy's current situation?" Dumbledore asked hopefully, his blue eyes twinkling with what might have been genuine optimism. "Then you'll comply with Makusa jurisdiction and submit to proper assessment protocols?" Pickquery said simultaneously, her voice carrying the expectation of compliance. Tony looked back and forth between the two groups, noting the obvious territorial tension and jurisdictional dispute that was playing out on his front lawn like some kind of magical turf war. When he spoke, his voice carried the kind of absolute authority that had built technological empires and revolutionized entire industries. "Here's exactly what's going to happen," he said with calm finality. "All of you distinguished magical officials are going to come inside my house, sit down like civilized adults, and explain to me in comprehensive detail exactly what my son is, what he needs, what threats he might be facing, and what your respective organizations want from him. Because as of right now, Harry Potter Stark is under my protection, and I don't particularly care if you can turn people into amphibians or make the Pacific Ocean appear in my living room. Nobody makes decisions about my family's future without consulting me first." Both groups exchanged glances that carried volumes of unspoken diplomatic communication. Finally, Dumbledore nodded slowly with theatrical solemnity. "Mr. Stark, I believe this conversation is going to be significantly more complex and far-reaching than any of us initially anticipated." "Probably," Tony agreed cheerfully. But if it helps me understand my son better and keep him safe from whatever threats you're worried about, then we're definitely going to have it. Jarvis. The smooth, cultured British voice that responded from concealed speakers throughout the grounds made every single magical official jump, like they'd been hit with low-level stunning spells. Yes, Mr. Stark? Ghost! McGonagall shrieked, her usually perfect composure cracking like fine china as she spun around frantically looking for the source of the disembodied voice. There's a ghost in the grounds. A very articulate, technologically sophisticated ghost. Poltergeist, more likely, Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly as it searched for supernatural threats. Bloody hell, Stark. Your house is haunted by some kind of electronic spirit. Not a ghost, Graves said grimly, his wand halfway out of its holster as he scanned the mansion's facade. Ghoul, maybe? Some kind of magical creature that's learned to mimic human speech patterns. Pickquery had gone very still, her dark eyes sharp with sudden understanding. Gentlemen, she said quietly, I don't think we're dealing with magical phenomena. Mr. Stark, would you care to explain the nature of the entity that just spoke to us? Tony's grin was bright enough to power a small city. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Jarvis, just a rather very intelligent system. My AI assistant household management system, and quite possibly the most sophisticated artificial intelligence ever created. Jarvis, say hello to our distinguished guests. Good evening, Jarvis replied with perfect British politeness, though there was a hint of amusement in his cultured tones. I do apologize if my introduction was somewhat startling. I was not aware that our visitors would be unfamiliar with advanced AI technology. Shall I adjust my communication protocols to be less supernatural in nature? The magical officials stared at various points around the grounds, clearly trying to process the concept of a disembodied voice that was apparently technological rather than supernatural in origin. Artificial intelligence, Dumbledore repeated slowly, his theatrical voice carrying wonder and perhaps a touch of concern. A thinking machine with personality and autonomous decision-making capabilities. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Yeah, fascinating, Graves muttered, still scanning for threats he couldn't identify, and probably recording every word we say for future reference. Actually, I am not currently recording this conversation, Jarvis replied helpfully. Mr. Stark felt that might be considered somewhat inhospitable during what appears to be a diplomatic consultation. Though I must say, your ability to appear on the property without triggering any of our security systems is quite impressive from a technical standpoint. Technical standpoint? Moody barked out a laugh. We didn't use any bloody technology. We operate here using magic. You electronic spook. Operate, Jarvis repeated thoughtfully. Fascinating. Instantaneous translocation without technological assistance. I shall have to add that to my database of previously theoretical transportation methods. Mr. Stark, I believe our guest's arrival methodology explains the security system failures. Magic trumps technology, Tony mused. Noted for future reference. Jarvis, set up the main conference room for. He did a quick head count. 13 people total. Make sure there's coffee, excellent coffee. Something tells me we're going to be here for a very long time. And Jarvis. Sir. Keep Harry in his room with full protection protocols active. If any of our guests make any kind of move toward that section of the house without my explicit authorization, initiate immediate lockdown and alert me instantly. Understood, sir. Shall I also activate the mansion's more defensive capabilities? Let's start with hospitality and see where that takes us, Tony replied, though his tone suggested he wasn't ruling out more aggressive options. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my home. Let's go inside and figure out exactly what we're dealing with here. As the group began moving toward the mansion's entrance, Graves leaned over to Pickquery and muttered, Boss, I got a feeling this is going to be more complicated than we thought. Percival, she replied with a smile sharp enough to perform surgery. When has anything involving the boy who lived ever been simple? Meanwhile, Dumbledore was studying the mansion's architecture with obvious fascination. Remarkable integration of aesthetic design and functional engineering, he murmured to McGonagall. Though I must say, The presence of an artificial consciousness raises some rather intriguing philosophical questions about the nature of intelligence and magical interaction. The bloody house is talking to us, Albus, McGonagall replied tartly. I think philosophy is the least of our concerns right now. As they approached the front door, storm clouds continued to gather overhead with unnatural speed, and in the distance, lightning began flashing in colors that had absolutely nothing to do with conventional weather patterns. Inside the mansion, a young boy sat in his perfect room, surrounded by all the wonderful gifts his father had given him, trying very hard not to listen to the adult voices discussing his future, as if he were a particularly interesting puzzle to be solved, rather than a person with his own thoughts and feelings about where he belonged. The conversation that was about to begin would change everything, for Harry, for Tony, for both the magical and non-magical worlds, and possibly for the very understanding of what was possible when sufficiently advanced technology met genuinely advanced magic. Harry Potter Stark sat cross-legged on his impossibly comfortable bed, his small hands gripping the edge of the mattress so tightly his knuckles had gone white. The holographic display floating above his desk showed multiple camera feeds from around the property, while Jarvis's voice whispered through the room's speakers at a volume barely above a breath. Master Harry, Jarvis said with gentle concern, perhaps we should discontinue this surveillance. Your father specifically requested that you remain unaware of the current diplomatic situation. Please, Jarvis, Harry whispered back, his green eyes fixed on the display showing his father facing off with the strange visitors on the front lawn. I need to know what's happening. They're here because of me, aren't they? Because of the strange things that happen around me. There was a pause that seemed to stretch forever before Jarvis responded, his cultured British accent carrying what might have been sympathy. Master Harry, I believe your father would prefer to discuss this matter with you himself, once he has gathered all the relevant information from our unusual guests. But they're talking about me right now, Harry said with the kind of desperate logic that only came from being 6 years old and having your entire world turned upside down in the space of an hour. They know something about the floating paperweight, don't they? About the lights flickering? About why sometimes things get hot when I'm upset? Harry had been listening with growing amazement and terror as the adults outside threw around terms like magical person and boy who lived and dark wizards. Each revelation hit him like a physical blow, rewriting everything he thought he knew about himself and his place in the world. Jarvis, he said quietly, his voice barely audible. When they said, magical person, they meant me, didn't they? Another pause. Then, with infinite gentleness, I believe so, Master Harry. Magic is real. It wasn't a question. Harry stared at his hands. These small, ordinary-looking hands that apparently could make impossible things happen. Magic is real and I can do magic. It would appear so, young sir. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing this information with the same methodical thoroughness he brought to engineering problems. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a mixture of wonder and fear that made Jarvis's processors hum with something approaching concern. All those times at St. Margaret's when things happened that shouldn't happen. When I fixed the radios better than they were before, when the lights flickered during my nightmares, when I somehow knew exactly how to improve the heating system even though I'd never studied thermodynamics. Harry looked up at the ceiling where Jarvis's cameras were discreetly positioned. That was magic, wasn't it? I believe your technical innovations were a combination of remarkable intelligence and what appears to be intuitive magical enhancement, Jarvis replied carefully. Though I must admit, the intersection of magic and technology is not something I was programmed to analyze. But you're learning about it now, Harry said with a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Just like I am. Through the speakers, they could hear Tony's voice carrying across the lawn. Exactly what my son is, what he needs, and what threats he might be facing. Harry's smile faded entirely. Threats? He repeated softly. They said something about dark wizards who want to hurt me, and someone called Voldemort. He stumbled over the name, his voice dropping to a whisper. Jarvis, who is Voldemort? I am attempting to access relevant databases, Master Harry, but the information appears to be highly classified. What I can determine is that this individual was apparently responsible for your parents' deaths, and that you somehow survived an encounter with him when you were an infant. My parents. Harry's voice cracked slightly. They died because of magic. Because someone used magic to kill them. Yes, Master Harry. I'm very sorry. Harry was quiet for several minutes, staring at the holographic display that showed the adults moving toward the house. His brilliant mind, the same mind that could intuitively understand complex mechanical systems and improve electronic devices, was working through the implications of everything he'd learned with startling clarity. So I'm not just Tony's adopted son, he said finally. I'm a magical person who's apparently famous in the magical world because I survived something that should have killed me. And there are people who want to finish what this Voldemort person started. That appears to be an accurate assessment of the situation. And Tony doesn't know any of this yet. No, Master Harry, though he is about to learn. Harry slid off the bed and walked to the windows that offered a panoramic view of the Pacific Ocean. Storm clouds were gathering on the horizon with unnatural speed, and in the distance, lightning flashed in colors that definitely weren't normal. Deep purples and brilliant golds that seemed to pulse with their own internal rhythm. Jarvis, he said quietly, is that normal lightning? No, Master Harry. The electromagnetic readings are unusual. I believe the storm may be related to the magical persons currently on our property. Magic affects the weather too. Harry pressed his forehead against the cool glass, watching the impossible lightning dance across the sky. Of course it does. If I can make objects float and change temperature through emotion, then stronger magic users can probably influence much larger systems. Your analytical approach to magical phenomena is quite remarkable, Master Harry. It's just another kind of science, isn't it? Harry said with growing confidence. A different set of principles and energy sources, but still governed by rules and patterns that can be understood and predicted. The adults outside are treating it like it's mysterious and dangerous, but really it's just advanced physics we haven't figured out yet. I believe your father would be quite proud of that assessment. Harry turned away from the window and looked around his perfect room. At the books Tony had chosen for him, the workshop area with its child-sized tools, the bed designed to look like an aircraft cockpit. All of it given to him by a father who'd thought he was adopting a brilliant but normal child. He's going to be worried, Harry said softly. Tony's going to be worried about the threats and the dangers and whether he can protect me. He might even be scared that I'm not normal enough to be part of his family. Master Harry, Jarvis said with firm certainty, I have observed Mr. Stark's behavioral patterns for many years. I can state with complete confidence that learning about your magical abilities will not diminish his affection for you in any way. If anything, I believe he will find the challenge of understanding and nurturing those abilities to be one of the most exciting projects he's ever undertaken. You think so? I know so. Mr. Stark has never been interested in normal Master Harry. He builds flying machines, creates artificial intelligences, and routinely challenges the fundamental assumptions of modern science. Discovering that his son can manipulate energy at the quantum level through pure intention will be, from his perspective, absolutely fascinating. Harry felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. When you put it like that, it does sound like something Tony would find interesting rather than frightening. Indeed, though I suspect he will also become extremely protective and possibly somewhat obsessive about ensuring your safety and proper magical education. Proper magical education, Harry repeated. Through the speakers, he could hear the adults entering the house, their voices growing closer. Jarvis, one of those people, mentioned Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Is that where magical children go to learn? According to my research, yes. It appears to be the primary magical educational institution for British children. However, given your current American citizenship and residence, I believe there may be alternative arrangements available through the American magical government. American magical government. Harry shook his head in wonder. This morning I thought the most complex thing I'd have to deal with was learning how to use the workshop tools properly. Now it turns out there are entire governments I didn't know existed, schools that teach magic, and people who want to kill me because of something that happened when I was a baby. It is rather a lot to process, Jarvis agreed sympathetically. But also incredible, Harry said, his voice brightening with genuine excitement. Jarvis, think about what this means. If magic really works the way it appears to, then the possibilities for innovation and discovery are limitless. Magic combined with technology. We could revolutionize everything. Transportation, communication, energy production, space exploration. Master Harry, you sound remarkably like your father when he discovers a new area of scientific inquiry. Good, Harry said firmly, because I have a feeling that understanding magic is going to be the most important project either of us has ever worked on. He paused, listening to the voices growing closer. Jarvis, I think it's time to turn off the surveillance. Tony's going to want to tell me about all this himself, and he should be the one to do it. Are you certain, Master Harry? This conversation will likely determine significant aspects of your future. I'm certain. Harry moved back to his bed, settling into the comfortable nest of pillows and blankets. But Jarvis? Whatever happens in that meeting, whatever they decide about magical schools or protective measures or anything else, I want to stay here, with Tony. This is my home now and he's my family. The magical world might have its own plans for me, but I have my own plans too. And what are those plans, if I may ask? Harry looked around his perfect room one more time, then smiled with the kind of determined confidence that would have made Tony Stark proud. I'm going to learn everything I can about magic and technology both. I'm going to figure out how they work together. And I'm going to use that knowledge to build something better than either one could achieve alone. That sounds like an excellent plan, Master Harry. I thought so too. Harry pulled his blankets up to his chin, settling in to wait for whatever conversation was about to change his life forever. And Jarvis? Thank you for helping me understand what was happening, even when you probably shouldn't have. It was my pleasure, Master Harry, though I do hope you won't mention our little surveillance operation to your father. Our secret, Harry agreed solemnly. As the voices of adults discussing his future grew closer, Harry Potter Stark lay in his perfect room, surrounded by all the wonderful things his father had given him, and felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. He was magical. He was part of a world he'd never imagined existed. And he had a father who would help him explore that world with the same brilliant curiosity they brought to every other impossible problem. Outside, the storm clouds continued to gather, lightning flashing in impossible colors across the darkening sky. But inside his room, Harry felt safer and more hopeful than he ever had in his short life. The future was going to be absolutely extraordinary. Tony Stark's Malibu Mansion main conference room, 9:45 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The sleek conference room that had hosted everything from UN security briefings to board meetings with Fortune 500 CEOs had never seen anything quite like this. Two groups of magical officials sat across from each other at Tony's custom-designed holographic conference table, while Tony himself occupied the head position with the kind of relaxed authority that suggested he was perfectly comfortable mediating disputes between parallel governments that officially didn't exist. Jarvis had outdone himself with the hospitality. The coffee was perfectly brewed, the ambient lighting was adjusted for optimal comfort, and discrete holographic displays provided real-time translation services in case any of the magical terminology proved incomprehensible. The AI had even thoughtfully provided notebooks and pens, though most of the magical officials kept glancing at them as if expecting the writing implements to spontaneously combust. Tony leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled before him as he processed everything he'd just learned. His expression cycled through amazement, calculation, and what appeared to be the beginning of protective fury as the implications of Harry's situation became clear. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," he said with the kind of dangerous calm that meant he was working very hard to control his temper. "My 6-year-old son, who I adopted from what I thought was a completely normal British orphanage, is actually the magical world's equivalent of what? Jesus Christ, Superman, the chosen one from every fantasy novel ever written. The comparison to religious figures is not entirely inaccurate," Dumbledore said with theatrical gravity, his blue eyes twinkling with what might have been amusement or deep concern. "Harry Potter is indeed a figure of enormous significance to our world, Mr. Stark. His survival of the killing curse as an infant, his defeat of the Dark Lord Voldemort, his very existence as a symbol of hope against the darkest forces of our society." "Yeah, we get it," Graves interrupted with characteristic Brooklyn bluntness. "Kid's famous. More famous than you, Stark, and that's saying something. Point is, He's also got a target painted on his back the size of Manhattan, and every dark wizard in Europe who wants to make a name for themselves is going to be looking to finish what Voldemort started. Tony's jaw tightened as he absorbed this information. Dark wizards, people who can teleport, become invisible, and kill with a single word. All of them potentially interested in murdering my son. The threat level is significant but manageable, Picquery said with professional reassurance, though her dark eyes showed she understood the gravity of the situation. Mr. Stark, this is precisely why magical governments exist, to protect our communities from those who would misuse magical abilities. Harry will receive the full protection of Macusa's resources. And what exactly does that protection entail? Pepper asked, speaking for the first time since they'd entered the conference room. Her tablet was covered with notes, and her expression suggested she was already calculating security protocols and legal ramifications. Because Tony's personal protection detail is among the best in the world, but I assume magical threats require specialized countermeasures. Protective wards, monitoring charms, rapid response teams trained in combat magic, McGonagall replied crisply, as well as educational programs to help Harry develop his own defensive capabilities as he matures. Educational programs, Tony repeated thoughtfully. He was quiet for a moment, his brilliant mind working through implications and possibilities. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the focused intensity of someone who had identified a problem and was preparing to solve it with characteristic thoroughness. Right? Before we get into discussions about threats and protection protocols, I need to understand exactly what we're dealing with here. President Picquery, what exactly do you want from us? Picquery straightened in her chair, her expression shifting into full diplomatic mode. Mr. Stark, the process is actually quite straightforward. Harry falls under our protocols for knowledge-raised magical children. Knowledge? Tony interrupted. American term for non-magical people, Graves explained. What the Brits call muggles, we call knowledge. Less insulting, more practical. Noted, Tony said dryly. Continue, Madam President. As I was saying, Picquery resumed with professional courtesy. Harry technically qualifies as a knowledge-raised magical child, despite his unique circumstances. This means he and his family, meaning you, are entitled to comprehensive support services to help with the transition to understanding and integrating magical aspects into your lives. She gestured toward one of her assistants, who produced a thick folder from what appeared to be thin air. We'll be assigning a caseworker specifically to your family, someone with expertise in both magical education and knowledge integration. They'll provide ongoing support, answer questions, help with practical matters like magical supply shopping, and ensure Harry's magical development progresses safely. Caseworker, Tony mused, like social services but for wizards. Essentially, yes, though I suspect your family's case will be rather more complex than our typical assignments. Picquery replied with a slight smile. Most knowledge-raised children don't have fathers who build advanced weapons systems and AI assistants. Tony's grin was sharp enough to cut steel. Most knowledge-raised children probably don't have access to unlimited resources and a father who's professionally curious about impossible things. He leaned forward, his expression intensifying. Madam President, I'm going to need comprehensive educational materials. Books, technical manuals, theoretical frameworks, practical applications. Everything you have on magical principles, energy manipulation, dimensional physics, whatever theoretical foundation underlies these abilities. That's quite an extensive request, McGonagall said carefully. Most magical theory requires years of study to understand properly, and much of it involves concepts that don't translate well to conventional scientific frameworks. Try me, Tony said with absolute confidence. I have 3 doctorates from MIT, I've revolutionized half a dozen fields of engineering, and I once spent a weekend teaching myself enough about quantum mechanics to redesign my arc reactor technology. I'm pretty sure I can handle magical theory. Happy leaned over to Rhodey and whispered, Boss is getting that look, the one he gets right before he completely obsesses over something for 6 months. Only 6 months? Rhodey whispered back. I'm betting on 2 years minimum. Money, Tony continued, apparently oblivious to his friend's commentary, is not an issue. Whatever these educational materials cost, however much your consultation services run, Whatever equipment or supplies Harry might need, price is irrelevant. I want the best possible resources available. Pepper looked up from her note-taking with obvious interest. Speaking of money, I'm fascinated by the economics of this situation. Do magical communities have their own currency? Banking systems? How exactly do financial transactions work in a society that can apparently create matter from thin air? We do indeed have our own financial institutions, Dumbledore said with evident amusement. Gringotts Bank, operated by the goblins, maintains branches in most major magical communities. The American branch is quite sophisticated, I'm told. Goblins, Tony said slowly. Of course there are goblins, because this situation wasn't nearly complex enough already. He paused, struck by a sudden thought. Wait, did you say Harry already has money in this system? The Potter family was quite wealthy, Mr. Stark, McGonagall replied. Harry inherited substantial holdings in both British and international magical currencies. He's been financially independent since birth, though his accounts have been managed by Gringotts in his absence. Tony blinked. My son is already rich by magical standards. Very rich, Dumbledore confirmed, though I suspect that by your standards, the amounts might seem more modest. There's no such thing as too much money, Tony said firmly. Jarvis, make a note to set up meetings with this Gringotts Bank. I want full financial integration between Harry's existing magical assets and his conventional trust funds. Also, start researching magical economic systems. I'm offended that there's an entire consumer base I'm not currently earning money from. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied with what might have been amusement. Shall I also begin preliminary patent research into the commercial applications of magical technology? Definitely, though check the legal frameworks first. I assume there are regulations about magical technological integration. Actually, Graves said with interest, that's a relatively unexplored area of magical law. Most wizards don't understand technology well enough to attempt integration, and most knowledge technology doesn't function reliably in high magic environments. Challenge accepted, Tony said immediately, his eyes lighting up with the kind of dangerous enthusiasm that had led to half his greatest innovations and most spectacular explosions. Tony, Pepper said with the tone of someone who recognized this warning sign, perhaps we should focus on Harry's immediate needs before you start planning to revolutionize magical commerce. Right? Priorities. Tony turned toward the British delegation, his expression growing more serious. Professor Dumbledore, what exactly do you want from us? And please don't tell me you're planning to demand that I hand over my son to some boarding school on the other side of the Atlantic. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, his theatrical bearing giving way to something that seemed more genuinely thoughtful. Mr. Stark, I will not pretend that learning of Harry's relocation has not been deeply concerning to those of us who have long planned for his eventual return to magical society. However, I am not here to demand anything. Harry's adoption is legal, legitimate, and frankly, he smiled with what appeared to be genuine warmth. I cannot deny that he appears to be thriving in your care in ways he never would have with his original guardians. But, Tony prompted, hearing the unspoken caveat. But Harry will need magical education, Dumbledore said firmly. Not just basic instruction in controlling his abilities, but comprehensive training in magical theory, practical applications, defensive techniques, and cultural integration. The magical world has its own customs, its own dangers, its own responsibilities that he must understand. And you want him to receive this education at your school. Hogwarts. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the finest magical educational institution in Europe, Dumbledore said with obvious pride. Our curriculum is comprehensive, our faculty unparalleled, our traditions stretching back over 1,000 years. Yeah, about that, Graves interrupted with characteristic bluntness. Professor, with all due respect, your finest educational institution is still operating like it's 1890. You people think electricity is a fad, you send messages by owl, and your idea of advanced communication technology is a magical fireplace. The American magical educational system is fully integrated with modern society. Modern society, McGonagall sniffed with obvious disdain. has given us nuclear weapons, environmental destruction, and social media. I hardly think integration with such systems represents educational advancement. Modern society, Picquery replied coolly, has also given us antibiotics, space exploration, global communication networks, and the ability to share knowledge instantaneously across continents. American magical education teaches our students to work with both magical and technological systems because that's the world they're going to inherit. Tony watched this exchange with growing interest. So we're talking about two fundamentally different educational philosophies: traditional magical isolation versus magical technological integration. Precisely, Picquery confirmed. Mr. Stark, American magical schools don't just teach magic in isolation. Our students learn to understand and work with the knowledge world because that's where 99% of the planet's population lives. We produce magical citizens who can contribute to both communities. Whereas British magical education, Graves added with obvious satisfaction, produces wizards who can't operate a television and think the height of innovation is self-stirring cauldrons. That is a gross oversimplification, Dumbledore protested, though his twinkling eyes suggested he wasn't entirely offended. Hogwarts provides a thorough grounding in magical theory and practical application. Our graduates are among the most accomplished wizards in the world. In the magical world, Tony said thoughtfully. But what about the non-magical world? Because here's the thing, Harry's not just going to be part of the magical community. He's going to be part of both communities. He's my son, which means he's growing up with technology, science, engineering, and global perspectives that I assume most magical children never encounter. He leaned back in his chair, his expression growing more animated as his mind worked through the possibilities. And honestly, I'm already thinking about Harry's long-term educational path. He's got a brilliant engineering mind, and someday I fully expect him to want to attend MIT. I want to make sure whatever magical education he receives can work alongside conventional higher education, not instead of it. Both magical delegations exchanged glances that carried volumes of unspoken diplomatic communication. Mr. Stark, Dumbledore said carefully, you're proposing a rather unprecedented educational approach. Magical and knowledge education systems have traditionally remained separate for very practical reasons. Yeah? What reasons? Secrecy laws, cultural differences, the fact that magic doesn't play well with most technology, Graves replied. Plus, most knowledge educational institutions aren't exactly equipped to handle students who can accidentally set things on fire when they get emotional. These are all solvable problems, Tony said with the confidence of someone who'd made a career out of solving unsolvable problems. What I'm hearing is that Harry needs comprehensive magical education, but I want that education to enhance his opportunities rather than limit them. He looked back and forth between both groups. So here's what I'm thinking. Harry's still 6 years old. We've got time to evaluate options and make informed decisions. But whatever we decide, it needs to be what's best for Harry's development and future opportunities, not what's most convenient for traditional educational systems. That seems eminently reasonable, Picquery said with obvious approval. American magical education is quite flexible about individual needs and circumstances. I'm confident we can develop a program that meets both Harry's magical education requirements and his broader academic interests. While Hogwarts, Dumbledore added with a slight smile that suggested he wasn't conceding defeat, offers educational opportunities and resources that simply cannot be replicated elsewhere. Our library contains magical texts dating back centuries. Our faculty includes some of the most accomplished wizards in history, and our connections to magical Britain would provide Harry with invaluable cultural and political knowledge. Political knowledge? Tony's eyebrows rose. Are we talking about Harry needing to understand magical politics for his own safety? Or are you suggesting he's going to be expected to play some kind of political role? Mr. Stark, McGonagall said with careful precision, Harry Potter is not just famous in our world, he's symbolic. His defeat of Voldemort, his survival of the killing curse, his very existence represents hope to many people and a threat to others. Whether he wishes it or not, his actions and choices will have political implications. Great, Tony muttered. So not only is my son potentially a target for magical terrorists, but he's also going to be a political figure whether he wants to be or not. This just keeps getting better. Which is exactly why proper education and preparation are so crucial, Dumbledore said earnestly. Harry will need to understand not just how to use his magical abilities, but how to navigate the complex social and political realities of both magical and knowledge worlds. Tony was quiet for several minutes, processing everything he'd learned with the same methodical thoroughness he brought to complex engineering problems. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of important decisions. All right, here's what's going to happen. President Pickquery, I want your case worker program, your educational materials, and your protection protocols. Professor Dumbledore, I want detailed information about Hogwarts, curriculum, faculty qualifications, resources, everything. Both of your organizations are going to provide me with comprehensive assessments of your educational programs, and Harry and I are going to make informed decisions about his future based on what offers him the best possible opportunities. He straightened in his chair, his expression growing more intense. But right now, before we start making long-term educational plans, I want to meet with my son. He's been listening to adult voices discussing his future for the past hour, and I think it's time he had a chance to understand what's happening and express his own opinions about it. You wish to involve him directly in these discussions? Dumbledore asked, his eyebrows rising toward his hairline. Mr. Stark, he is quite young, and the complexities of magical society can be overwhelming even for adults. He's 6 years old, not 6 months old, Tony replied firmly, and he's one of the most intelligent children I've ever encountered. If these decisions are going to affect his life, he deserves to understand what we're talking about and have input into the choices being made. Pickquery nodded with obvious approval. I think that's an excellent approach, Mr. Stark. In our experience, magical children who are involved in decisions about their education and development adjust much better to their magical abilities. Plus, Graves added with a slight grin, something tells me your kid's gonna have opinions about all this whether we ask for them or not. Might as well hear what he's thinking. Tony stood up from his chair, his decision clearly made. Jarvis, ask Harry to join us in the conference room. And Jarvis, make sure he knows that he's not in trouble and that we just want to talk with him about some exciting new things we've learned. Certainly, Mr. Stark, though I should mention that Master Harry has been remarkably interested in tonight's proceedings. Interested how? He may have been conducting some independent research into the nature of magic and its potential applications while waiting for your conversation to conclude. Tony's grin was bright enough to power a small city. Of course he has. That's my boy. As Jarvis went to summon Harry, the assembled magical officials prepared themselves for what was likely to be a very interesting conversation with the most famous magical child in the world. A child who was about to learn that his already extraordinary life was about to become infinitely more complex, dangerous, and magical than anything his brilliant mind had ever imagined. Outside the mansion's windows, the storm clouds continued to swirl with impossible colors, and in the distance, lightning flashed in patterns that seemed almost like a countdown to something momentous. The future was about to begin. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion, main conference room, 10:17 p.m. PST *. Harry Potter Stark entered the conference room with the kind of careful composure that suggested he'd spent the past hour mentally preparing for this moment. He'd changed from his casual clothes into a button-down shirt and khakis that Tony recognized as the Meeting Important People outfit Pepper had helped him select during their shopping expedition in London. His dark hair was somewhat more tamed than usual, though several stubborn cowlicks still defied gravity, and his green eyes moved systematically around the room, cataloging faces and details with analytical precision. Tony felt a surge of pride as he watched his son assess the situation with remarkable calm for a 6-year-old who was about to learn that his entire understanding of reality needed some major revisions. Harry, Tony said gently, standing up from his chair, come sit next to me. We've got some things to discuss, and I want you to feel free to ask questions about anything that doesn't make sense. Harry nodded seriously and moved to the chair beside Tony, settling into it with careful posture. His eyes swept the assembled magical officials with obvious curiosity, lingering on details like Dumbledore's elaborate robes, McGonagall's severe expression, and what appeared to be a genuine wooden staff resting against Moody's chair. Good evening, he said politely. his voice carrying the kind of formal courtesy that suggested excellent upbringing.
I'm Harry Potter Stark.
I understand you've all traveled quite far to speak with me. Indeed we have, young man, Dumbledore said with gentle warmth. His theatrical voice softened to something more genuinely paternal. I am Professor Albus Dumbledore, and these are my colleagues from Britain. We've come to discuss some rather extraordinary things about your heritage and abilities. Harry's gaze shifted to the American delegation. And you're from the American government? American magical government, Pickweary corrected with a slight smile. I'm President Serafina Pickweary, and this is Senior Auror Percival Graves. We're here to help your family understand and navigate the magical world. The magical world, Harry repeated thoughtfully. His expression suggested he was confirming something he'd already suspected rather than learning something completely new. That explains quite a lot, actually. Tony blinked. It does. Harry looked up at his father with an expression that was equal parts excitement and careful analysis. Dad, the things that have been happening around me, the floating objects, the temperature changes, the way I can sometimes just know how to fix things I've never seen before, it never made scientific sense according to conventional physics. But if there's an entire branch of science we call magic that operates according to different principles. He trailed off, his green eyes lighting up with the kind of intellectual excitement Tony recognized from his own childhood encounters with new areas of study. You already suspected, Pepper said with obvious amazement. You figured out that what was happening to you might be related to some kind of unknown energy manipulation. It seemed like the most logical explanation, Harry replied seriously. Though I must admit, learning that there are entire governments and schools and societies built around these principles is considerably more exciting than I anticipated. Graves leaned back in his chair with obvious satisfaction. Kid's sharp. I like him already. Harry, Tony said carefully, these people have told us some things about your origins that are rather significant. Are you ready to hear some potentially surprising information about your birth parents and early childhood? Harry's expression grew more serious, but he nodded with steady composure. I'd very much like to know about my parents. I've always wondered what happened to them, and why I ended up at St. Margaret's. Tony looked toward Dumbledore, who cleared his throat with theatrical gravity before beginning what was clearly a prepared explanation. Harry, he said gently, your parents were James and Lily Potter, and they were both accomplished wizards, magical people with extraordinary abilities not unlike what you've been experiencing. They lived in the magical community in Britain, where they were greatly loved and respected. Were they scientists? Harry asked immediately. Researchers? People who studied how magic works? Your father was more of a practical magician, McGonagall said carefully. Talented at defensive magic and quite skilled at what we call transfiguration, the art of changing one thing into another. Your mother, however, was indeed brilliant at magical theory and research. She had a particular gift for protective magic and was considered one of the most promising magical researchers of her generation. Harry's face lit up with obvious pleasure. My mother was a researcher. That's wonderful. Did she publish papers? Are there records of her work that I could read? The magical officials exchanged glances that carried hints of surprise and approval. There are indeed records of her research, Dumbledore confirmed, though much of it was unfortunately lost when she and your father were killed by a very dangerous dark wizard named Voldemort. Harry went very still, his analytical mind clearly processing this information with characteristic thoroughness. They were murdered by someone using magical abilities for harmful purposes. Yes, Tony said quietly, his protective instincts flaring as he watched Harry absorb this devastating information. Harry, if this is too much to discuss right now. No, Dad. I need to understand this, Harry interrupted with surprising firmness. If there are dangerous people in the magical world, and if I'm part of that world, then I need to know about the threats. He looked directly at Dumbledore. Professor, what happened when this Voldemort person attacked my parents? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, clearly choosing his words with extreme care. Voldemort was a wizard of extraordinary power who believed that magical people were superior to non-magical people, and that those with the purest magical heritage should rule over everyone else. Your parents opposed his ideology and fought against his organization. They were resistance fighters, Harry said with obvious pride. They stood up against someone who was essentially a magical supremacist. Essentially, yes. And when Voldemort came to your home that night, he killed your father first, then your mother, and then attempted to kill you as well. But something unprecedented happened. The killing curse he used rebounded upon him instead, destroying his physical form and leaving you with only that lightning bolt scar on your forehead. Harry's hand moved unconsciously to touch the faint scar that was barely visible beneath his unruly hair. The curse rebounded. That's not supposed to be possible, is it? It has never happened before or since, McGonagall replied softly. Harry, you are the only person in recorded magical history to survive the killing curse. That's why the magical world calls you the boy who lived. And that's why there might still be people who want to hurt you, Graves added bluntly. Voldemort had a lot of followers who think that finishing what he started would somehow bring him back to power or prove their loyalty to his cause. Harry was quiet for several minutes, processing this information with the same methodical analysis he brought to engineering problems. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady and thoughtful. So I'm famous in the magical world because I survived something that killed my parents and destroyed a dangerous person who was threatening other people's safety. And there are still people who supported this Voldemort person who might see me as a target. He looked around the room at all the adults watching him with varying expressions of concern and admiration. That's why you're all here, isn't it? To figure out how to keep me safe and help me understand my place in this magical world. That's exactly right, Tony said, his voice rough with emotion as he watched his son handle this devastating revelation with remarkable maturity. Harry, I want you to know that whatever we decide about your education or your involvement with the magical world, your safety and happiness are my only priorities. And I want you to know, Harry replied seriously, that I'm not afraid of being part of the magical world. If I have magical abilities, then I want to learn how to use them responsibly. If there are people who need protection from dangerous wizards like Voldemort's followers, then I want to be able to help. And if my parents died fighting against magical supremacists, he straightened in his chair with visible determination. Then I want to continue their work. The silence that followed was profound. Every adult in the room stared at this 6-year-old child who had just absorbed the most traumatic information imaginable and responded with courage, determination, and a moral clarity that most grown wizards never achieved. Harry, Picquery said softly, that's exactly the kind of attitude we hope to see from Lily and James Potter's son. Though perhaps, Dumbledore added with gentle concern, we might focus on your education and training before we start planning your career in fighting dark wizards. Harry's smile was bright enough to power the mansion's arc reactor. Oh, I'm definitely planning to get the best possible education, in magic and in conventional science, because I have a theory about how magical and technological systems might work together, and I think that combination could be more powerful than either one alone. Tony felt something swell in his chest, pride, excitement, and perhaps the first glimmer of understanding about just how extraordinary his son's future might be. Harry, he said carefully, what kind of theory? Well, Harry began, his eyes lighting up with the kind of intellectual excitement that meant he was about to explain something complex and fascinating. If magic involves manipulating energy at the quantum level through focused intention, and if technology involves manipulating energy through design systems and calculated applications, then theoretically we should be able to create hybrid systems that use both approaches simultaneously. He paused, looking around the room at the assembled adults who were staring at him with expressions ranging from amazement to alarm. Is that not something people have tried before? No, Master Harry, Jarvis's voice responded through the room's speakers, carrying what sounded suspiciously like pride. That is not something people have tried before. Though I must say, the theoretical framework you're proposing has some rather fascinating implications. You see, Harry said to the room at large, even Jarvis thinks it's a good idea. Tony looked around the conference table at 2 delegations of magical officials who had come prepared to negotiate the education and protection of a famous magical child, only to discover that they were actually dealing with a 6-year-old who was already theorizing about revolutionary applications of magical technological integration. "Gentlemen, ladies," he said with a grin that was equal parts pride and anticipation, "I think we need to completely revise our assumptions about Harry's educational requirements." "Indeed," Dumbledore murmured, his eyes twinkling with something that might have been excitement or concern. "I suspect young Harry's education is going to be rather more complex than any of us anticipated." Outside the mansion's windows, the storm clouds swirled with increasing intensity, lightning flashing in impossible colors that seemed to pulse in rhythm with something momentous approaching. The future was about to become much more interesting than anyone had planned. And in the conference room, a 6-year-old boy sat beside his father, surrounded by magical officials from 2 different governments, and began planning innovations that would change both worlds forever. The conversation was just getting started. Tony Stark's Malibu mansion, workshop level, 11:43 a.m. Pacific Standard Time 3 days later. The workshop that had once been Tony Stark's pristine sanctuary of technological innovation now resembled what would happen if MIT's entire engineering department had gotten spectacularly drunk with Hogwarts Library during finals week, then decided to redecorate while under the influence of quantum mechanics and ancient magic. Holographic displays showing electromagnetic field equations in brilliant cobalt blue light floated with serene dignity beside leather-bound books that flipped their own pages with the scholarly pompousness of Oxford dons who just discovered they could levitate. Ancient tomes bound in midnight black leather hovered at precisely calculated angles while casting subtle shadows that seemed to move independently, their gilt-edged pages rustling with whispers of knowledge that predated most modern civilizations. Jarvis's distinctly cultured British accent provided running commentary on the increasingly surreal intersection of cutting-edge quantum mechanics and what the more pretentious magical texts rather grandly termed thaumic energy manipulation theory and practical applications in contemporary magical society. His voice carried that particular blend of artificial intelligence precision and what was beginning to sound suspiciously like genuine intellectual fascination, a development that would have been impossible 3 days ago but now seemed perfectly reasonable in their new reality. Tony Stark stood before a massive holographic projection that dominated the center of the workshop space like some kind of technological altar to impossible physics. The 3-dimensional atomic model would have made Stephen Hawking weep with pure scientific joy, except this version included shimmering energy patterns that pulsed in colors that definitely weren't supposed to exist according to any physics textbook ever written by sane people. The patterns moved with liquid grace through spectrums that seemed to include several colors that human eyes shouldn't technically be able to perceive, creating an effect that was simultaneously beautiful and mildly nauseating. His dark brown hair stuck up at odd angles from 3 solid days of running his hands through it in alternating fits of frustration and breakthrough excitement. His vintage Black Sabbath t-shirt, the original 1970 tour merchandise that cost more than most people's cars, was wrinkled enough to suggest he'd been sleeping in the workshop, which he had been, because sleep was for people who weren't discovering entirely new branches of physics every 6 hours. His coffee-brown eyes held that particular manic gleam that meant he'd discovered an entirely new universe of problems to solve, and was absolutely thrilled about the intellectual challenge, even if it meant rewriting everything he thought he knew about reality. The workshop bore testament to 3 days of intensive interdisciplinary research that would have given most university physics departments nervous breakdowns. Holographic displays showing quantum field equations in brilliant blue light shared space with floating medieval grimoires whose pages turned themselves with scholarly dignity. Advanced computer terminals displaying electromagnetic spectrum analyses sat beside crystal balls that occasionally showed complex mathematical formulas in swirling script that looked like it had been written by someone who understood calculus but preferred quill pens. Workbenches covered with precision electronic components were organized around cauldrons that bubbled gently while performing chemical reactions that violated several fundamental laws of thermodynamics with casual indifference. "Jarvis," Tony said without taking his eyes off the impossible holographic display, gesturing at the projection with the kind of expansive hand movements that suggested approximately 14 cups of coffee and maybe 3 hours of actual sleep over the past 72 hours. "Run the theoretical calculations again, but this time assume that magical energy operates on the same fundamental principles as dark matter interactions, present everywhere, measurably affecting its environment through gravitational and electromagnetic effects, but requiring completely specialized detection methods and mathematical frameworks to actually observe and quantify directly. Recalculating now, Mr. Stark," Jarvis replied with what could only be described as digital enthusiasm mixed with the kind of intellectual excitement that suggested even artificial intelligences could develop research obsessions. His cultured British accent somehow managed to convey both artificial precision and growing fascination with their impossible project. Though I feel compelled to mention that Master Harry's most recent modifications to our theoretical framework suggest that magical energy might be more analogous to quantum field fluctuations than to dark matter interactions. His mathematical proofs are rather compelling, and I confess I find his conclusions disturbingly elegant. Disturbingly elegant, Tony repeated with amusement, finally tearing his gaze away from the mesmerizing hologram to scan his workshop for his son. Jarvis, did you just admit that a 6-year-old's mathematical proofs are giving you an existential crisis? Nearly 7, came a crisp, distinctly British voice from across the workshop, spoken with the kind of precise diction that made it sound like a correction delivered by a miniature Oxford professor who'd just been personally insulted. And Jarvis isn't having an existential crisis. He's experiencing the intellectual satisfaction that comes from discovering elegant solutions to previously incomprehensible problems. The search for Harry didn't take long. He had claimed the corner area that had been hastily but efficiently converted into what could only be described as a magical study space that would make Oxford's Bodleian Library weep with professional jealousy. The transformation had been accomplished with a combination of Tony's unlimited resources, Penny's magical expertise, and Harry's increasingly sophisticated understanding of what constituted an optimal learning environment for interdisciplinary theoretical research. The 6-year-old, nearly 7, as he would undoubtedly correct with mathematical precision, sat cross-legged on a pile of burgundy velvet cushions that had apparently been conjured from somewhere magical and considerably more comfortable than anything available through conventional furniture stores. He was completely surrounded by a constellation of floating books, automated quills that moved with the fluid grace of professional calligraphers who'd been enchanted to work at superhuman speeds, and an assortment of magical objects that were casually performing tasks that violated approximately 17 different laws of physics while making it look effortless. But it was Harry himself that drew attention and held it with the kind of magnetic presence that couldn't be taught or faked. At nearly 7 years old, he possessed the kind of striking appearance that would undoubtedly cause significant romantic chaos in about a decade, but right now served primarily to make him look like someone had cast a movie star in the role of boy genius discovers magic. His unruly black hair fell across his forehead in waves that suggested he'd inherited excellent genetics but had never met a comb he couldn't defeat, framing a face that combined classical bone structure with the kind of sharp intelligence that blazed from his remarkable eyes. Those eyes were perhaps Harry's most striking feature. Not just their unusual emerald green color, which seemed to shift between different shades depending on his mood and the lighting, but the intelligence that burned behind them like green fire. They were sharp, analytical, utterly fearless in the face of new information, and currently focused on his research with the kind of laser-like concentration that Tony recognized as the prelude to major breakthrough insights. When Harry looked up from his books, those eyes held depths that seemed impossible in someone so young, as if he'd inherited not just his parents' magical abilities, but also their accumulated wisdom and intellectual curiosity. His face was already showing hints of the bone structure that would probably make him devastatingly handsome as an adult: high cheekbones, a strong jawline that suggested both determination and quiet confidence, and the kind of naturally expressive features that conveyed intelligence, humor, and barely contained mischief in equal measure. His skin had the healthy glow of someone who spent time outdoors, but also the slight pallor that came from intensive reading by magical light in underground workshops. But it was his voice that really completed the picture: crisp, distinctly British, with the kind of precise diction that suggested expensive private education and generations of linguistic refinement. When he spoke, he sounded like a miniature professor who'd been personally trained by the BBC's most distinguished announcers, except with the occasional hint of childlike wonder that reminded everyone he was still just 6 years old, regardless of his intellectual capabilities. A crystal paperweight the size of a tennis ball shifted through a spectrum of colors in response to Harry's emotional state, currently cycling through brilliant gold and deep emerald green, apparently indicating excitement and intense concentration with occasional flashes of silver that suggested moments of particular insight. A sleek silver quill wrote complex mathematical equations directly into the air above his head, leaving glowing symbols that hung suspended like magical graffiti, while a second quill transcribed his thoughts in elegant script across sheets of parchment that organized themselves into neat stacks based on subject matter. Most impressively, a polished metal sphere about the size of a baseball hovered exactly 3 feet off the ground, while slowly rotating through geometric patterns that hurt Tony's brain to look at directly. The sphere seemed to pulse in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat, its surface reflecting not the workshop around them but mathematical formulas that shifted and changed as Harry processed new information. Harry himself was the absolute picture of scholarly intensity, his remarkable green eyes moving back and forth between multiple floating texts with the kind of systematic efficiency that suggested he developed his own advanced speed-reading techniques. Currently, he had Fundamental Principles of Magical Energy Manipulation, revised 3rd edition balanced on his knees, while Advanced Transfiguration Theory and Practical Applications floated beside him at perfect eye level, its pages turning automatically in sync with his reading speed. A 3rd book, Comparative Analysis of Magical and Scientific Mathematical Frameworks, hovered to his right, while a 4th tome titled Historical Development of Magical Energy Theory, 1200 to 1900, floated to his left. All 4 books were being read simultaneously with the kind of multitasking ability that would have impressed most graduate students, while Harry occasionally made notes in the air with casual hand gestures that left glowing words suspended like luminous thoughts made visible. "Harry," Tony called across the workshop, his voice carrying that particular parental tone that meant business mixed with considerable pride. "What modifications are we talking about exactly? And please tell me they don't involve anything that's going to make my insurance company spontaneously combust." Harry looked up from his books with the slightly dazed expression of someone surfacing from deep intellectual waters, blinking those remarkable green eyes as he refocused on the physical world around him. When he spoke, his accent carried that crisp British precision that made him sound like a miniature Oxford professor, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the fact that his hair was sticking up almost as much as Tony's. "Oh, the quantum field integration concept," he said with the casual tone of someone discussing the weather rather than revolutionary theoretical physics that would probably earn him a Nobel Prize in about 20 years. "Dad, I've been cross-referencing the mathematical frameworks described in these magical texts with contemporary quantum mechanics theory, and I believe these rather pompous magical authors are describing precisely the same phenomena that Dr. Hawking theorized regarding virtual particle pairs and quantum foam interactions, but they're using completely different terminology and mathematical notation systems that are approximately 3 centuries out of date." Tony blinked slowly, the way people do when their brain needs extra processing time to handle information that shouldn't technically be possible. "You've been cross-referencing Stephen Hawking's theoretical physics with, what did you call them? Magical theory textbooks written by pompous dead wizards." "Not medieval magical theory," Harry corrected with the patient air of someone who'd had to make this distinction several times already, and whose tone suggested he found the continuous need for clarification mildly irritating in the way that only intellectually gifted children could manage. "The Advanced Transfiguration text was published in 1847 by the Salem Institute of Magical Research, and it references considerably more contemporary studies conducted throughout the 19th century. The mathematical notation is rather primitive by modern standards. They're still using modified Newtonian calculus instead of tensor mathematics or differential geometry, but I've been systematically translating their formulas into contemporary notation systems." He gestured casually at the floating equations his enchanted quill had been writing in the air above his study area, which now covered most of the available vertical space like some kind of mathematical aurora borealis that pulsed with soft blue light. "And the underlying principles are actually quite sophisticated, once one accounts for the limitations of their mathematical tools." Harry continued with growing enthusiasm, his green eyes lighting up with the pure joy of intellectual discovery. "Whoever wrote this clearly understood advanced field theory and multidimensional energy interactions, even if they didn't have access to modern mathematical frameworks to express their theories with proper precision. It's rather like reading Galileo's astronomy notes. The observations are brilliant and accurate, but the mathematical language is somewhat primitive by contemporary standards." Tony stared at his son for a long moment, his expression cycling through amazement, pride, and what might have been the early stages of parental panic mixed with the dawning realization that he'd adopted a child who might be significantly more intelligent than most tenured physics professors. "Of course you have," he said faintly, running one hand through his hair in a gesture that made it stand up even more wildly. "Because normal 6-year-olds definitely spend their afternoons translating 19th century magical mathematics into quantum field theory equations while casually revolutionizing our understanding of fundamental physics. Perfectly reasonable Tuesday activity for the average first grader." "Nearly 7, Harry corrected automatically with the kind of mathematical precision that suggested this was a frequent point of contention, then returned his attention to his books with the focused intensity of someone who'd found genuinely fascinating research and wasn't particularly interested in interruptions, even from beloved adoptive fathers. "And Dad, I think I've figured out why magical energy and conventional technology usually don't interact well together. It's not fundamental incompatibility between magical and scientific principles. It's simply calibration issues and frequency modulation problems." Tony felt that familiar electric thrill of approaching major discovery, the sensation that had driven every significant breakthrough in his career and was now apparently being triggered by his not-quite 7-year-old son's casual observations about the intersection of magic and technology. "Calibration issues?" he repeated, moving closer to Harry's study area with the focused intensity of a shark scenting blood in the water, his eyes already racing through the implications of what Harry was suggesting. "Most contemporary technology is designed to work with very specific electromagnetic frequencies and energy patterns," Harry explained, his voice growing more animated as he warmed to his subject. The floating crystal paperweight shifted to brilliant gold, apparently responding to his increasing excitement with the kind of sympathetic resonance that suggested magical objects were considerably more sophisticated than anyone had previously realized. "But magical energy operates across a much broader spectrum, including frequencies that most electronic systems aren't properly shielded against. The interference patterns create feedback loops that cause system failures, data corruption, and occasionally rather spectacular explosions. It's rather like trying to play a compact disc in a gramophone. The information is certainly there and theoretically accessible, but the playback systems aren't designed to be compatible with each other. But if we could design technology that's specifically calibrated to work with magical energy frequencies." Tony's mind raced through the implications, his hands gesturing excitedly as he spoke, already envisioning the revolutionary possibilities that Harry was casually describing. "Exactly." Harry beamed with the pure joy of shared intellectual discovery, and the floating metal sphere near him suddenly began glowing with soft blue light while spinning considerably faster, apparently responding to his enthusiasm with increasingly complex geometric patterns. "We could create hybrid systems that use magical energy as a power source while maintaining technological precision and control systems. Imagine arc reactor technology enhanced with magical energy focusing arrays that could increase power output by orders of magnitude, or computer systems that can process both digital information and magical data simultaneously while cross-referencing both databases in real time." The magical objects around Harry's study area began responding to his growing enthusiasm with increasingly dramatic activity. The color-changing paperweight cycled rapidly through gold and silver while occasionally flashing brilliant emerald green. The floating books began flipping pages at triple speed while somehow maintaining perfect readability, and the glowing equations hanging in the air started rearranging themselves into more complex three-dimensional patterns that pulsed with mathematical beauty. "Furthermore," Harry continued, his British accent growing more pronounced with excitement, "if we could develop proper interface protocols between magical energy systems and electronic components, we could create detection networks that monitor both conventional and magical security threats simultaneously. The applications for defense systems alone would be extraordinary, not to mention the possibilities for communication networks, transportation systems, and medical technology." "Master Harry," Jarvis observed with his characteristic blend of artificial intelligence precision and what was beginning to sound suspiciously like genuine fondness, "your emotional state appears to be directly affecting the magical objects in your immediate vicinity. The correlation is quite remarkable and suggests that magical items respond to much more than simple conscious commands. They seem to integrate with the user's entire neurological and bioelectric system in ways that conventional technology cannot replicate." "I know," Harry replied with absolute delight, his green eyes sparkling with fascination as he gestured toward the increasingly active magical objects surrounding his study area. "Isn't it absolutely wonderful? The theoretical texts mention that magical objects often respond to the wizard's emotional state, but I think the actual mechanism is far more precise and sophisticated than that rather vague description suggests." He paused, clearly organizing his thoughts with the methodical precision that Tony was learning to recognize as Harry's standard approach to complex problems. "I believe magical objects are specifically designed to integrate with the user's bioelectric field patterns, autonomic nervous system responses, and possibly even subconscious thought processes. The integration would explain why the reactions are so immediate and proportional to emotional intensity, and why different users seem to achieve different results with identical magical items. It's not just emotional response, It's comprehensive neurological interfacing that operates on multiple levels simultaneously. He gestured toward the floating metal sphere, which was now rotating through increasingly complex geometric patterns, while pulsing with soft light that seemed to shift colors in response to his words. If I'm correct, then magical objects are essentially sophisticated bioresponsive computer systems that use the wizard's own nervous system as both power source and control interface. The implications for human-computer integration research would be absolutely extraordinary, especially if we could develop technological systems that operate on similar principles. Tony stared at his son with an expression that managed to combine amazement, pride, and what was definitely the beginning of paternal panic as he realized that Harry's casual observations were probably going to revolutionize at least 3 different fields of advanced scientific research. "Harry," he said very carefully, as if he were defusing a particularly complex explosive device while trying not to disturb his son's thought processes. "Exactly how much magical theory have you absorbed over the past 3 days?" Harry considered the question with the thoughtful seriousness of someone conducting a thorough mental inventory, his green eyes growing distant as he mentally catalogued his recent reading. "Well," he said with the precision that suggested he'd been keeping detailed mental notes, "I've completed the basic primer on elemental magic theory. That was actually quite straightforward once I understood that the underlying thermodynamic principles are essentially identical to conventional physics, just operating through different energy transfer mechanisms. I've finished the introduction to transfiguration theory, which is fascinating from a molecular chemistry perspective, though their mathematical descriptions of atomic manipulation are rather primitive by contemporary standards." He paused, gesturing toward one of the floating books while continuing his intellectual inventory. "I've read most of the defensive spells textbook, though some of the applications seem rather excessively violent for my personal taste. Honestly, who designs magical attacks that can permanently transfigure someone's internal organs? That seems unnecessarily cruel. I've also completed the theoretical foundations of magical energy manipulation, cross-referenced with basic principles of applied magical engineering, and I'm currently working through advanced comparative magical mathematics, which is proving quite illuminating despite the author's unfortunate tendency toward unnecessarily flowery language." Tony felt his eyebrows climbing toward his hairline as Harry's casual recitation continued, each item on the list representing what should have been weeks or months of graduate-level study compressed into 3 days of intensive reading. "I've also been conducting parallel research into the historical development of magical theory," Harry continued with growing enthusiasm, "comparing magical theoretical frameworks from different time periods and geographical regions to identify common underlying principles. Did you know that Chinese magical theory developed completely independently from European traditions but arrived at remarkably similar mathematical conclusions about energy manipulation? The correlation suggests that magical principles represent fundamental aspects of physics rather than cultural beliefs, which has fascinating implications for." He trailed off as he noticed Tony staring at him with an expression that combined amazement, pride, and what was definitely approaching full parental panic. "What?" Harry asked with perfectly innocent confusion, though his tone carried that particular British dryness that suggested he was well aware his intellectual capabilities were somewhat unusual. "Did I say something particularly extraordinary?" "Nothing at all," Tony managed, his voice slightly strained as he processed the implications of his son's casual academic achievements. "Just my nearly 7-year-old son systematically absorbing several centuries' worth of advanced magical theory while simultaneously developing revolutionary frameworks for magical technological integration. Perfectly normal Tuesday afternoon intellectual pursuits for the average elementary school student. Though I should mention," Harry added with the kind of casual afterthought that made Tony's chest tight with protective pride and barely contained terror, "I haven't actually attempted to perform any spells yet. Penny said I should wait until I have proper supervision and comprehensive safety protocols in place, which seems quite sensible given the energy levels involved and the potential for catastrophic consequences if something goes wrong." "Penny?" Tony repeated, then looked around the workshop as if expecting their Makusa case worker to materialize from behind a workbench like some kind of magical ninja with perfect timing and diplomatic solutions to impossible problems. "Speaking of our delightfully efficient magical liaison, who somehow makes interdimensional bureaucracy seem manageable, where exactly is she?" "Conference call with President Pickquery regarding interdepartmental coordination protocols and international magical security arrangements," came a crisp, professional voice from the workshop's main entrance, spoken with the kind of confidence that suggested the speaker had just successfully resolved several complex political situations before most people had finished their morning coffee. Penny Kowalski appeared in the doorway carrying what looked like a perfectly ordinary leather briefcase, except for the minor detail that it was quite obviously larger on the inside than physically possible and occasionally emitted soft humming sounds that suggested it contained considerably more than standard office supplies. Her auburn hair was pulled back in a flawless professional chignon that somehow remained perfect despite having spent 3 days essentially living at the Stark mansion while coordinating impossibly complex magical logistics. Her tailored charcoal jacket showed absolutely no wrinkles despite apparently containing an entire magical supply store, and her expression carried the satisfied efficiency of someone who just solved several international diplomatic crises while maintaining perfect professional composure. Penny Kowalski was everything Makusa had promised and considerably more. A specialist in knowledge magical integration with impressive credentials from both Harvard Business School and the Salem Institute of Advanced Magical Studies, combined with the kind of diplomatic finesse that could probably negotiate peace treaties between hostile nations before lunch. Her auburn hair caught the workshop's mixed lighting with hints of gold and copper, framing a face that managed to be both professionally authoritative and genuinely warm. Her green eyes held the sharp intelligence of someone who'd successfully navigated complex bureaucratic systems in both the magical and non-magical worlds, and her smile suggested someone who genuinely enjoyed solving impossible problems. She'd spent the past 72 hours providing magical consultation services that ranged from how to prevent enchanted books from spontaneously combusting when exposed to electromagnetic fields, to why your artificial intelligence assistant appears to be developing supernatural sensitivities, and what that might mean for international magical security protocols. "Mr. Stark," she continued, setting down her impossible briefcase with practiced ease while consulting what appeared to be a standard tablet that occasionally displayed information in glowing runic script instead of conventional text. "I have excellent news on multiple fronts. The Gringotts meeting has been confirmed for tomorrow at precisely 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ms. Potts has successfully navigated the preliminary security protocols required for knowledge visitors to enter magical New York, which is considerably more complex than most people realize, and I've arranged for a comprehensive magical shopping expedition to properly outfit Harry with appropriate supplies for his unique educational requirements." Magical shopping expedition, Tony repeated with the tone of someone who was simultaneously thrilled and terrified by the implications, while already calculating the potential financial and logistical complications. "That sounds either absolutely fantastic or financially catastrophic. Quite possibly both simultaneously." "Oh, it will definitely be both," Penny replied cheerfully, her smile carrying hints of diplomatic mischief and the kind of professional satisfaction that suggested she'd been looking forward to this particular challenge. Training wands, cauldrons in various sizes and materials, spell components from rare to exotic, protective amulets, reference materials, and probably several dozen items you didn't know existed but will absolutely insist on purchasing once you understand their capabilities and potential applications. Standard supplies for a magically gifted child whose father has unlimited resources, a well-documented tendency to overachieve, and absolutely no concept of reasonable spending limits when it comes to education or technology. Harry looked up from his books with obvious excitement, his green eyes practically glowing with anticipation as he processed the implications of visiting an actual magical commercial district. "I get to visit a proper magical shopping district? With actual magical shops and professional practitioners and everything?" he asked with the kind of enthusiasm that made Tony's protective instincts engage even as he felt pride in his son's intellectual curiosity. "You get to experience one of the most comprehensive magical commercial centers in the Western Hemisphere," Penny confirmed with obvious satisfaction at Harry's excitement. "The American Magical Shopping District makes London's Diagon Alley look like a corner convenience store with delusions of grandeur. They have everything from basic supplies to cutting-edge magical research equipment, plus specialty shops that cater to unique requirements like yours, magical theory books, experimental equipment, and probably several items that don't technically exist yet but will be invented specifically for your research projects." She paused, then added with the kind of diplomatic warning that suggested she'd dealt with wealthy clients before, "Though I should warn you both, magical shopping with the Potter Stark family budget is going to be memorable and probably expensive enough to affect the local magical economy." "How memorable are we talking?" Pepper's voice came from the workshop entrance, where she appeared carrying her own tablet and wearing the expression of someone who'd spent the morning coordinating impossibly complex logistics while maintaining perfect professional composure and probably preventing at least 3 potential international incidents. Pepper Potts looked every inch the executive assistant to a billionaire genius who regularly saved the world between business meetings. Her red hair was styled in a sleek bob that suggested both efficiency and sophisticated style. Her cream-colored blazer was perfectly tailored to convey professional authority without sacrificing femininity, and her blue eyes held the kind of sharp intelligence that could organize a hostile corporate takeover before lunch and still have time to coordinate dinner. Reservations at restaurants that didn't technically accept reservations. Her figure was striking in the way that suggested excellent genetics combined with the kind of disciplined fitness routine that came from chasing Tony Stark around the world while managing his business empire and personal life. She moved with the confident grace of someone who knew she was attractive but was far more interested in being respected for her intelligence and competence. When she spoke, her voice carried the authority of someone who'd successfully managed some of the most complex business operations in the world, while dealing with Tony's occasionally chaotic approach to conventional business practices. She was also, Tony had noticed with growing admiration, developing an alarming talent for asking exactly the right questions about magical logistics that he wouldn't have thought of until it was far too late to prevent expensive complications. Because Tony's definition of reasonable shopping budget and the actual cost of magical supplies might not align perfectly, she continued with the long-suffering tone of someone who'd had variations of this conversation before in different contexts, usually involving experimental technology and Tony's tendency to purchase everything that caught his intellectual interest. Pep, I resent that implication. Tony protested with mock indignation, though his grin suggested he was perfectly aware of his own spending habits. My shopping budgets are always perfectly reasonable and carefully calculated. It's just that my definition of reasonable tends to be more comprehensive and forward-thinking than the average person's limited perspective. Last month you spent $40,000 on a single screwdriver because it was technically superior to all existing alternatives, Pepper replied dryly, consulting her tablet with the efficient precision of someone who kept meticulous records of every questionable purchase decision. It was titanium with nanocrystalline structure optimization and a precision-engineered grip interface. Tony defended with the passionate intensity of someone whose engineering standards refused to accept inferior tools. And it came with a lifetime warranty plus technical support from the manufacturer. That screwdriver will probably outlast most of the equipment in this workshop. You used it once, Pepper continued relentlessly, to adjust a single screw on a prototype that you abandoned 3 days later. The principle of having superior tools available remains valid regardless of frequency of use, Tony replied with dignity, then shifted topics with the practiced ease of someone avoiding uncomfortable financial discussions. But more importantly, Penny, how exactly does one pay for enchanted objects? Do magical shops accept credit cards? Or do we need to worry about some kind of ancient barter system? Do they have magical ATMs? Some kind of wizard system? Mystical cryptocurrency that fluctuates based on lunar cycles? Magical currency, Penny explained patiently, though her eyes sparkled with amusement at Tony's questions and his obvious fascination with magical economic systems. Gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts. A traditional system that's been in use for centuries. Though major purchases can be handled through Gringotts bank transfers, and given Harry's family inheritance combined with your own resources, I don't think cost is going to be a limiting factor for anything you might want to purchase. Harry's inheritance, Pepper said, consulting her notes with the focused attention she usually reserved for major contract negotiations and international business deals. Penny, you mentioned that the Potter family was financially well-positioned, but you didn't provide specific numbers or detailed financial information. Should we be prepared for trust fund levels of assets? Or are we talking about actual substantial wealth that requires comprehensive financial planning? Penny's smile carried the kind of diplomatic discretion that immediately suggested the answer was going to be considerably more complex than anyone expected, combined with the professional confidence of someone who dealt with high-net-worth magical families on a regular basis. Ms. Potts, she said carefully, perhaps it would be better to let the Gringotts account manager provide those specific details tomorrow during your appointment. What I can say is that the Potter family made some very wise investments over the years, both in magical and non-magic markets, and their combined holdings have grown substantially over the past several decades. Substantially how? Tony asked with growing interest, his business instincts engaging despite the surreal nature of discussing magical inheritance law and interdimensional banking systems. Let's simply say that Harry is financially independent by both magical and knowledge standards, Penny replied with careful diplomatic phrasing, and his inheritance includes both liquid assets and various magical properties, investments, and research facilities. Though given his age, all major financial decisions require guardian approval and Gringotts oversight, naturally. Harry looked up from his magical mathematics with sudden concern, his expression shifting from scholarly excitement to something more vulnerable and uncertain as he processed the implications of what Penny was describing. Are you saying I have enough money to make Tony worry about whether I'm only interesting to him because I'm wealthy? He asked with the kind of direct honesty that cut through diplomatic language and struck directly at the heart of his fears. Because I've read about situations where wealthy children aren't entirely certain whether people care about them personally or simply about their inheritance prospects, and I would find that particular uncertainty rather distressing. The question hit Tony like a physical blow, cutting through his usual verbal defenses and striking directly at something fundamental about their relationship. He immediately crossed the workshop to kneel beside Harry's study area, his expression completely serious as he met those brilliant green eyes that held far too much wisdom and worry for someone who was nearly 7 years old. "Harry, listen to me very carefully," he said with absolute sincerity, his voice carrying the kind of complete honesty that he usually reserved for the most important conversations of his life. "I don't care if you're worth $10 or $10 billion or if you own half the magical world. I didn't adopt you because of money. I adopted you because you're brilliant, curious, kind, and because the moment I saw you drawing impossible armor designs with mathematical precision that shouldn't exist, I knew you were supposed to be part of my family." He reached out to place both hands on Harry's shoulders, maintaining eye contact as he continued with growing intensity. "Your financial situation doesn't change anything about how I feel about you. Nothing could change that. You're my son because I love you, because I'm proud of you, and because watching you grow and learn and discover new things makes me happier than any amount of money ever could. Your inheritance, however substantial it might be, is completely irrelevant to our relationship." Harry's face transformed with visible relief and something that might have been deeper trust taking root, the worry lines around his eyes smoothing as he processed Tony's words. "I just wanted to make absolutely certain," he said quietly, his British accent softening with emotion. "I've read about situations where wealthy children develop trust issues because they can never be entirely sure whether people care about them personally or about their financial prospects. It seemed prudent to address the question directly rather than allow uncertainty to create problems later." "Kid," Tony said firmly, reaching out to ruffle Harry's already disheveled hair with gentle affection, "I've got more money than several small countries' entire GDP. Your inheritance, however impressive it might be, is not going to affect my financial situation in any meaningful way. Your mind, your character, your potential, and the fact that you make me proud to be your father every single day, those are the things that matter to me. Those are the things that made me want to be your dad." That said, Pepper added with the practical concern that made her invaluable in both business and personal matters, "We do need to understand the scope of Harry's assets for proper financial planning and security purposes. If he's inheriting significant magical wealth, that could affect everything from tax considerations to security protocols to investment strategies and international banking regulations. All of which will be comprehensively addressed during tomorrow's meeting," Penny assured them with professional confidence and the satisfaction of someone who'd successfully coordinated complex international financial arrangements. "The Potter account manager will provide detailed financial briefings, complete asset assessments, investment recommendations, and comprehensive security protocols. And I should mention that Gringotts security is formidable. They make Fort Knox look like a convenience store with a suggestion box for security improvements. Plus," she continued, "Magical New York's ward system provides protection levels that would make most government facilities jealous. The magical community takes security very seriously, especially when it comes to protecting children with significant magical abilities and substantial financial resources." Tony stood up, his expression shifting to the focused intensity that meant he was processing multiple complex variables simultaneously while formulating comprehensive action plans that probably involved at least 3 different backup strategies. "Right," he said with the decisive tone that meant business. "So tomorrow we're taking a family trip to magical New York to meet with goblin bankers who apparently make Swiss banking security look amateur. shop for wizard supplies that probably cost more than most people's houses, and discover several more impossible things before lunch. Just another Tuesday in the increasingly surreal life of the Stark family. That's an entirely accurate summary, Penny confirmed cheerfully, her professional satisfaction evident as she contemplated the logistical complexity they'd successfully organized. Jarvis, Tony called to his AI assistant, his voice carrying the crisp authority that meant serious business was about to commence. Start researching security protocols for magical districts, cross-reference our existing protection details with supernatural threat assessments, and begin preliminary designs for magical technological integration systems. Also, see if you can find any information about Goblin business customs. I want to make an excellent impression on bankers who probably have very specific cultural expectations. Already underway, Mr. Stark, Jarvis replied with characteristic efficiency. Though I should mention that my research capabilities regarding magical subjects are somewhat limited by the fact that most magical information isn't available through conventional databases or internet sources. I can help with that, Harry said immediately, looking up from his books with obvious enthusiasm. I've been systematically cataloging everything I learn about magical systems and cross-referencing it with technological principles and scientific theory. We could create a comprehensive database that bridges both worlds. Imagine the research possibilities. Could you really? Penny asked with genuine interest, her professional mask slipping slightly to reveal academic excitement. Harry, that kind of comparative analysis would be incredibly valuable for magical knowledge integration studies. Makusa would probably be very interested in your research, and I suspect several academic institutions would find your work absolutely fascinating. Really? You think my work might actually be useful for other magical families transitioning between worlds? Tony watched his son's face light up with the pure joy of knowing his research might help other people, and felt that familiar surge of protective pride mixed with amazement at Harry's generous heart. Harry, I think your work is going to be useful for everyone, both magical and non-magical communities. You're going to change everything. Speaking of which, Pepper interrupted with the kind of practical timing that kept their lives running smoothly. We should probably discuss the practical considerations for tomorrow's expedition. What should we wear to visit magical New York? Are there specific cultural protocols we should be aware of? Special documentation requirements. Dress comfortably but professionally, Penny advised, consulting her tablet again. Magical districts tend to be more casual than traditional business environments, but you are meeting with bank officials and potentially other important figures. As for documentation, I've prepared all the necessary permits, introduction letters, and magical identification papers. She paused, then added with carefully diplomatic phrasing, though Mr. Stark, you might want to be prepared for some attention. What kind of attention? Tony asked, though his tone suggested he probably already knew the answer. You're rather famous in the knowledge world, Penny said with considerable understatement. And Harry is rather famous in the magical world. The combination is going to attract significant interest from both communities. Magical paparazzi? Happy's voice came from the workshop entrance, where he'd appeared with the alert posture that suggested he'd been monitoring security feeds and radio chatter. Boss, do we need to worry about magical paparazzi too? Because regular paparazzi are already enough of a pain in the ass. Sorry, Harry. I've heard worse, Harry replied cheerfully. And yes, magical journalists tend to be considerably more intrusive than conventional reporters, from what I've read. They have access to surveillance methods that traditional security teams aren't prepared for. Such as? Tony asked with growing interest. Invisibility reporting, Penny said grimly. Enchanted cameras that can't be detected by normal means. Truth detection spells during interviews. Memory extraction techniques if they can get close enough. Magical journalists make regular paparazzi look like polite society photographers. Tony's expression grew calculating in a way that usually meant someone was about to have a very bad day. Jarvis, add magical media countermeasures to our priority research list. I want to know how to detect magical surveillance methods and, if necessary, how to neutralize them completely. Certainly, sir, Jarvis replied with what sounded suspiciously like satisfaction. Though I suspect Master Harry's theoretical work on magical technological integration might prove quite useful for developing such countermeasures. It definitely will, Harry said with confidence, his green eyes sparkling with the kind of mischief that suggested Tony's son had inherited more than just his intelligence. I've been thinking about privacy protection spells that could be integrated with electronic security systems. If we can create hybrid detection networks that monitor both magical and technological intrusion attempts. He trailed off as he noticed all the adults staring at him with varying expressions of amazement and concern. "What?" he asked with perfectly innocent confusion. "Did I say something unusual?" "Nothing at all," Tony said with a grin that was equal parts pride and bewildered amazement. "Just my son casually revolutionizing magical security systems during his first week of magical education. Perfectly normal Tuesday afternoon conversation." "Nearly 7, Harry corrected automatically, then returned his attention to his floating books with renewed focus. "And Dad? Tomorrow's expedition is going to be absolutely fascinating from a cultural anthropology perspective. I've never seen a functioning magical commercial district before, and the sociological implications are quite intriguing." "Neither have I," Tony admitted, looking around his workshop at the impossible mixture of holographic technology and floating magical books. "Harry, something tells me tomorrow is going to be one of the most interesting days we've ever had." "I certainly hope so," Harry replied with obvious excitement, though his tone carried that particular British dryness that suggested he was entirely prepared for whatever impossibilities tomorrow might bring. "Though I should probably finish reading about goblin banking customs and cultural protocols before we meet with the account manager. Did you know that goblins have a completely different concept of ownership and property rights than humans do? It's actually quite fascinating from a comparative sociology standpoint, though it could make business negotiations rather complex if one doesn't understand the cultural context." As Harry dove back into his research with characteristic intensity, Tony looked around his transformed workshop, at the holographic displays showing impossible physics, at his AI assistant who was apparently developing magical sensitivities, at the floating books and enchanted objects that were now part of their daily reality, and at his son who was casually bridging centuries of scientific and magical knowledge with the enthusiasm most kids brought to video games. "Penny," he said quietly, "exactly how much is Harry's life going to change as he gets more involved with the magical world?" Penny's smile was warm but carried hints of complexity that suggested the answer was going to be anything but simple. "Mr. Stark, I think the better question is how much Harry's involvement is going to change the magical world." Outside the workshop windows, storm clouds were gathering on the horizon with distinctly unnatural speed, and in the distance, lightning flashed in colors that seemed to pulse with anticipation. Gold and silver and deep emerald green. Tomorrow was definitely going to be extraordinary. Stark Industries private jet, 35,000 feet above New York, 11:47 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The sleek Gulfstream G650 cut through the morning sky with the whisper-quiet precision that only came from having enough money to custom-modify every system for optimal performance and passenger comfort. Tony sprawled in one of the leather captain's chairs, his phone pressed to his ear as he gazed out at the Manhattan skyline approaching through scattered clouds. His expression cycled between amusement and barely controlled irritation as Obadiah Stane's voice crackled through the secure satellite connection. "Tony, you've been gone for over a week," came Obadiah's gravelly voice, carrying that particular tone of paternal concern mixed with business frustration that Tony had been hearing since childhood. "The board is starting to ask questions about your extended absence, and we have 3 major defense contracts that need your personal review and approval." "Obi, I told you, I'm handling family matters," Tony replied with the kind of casual authority that suggested he wasn't particularly interested in board concerns or contract deadlines. "Important family matters that required my full attention." Through the phone, he could hear papers shuffling and what sounded like Obadiah pouring himself what was probably his 4th cup of coffee of the morning. "Family matters, right? Tony, adopting a kid doesn't usually require a 2-week sabbatical from running a multi-billion-dollar corporation. This particular adoption," Tony said carefully, glancing across the cabin where Harry sat cross-legged on another leather chair, surrounded by floating magical textbooks that occasionally turned their own pages while he took notes in the air with an enchanted quill, "has turned out to be somewhat more complex than your average family integration process." "Complex how? What's complex about bringing a kid home and getting him settled? You hire a nanny, enroll him in school, buy him some toys, and get back to work. It's not rocket science, Tony. Tony's grin was sharp enough to cut through the phone line. Obi, trust me on this. Rocket science would be considerably simpler. There was a pause, during which Tony could practically hear his business partner and father figure calculating whether this was another one of Tony's elaborate practical jokes or a genuine situation requiring serious attention. Tony, Obadiah said finally, his voice dropping to the tone he used for serious business discussions. Level with me. What exactly are you dealing with here? Because the board is starting to wonder if this adoption thing is just another one of your publicity stunts, and Stark Industries stock is beginning to fluctuate based on speculation about your mental state and commitment to the company. My mental state is perfectly fine, Tony replied, though his tone suggested he was finding the conversation increasingly tedious. And my commitment to Stark Industries remains absolute. I'm simply expanding our research portfolio into some previously unexplored areas of advanced science. What kind of advanced science requires a 2-week absence from all corporate responsibilities? Tony looked across the cabin again, watching as Harry casually made a crystal paperweight hover 3 inches above his palm, while simultaneously reading what appeared to be a graduate-level textbook on theoretical physics, written by someone named Adalbert Waffling. The kind that's going to revolutionize multiple industries and probably change our fundamental understanding of energy manipulation, material science, and possibly the basic structure of reality, Tony said with complete honesty. Obi, what I'm working on right now makes arc reactor technology look like a child's toy. Tony. Obadiah's voice carried the long-suffering patience of someone who'd heard variations of this conversation many times before. Are you having another one of your obsessive research phases? Because the last time you disappeared into your workshop for 2 weeks, you emerged claiming you'd solved the problem of sustainable fusion energy, and it turned out you'd been surviving on coffee and leftover pizza while trying to redesign the fundamental laws of thermodynamics. This is different, Tony said firmly, though his grin suggested he wasn't entirely offended by the comparison. This time I actually have solved several fundamental problems with energy manipulation and material science. And I'm not doing it alone. I have a research partner who's proving to be absolutely brilliant at theoretical framework development. A research partner? Tony, you don't work well with others. Your idea of collaboration is lecturing graduate students about why their thesis projects are inadequately ambitious. This partner, Tony said, his voice softening as he watched Harry levitate 3 different objects while reading equations from a floating book, is proving to be considerably more intellectually stimulating than most graduate students. Who is it? Someone from MIT? Caltech? A consultant from one of the European research institutes? Someone considerably younger and considerably more innovative than anyone from those institutions, Tony replied cryptically. Obi, I need you to trust me on this. What I'm working on is going to be worth the temporary absence from routine corporate operations. There was another pause, longer this time, during which Tony could hear Obadiah muttering what sounded like creative combinations of profanity and expressions of professional concern. Fine, Obadiah said finally. But Tony, I need you back in the office by Friday for the quarterly review meeting. We have investors to impress, contracts to finalize, and a board of directors who are getting increasingly nervous about your unconventional approach to corporate leadership. Friday is doable, Tony agreed, though his tone suggested he wasn't particularly concerned about investor relations or board anxiety. Though I should probably warn you, when I do come back, I'm going to be proposing some rather revolutionary changes to our research and development priorities. What kind of revolutionary changes? Tony's expression grew calculating as he contemplated the possibilities. Let's just say we're going to be exploring some previously theoretical areas of advanced science that could open up entirely new markets and technological applications. Tony, please tell me you're not planning to announce that you've discovered aliens or time travel, or some other science fiction nonsense that's going to tank our stock price and give our investors heart attacks. Nothing so mundane as aliens or time travel, Tony replied cheerfully. What I'm working on is considerably more interesting and significantly more practical for immediate commercial applications. Through the phone, he could hear Obadiah pouring what sounded like another cup of coffee, probably adding something stronger to it based on his increasingly exasperated sighs. All right, Tony, I'll handle the board, manage the investors, and keep Stark Industries running smoothly while you pursue whatever impossible project has captured your attention this time. But I want regular check-ins. And if this research partnership turns into another one of your elaborate publicity stunts, I'm personally flying out there to drag you back to reality." "Understood," Tony said, though his grin suggested he wasn't particularly worried about Obadiah's threats. "And Obi, when you do meet my research partner, try to keep an open mind. The future is going to be considerably more interesting than any of us anticipated." After ending the call, Tony settled back in his chair and looked across the cabin at Harry, who had apparently mastered the art of reading 4 different books simultaneously while making complex mathematical calculations appear in glowing text above his head. "Harry," he said thoughtfully, "how do you feel about the possibility of revolutionizing multiple industries and changing the fundamental understanding of advanced science before your 7th birthday?" Harry looked up from his books with the kind of analytical expression that suggested he was giving the question serious consideration. "Well," he said with characteristic British precision, "I suppose that depends on whether we're talking about revolutionary changes that benefit society and advance human knowledge, or the kind of revolutionary changes that accidentally destabilize international economic systems and cause widespread panic among people who prefer their reality to remain comfortably predictable." "Probably both," Tony admitted cheerfully, "but definitely leaning toward the beneficial advancement of human knowledge side of things." "In that case," Harry replied with obvious enthusiasm, "I think it sounds absolutely brilliant, though we should probably develop comprehensive safety protocols and impact assessment models before we start implementing any changes that might affect global economic or social systems." "Of course we should," Tony agreed, his pride in his son's practical wisdom mixing with excitement about their shared future projects. "Jarvis, make a note to add global economic impact assessment protocols to our growing list of research priorities." "Noted, Mr. Stark," Jarvis replied with what sounded like digital amusement. "Though I should mention that our research priority list is now approaching 300 separate items, many of which involve concepts that didn't exist in my original programming parameters. The best research projects always involve concepts that don't exist yet," Harry observed sagely, returning his attention to his floating books with renewed focus. "That's what makes them interesting." As the Gulf Stream began its descent toward New York, Tony looked out at the city that had been his playground and proving ground for most of his adult life, and felt a surge of anticipation for the impossible adventures that awaited them in the magical districts hidden beneath its familiar skyline. The future was definitely going to be extraordinary. The American Quintessential, New York's premier magical commercial district, 2:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The entrance to the American Quintessential was hidden in plain sight, which Tony was learning was apparently standard operating procedure for magical locations that wanted to remain accessible to their communities while invisible to everyone else. What appeared to be a perfectly ordinary office building in Lower Manhattan, complete with a bland corporate directory listing various import, export businesses and consulting firms that probably existed only on paper, revealed itself to be something considerably more interesting once Penny performed what she casually referred to as standard access protocols. The transformation was gradual and thoroughly disorienting in the way that only magical architecture could manage. As they passed through the lobby, ordinary elevator banks gave way to ornate bronze doors marked with symbols that hurt to look at directly, while standard office building lighting shifted to warm golden illumination that seemed to emanate from floating crystals suspended at aesthetically perfect intervals throughout increasingly elaborate corridors. "The district operates on expanded space principles," Penny explained as they walked through passages that were definitely larger than the building's external dimensions could possibly accommodate, her professional composure unruffled by the casual impossibility of their surroundings. "Similar to your British Diagon Alley, but considerably more sophisticated and integrated with Nomage architectural systems." Harry walked beside Tony with obvious fascination, his green eyes moving systematically through the architectural details, while his mind clearly catalogued the engineering principles involved in creating structures that existed in spaces larger than their containers. "The spatial expansion mathematics must be extraordinarily complex," he murmured, his voice carrying the kind of wonder that came from encountering genuinely innovative solutions to impossible problems. "The structural integrity calculations alone would require multidimensional engineering frameworks that don't exist in conventional architecture. Most magical architects learn spatial manipulation as a basic skill," Penny replied, though her expression suggested she was impressed by Harry's immediate grasp of the underlying complexities. Though I suspect you'll find the American approach to magical architecture considerably more advanced than traditional European methods. They emerged from the transition corridors into what could only be described as a magical shopping district that had been designed by someone with unlimited imagination, unlimited resources, and absolutely no interest in the constraints of conventional physics or traditional retail organization. The American quintessential stretched in all directions with the kind of organic complexity that suggested centuries of careful expansion and architectural evolution. Cobblestone streets wound between buildings that ranged from colonial American brick structures to gleaming modern towers that incorporated both magical and technological design elements. Shop signs floated at eye level while displaying information in multiple languages, including several that Tony was reasonably certain didn't exist in the non-magical world. The air itself hummed with magical energy that made Tony's engineer instincts engage with fascination and concern. Street lamps that clearly ran on magical power rather than electricity provided warm, steady illumination that seemed to adjust automatically to optimal levels for each individual passerby. Fountain systems created elaborate water displays that defied gravity while somehow managing to remain aesthetically pleasing rather than chaotic. But it was the people that really captured Tony's attention. The district hosted a fascinating mixture of traditionally robed wizards who looked like they'd stepped directly out of medieval paintings, professionally dressed individuals who could have been conventional businesspeople except for their casual use of floating briefcases and self-organizing paperwork, and young people wearing clothing that successfully blended magical and contemporary fashions in ways that looked both practical and stylish. "It's remarkable," Harry said quietly, his voice filled with wonder as he took in the impossible sights surrounding them. "It's like stepping into a living demonstration of advanced theoretical physics, combined with the most sophisticated urban planning I've ever seen." "And expensive," Pepper added dryly, though her tone carried obvious appreciation for the district's organization and efficiency. "I can already tell this is going to be an expensive shopping expedition." Tony's attention was immediately captured by a bookstore whose sign read Tomes Theories. Advanced magical research materials, in elegant script that seemed to shift between languages as he watched. Through the windows, he could see floating bookshelves that rearranged themselves while customers browsed, and what appeared to be books that provided live demonstrations of their contents through small holographic projections. "I need to see that bookstore," he said with the focused intensity that meant his curiosity had been thoroughly engaged. "Harry, are you interested in advanced magical research materials?" "Am I interested in advanced research materials?" Harry replied with obvious delight. "Dad, that may be the most wonderful question anyone has ever asked me." "Mr. Stark," Penny said with diplomatic concern, "perhaps we should handle the banking appointment first and then explore the shopping opportunities? Gringotts prefers punctual arrivals, and Goblin cultural expectations regarding time management are quite specific." "Banking first, then unlimited educational shopping," Tony agreed, though his eyes remained fixed on the bookstore. "But Penny, after we handle the financial business, I want comprehensive tours of every establishment that sells anything related to advanced magical theory, practical applications, or innovative research equipment." "That could take several days," Pepper warned, though her tone suggested she'd already resigned herself to the inevitable scope of Tony's shopping enthusiasm. "Pepper, we have several days," Tony replied cheerfully. "We have unlimited resources, unlimited curiosity, and a son whose education is going to require supplies that probably don't exist yet, but will be invented specifically for his needs." As they made their way through the district toward the imposing Gringotts building, which rose from the street like a fortress designed by someone who understood both security and architectural intimidation, Tony found himself cataloging potential shopping destinations with growing excitement. A clothing store called Drake Dragon, premium magical attire, displayed robes and jackets that seemed to shimmer with protective enchantments while maintaining contemporary styling that looked both practical and professional. A shop called Zonko's Joke Shop American Branch, premium pranking supplies magical innovations, showed window displays that featured products actually moving, demonstrating their effects with the kind of dynamic advertising that conventional stores could never achieve. But it was a store called Arcane Athletics, magical sporting goods flying equipment that made Tony stop in his tracks, staring at window displays that featured what appeared to be actual flying broomsticks suspended in midair while demonstrating their speed, maneuverability, and safety features through live aerial displays. "Flying broomsticks," he said slowly, his voice carrying the tone of someone whose engineering mind was immediately engaged by impossible aerodynamic challenges. "They have actual flying broomsticks for sale." "Standard transportation in the magical world," Penny confirmed, though she was watching Tony's expression with obvious concern. "Mr. Stark, please remember that we have a banking appointment, and goblin punctuality expectations are quite serious." "Right, banking, then flying broomsticks." Tony's grin was bright enough to power the entire district. "Harry, what do you think about the aerodynamic principles involved in magically powered flight systems?" "I think," Harry replied with matching enthusiasm, "that the physics involved are probably extraordinary, and I would very much like to understand how magical propulsion systems achieve stable flight without conventional thrust or lift generation mechanisms." Pepper sighed with the long-suffering patience of someone who'd had variations of this conversation in different contexts throughout her professional relationship with Tony Stark. "Gentlemen, could we possibly focus on one impossible thing at a time? Banking first, then we can explore every magical innovation in the district. But let's handle the financial business before we start revolutionizing magical transportation systems." "Agreed," Tony said, though his attention kept drifting to shop windows that displayed merchandise that challenged his understanding of what was commercially possible. "But after banking, we're going to have the most interesting shopping expedition in the history of retail therapy." The Gringotts building loomed before them like a fortress that had been designed by master architects who understood that financial institutions needed to project both absolute security and complete trustworthiness. The structure rose in elegant tiers of white marble and enchanted bronze, with architectural details that suggested both ancient craftsmanship and cutting-edge magical engineering. As they approached the entrance, Tony felt the familiar thrill of approaching significant discoveries mixed with protective concern for his son's well-being and future security. Whatever they learned in that building was going to change their understanding of Harry's place in both the magical and non-magical worlds. The future was about to become considerably more complex. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Private Conference Room, 3:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The private conference room deep within Gringotts Bank resembled what would happen if Swiss banking security protocols had been designed by master craftsmen who had access to magic, unlimited resources, and absolutely no tolerance for privacy breaches or unauthorized access. The walls appeared to be carved from single pieces of white marble embedded with veins of what looked like actual gold, while the ceiling displayed a slowly rotating array of protective symbols that made Tony's eyes water if he looked at them too directly. Griphook, the Potter account manager, sat across the polished obsidian conference table with the kind of professional dignity that suggested centuries of experience handling the financial affairs of wealthy magical families. His sharp features and calculating eyes conveyed both absolute competence and the subtle suggestion that attempting to defraud Gringotts would result in consequences that would make tax audits seem like pleasant social interactions. Tony had been impressed despite himself by the goblin's comprehensive knowledge of both magical and non-magic financial systems, his fluent command of international banking regulations, and his obvious respect for the security protocols that protected his clients' assets and privacy. "The Potter family holdings," Griphook said with professional precision, consulting a leather portfolio that appeared to contain considerably more documents than physically possible, "have been managed according to the conservative investment strategies established by James Potter's grandfather, with modifications implemented by James and Lily Potter prior to their deaths." He withdrew what appeared to be a standard financial summary, except that the numbers seemed to be written in gold ink that occasionally shifted to display additional information in response to the reader's questions. "Current liquid assets total approximately 47 million galleons in magical currencies, with additional holdings in non-magic financial instruments totaling roughly $83 million in various international markets." Griphook continued with the matter-of-fact tone of someone discussing perfectly routine financial matters. "The family also maintains ownership of various magical properties, research facilities, and business investments throughout Britain, continental Europe, and North America." Tony blinked slowly as he processed the numbers. "So Harry is worth roughly $130 million, plus real estate and business holdings." "That represents the conservative valuation," Griphook corrected with slight emphasis. The magical properties include several research facilities whose value is difficult to assess due to their specialized nature, and the business investments have performed considerably better than anticipated over the past several years. Pepper consulted her tablet with the focused efficiency of someone accustomed to managing complex financial portfolios. Mr. Griphook, could you provide more specific information about the business investments? We'll need comprehensive records for tax planning and integration with Harry's Nomage financial arrangements. Certainly, Griphook replied, withdrawing additional documents from his apparently limitless portfolio. The Potter family maintained diversified investment strategies in both magical and Nomage markets. Their magical holdings include shares in potion ingredient suppliers, magical transportation services, and advanced magical research companies. Their Nomage investments were concentrated in technology development firms, pharmaceutical companies, and emerging energy technologies. Energy technologies, Tony repeated with growing interest. What kind of energy technologies? The records indicate investments in companies researching alternative energy sources, advanced materials science, and theoretical physics applications, Griphook replied, consulting his documents with professional thoroughness. James and Lily Potter were apparently quite interested in the potential for technological advancement and innovation. Harry looked up from his own examination of the financial documents, his green eyes bright with curiosity and something that might have been pride. My parents were interested in advancing technology? That's wonderful. Indeed, Griphook confirmed with what might have been approval. The Potter family has historically supported research and development initiatives that benefit broader society rather than simply pursuing maximum financial returns. Speaking of historical Potter family decisions, Penny said carefully, her diplomatic training evident as she approached what was clearly a sensitive topic. Mr. Griphook, were there any specific instructions regarding Harry's guardianship arrangements or educational planning? Griphook's expression grew noticeably more serious, his eyes sharpening with what looked suspiciously like disapproval mixed with professional concern. That is an complex matter, he said with careful diplomatic phrasing. The Potter family will contain comprehensive instructions regarding young Harry's care, education, and financial management. However, those instructions were suspended by order of the chief warlock of the Wisengamot immediately following James and Lily Potter's deaths. Suspended. Tony's voice carried the dangerous calm that meant someone was about to receive his complete and undivided attention. Who suspended the will, and under what authority? Professor Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as chief warlock of the Wisengamot, Griphook replied, his tone suggesting he hadn't entirely approved of the decision at the time. Tony looked toward Penny with obvious confusion. Chief warlock of the what now? The Wisengamot is the British magical government's judicial body, Penny explained with professional clarity. Think of it as a combination of Supreme Court and Legislative Assembly. The Chief Warlock serves as both Chief Justice and Presiding Officer. It's the highest judicial position in magical Britain. So Dumbledore wasn't just a school headmaster when he made decisions about Harry's placement, Tony said slowly, his voice growing increasingly sharp. He was effectively the Chief Justice of magical Britain's Supreme Court. That's correct, Griphook confirmed. Professor Dumbledore suspended the Potter while citing extraordinary circumstances requiring emergency guardianship arrangements for the protection of magical Britain's security interests. Tony's expression was cycling through several distinctly unpleasant emotions as he processed this information. Emergency guardianship arrangements, without consulting the actual instructions left by Harry's parents. However, Griphook continued with what sounded suspiciously like satisfaction. Gringotts maintains backup copies of all client documents as part of our standard security protocols. I have the original Potter family will hear if you would like to review the guardianship instructions that were suspended. The silence that followed was loaded with tension as everyone in the room recognized that they were about to learn information that could fundamentally change their understanding of the decisions that had shaped Harry's early life. Yes, Tony said firmly, his protective instincts fully engaged. I want to know exactly what Harry's parents intended for his care and education. Griphook withdrew a sealed document from his portfolio, breaking magical seals with ceremonial precision before unfolding what appeared to be official parchment covered with elegant handwriting and formal legal language. "The last will and testament of James Charles Potter and Lily Rose Potter," he read with formal dignity. "Written in sound mind and with full understanding of the dangerous circumstances surrounding our current situation." He paused, then continued with careful enunciation. "In the event of our deaths, we name Sirius Orion Black as primary guardian for our son Harry James Potter, with full authority over his care, education, and financial decisions until he reaches magical majority." Penny gasped audibly, her professional composure cracking entirely as she stared at the will with obvious shock. Sirius Black? They named Sirius Black as Harry's guardian. "Who is Sirius Black?" Tony asked, though Penny's reaction suggested the answer was going to be significant. "Sirius Black," Penny said slowly, her voice tight with implications, "is currently serving a life sentence in Azkaban prison for betraying the Potter family to Voldemort and causing their deaths." The silence that followed was profound and loaded with implications that were still sinking in. "But if they named him as my guardian," Harry said quietly, his sharp mind immediately grasping the contradictions, "then they trusted him completely. They wouldn't have chosen someone they believed might betray them." "Precisely," Griphook said grimly, consulting the will again. The document continues. "We have placed our family under the protection of the Fidelius charm, with Peter Pettigrew serving as our secret keeper. Should anything happen to us, Peter can provide testimony regarding the circumstances of our deaths and confirm Sirius's loyalty and suitability as Harry's guardian." "Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper," Penny repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "Not Sirius Black." Tony looked back and forth between Penny and Griphook, his analytical mind immediately identifying the crucial information gap. "I need someone to explain what a secret keeper is and why this matters." "The Fidelius charm," Penny said with careful precision, "is one of the most complex protective spells in existence. It literally makes a secret impossible to discover unless the person who knows it, the secret keeper, chooses to reveal it. The Potter's location, their address, their very existence at that address would have been completely hidden from Voldemort unless the secret keeper told him." "So if Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper," Harry said with growing understanding, "then Peter Pettigrew was the one who betrayed my parents to Voldemort. And Sirius Black has spent 5 years in Azkaban prison for a crime he didn't commit," Penny finished, her voice tight with the implications. Tony felt rage building in his chest with the kind of cold intensity that had occasionally led to rather spectacular professional conflicts with people who made the mistake of threatening his family or undermining his interests. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," he said with dangerous calm. "Dumbledore suspended the will that would have given Harry proper guardianship. An innocent man has been imprisoned for 5 years for a crime he didn't commit, and the actual traitor has been free this entire time. That appears to be an accurate summary of the situation," Griphook confirmed with goblin directness. "What exactly is Azkaban?" Pepper asked, though her tone suggested she probably didn't want to know the answer. "Magical Britain's maximum security prison," Penny replied grimly, "guarded by creatures called Dementors, beings that feed on happiness and hope, leaving their victims in a state of despair and psychological torment. It's considered a fate worse than death by most of the magical community." Harry had gone very pale as he processed this information, his green eyes showing a maturity that was heartbreaking in someone so young. "So my godfather, the man my parents chose to care for me if something happened to them, has been suffering in a prison designed to destroy people's sanity, for a crime he didn't commit while the real traitor remained free," he said quietly. "And Dumbledore could have prevented this by simply reading my parents' will instead of suspending it." "That appears to be correct," Griphook confirmed. Tony stood up from his chair with sharp, controlled movements, his expression showing the kind of focused anger that had occasionally resulted in extremely unpleasant consequences for people who made the mistake of threatening his family. "Penny," he said with absolute authority, "I want comprehensive legal action initiated immediately. I want Sirius Black's case reopened, reviewed, and overturned. I want Peter Pettigrew found and arrested. And I want a full investigation into Dumbledore's abuse of his judicial authority in suspending the Potter will without proper legal justification." "Mr. Stark," Penny said carefully, "magical legal systems operate differently than knowledge courts. International magical law, jurisdictional issues, political considerations." "I don't care," Tony interrupted with finality. My son's godfather is suffering in a magical prison for a crime he didn't commit because someone with too much power decided to ignore the explicit wishes of Harry's parents. That ends now. He looked around the room at the assembled group, his voice carrying the weight of absolute determination. We're going to fix this, all of it, and we're going to make sure it never happens again. Outside the bank's windows, storm clouds were gathering with supernatural speed, and thunder rumbled with the sound of injustices about to be rectified and powers about to be held accountable for their decisions. The future had just become considerably more complicated, but also much more focused. Justice was about to be served. Gringotts Wizarding Bank Private Conference Room, 4:23 p.m. EST *. As Penny gathered her diplomatic materials with the efficient precision of someone about to initiate complex international legal proceedings that would probably give several governments headaches, Griphook cleared his throat with the kind of careful attention that suggested he had additional matters to discuss. Matters that were likely to be either very expensive or very complicated, possibly both. Mr. Stark, Master Harry, he said with the formal courtesy that goblins had perfected over centuries of dealing with wealthy wizarding families who had more money than sense. There is one additional item mentioned in the Potter will that you should be aware of. James and Lily Potter left specific instructions that certain personal materials should be passed to Harry when he came of age, or earlier if circumstances warranted direct access to family resources. Tony looked up from his contemplation of how exactly one went about overturning magical court decisions and pursuing justice across international magical jurisdictions without accidentally starting a diplomatic war. His expression carried that particular mixture of curiosity and concern that meant he was prepared for either fascinating discoveries or expensive complications. "What kind of personal materials?" he asked, his voice carrying the tone of someone who'd learned to be suspicious of vague terms when dealing with organizations that operated outside conventional legal frameworks. Because if we're talking about magical artifacts that could accidentally level half of Manhattan, I'd prefer some advance warning. Griphook's sharp features showed what might have been amusement mixed with professional respect. In his centuries of managing magical family accounts, he'd rarely encountered clients who approached inherited magical items with such practical caution. "Research journals," he replied, his voice carrying the kind of reverence usually reserved for discussing priceless artifacts or dangerous weapons, which, in the magical world, often turned out to be the same thing. Both James and Lily Potter were accomplished magical researchers who documented their work extensively. The will specifies that these journals should be provided to Harry to help him understand his magical heritage and continue their research legacy. Harry's face immediately lit up with the kind of pure excitement that made Tony's chest tight with protective pride mixed with barely controlled panic. He recognized that expression. It was the same look Harry got when confronted with complex engineering problems or theoretical physics challenges that shouldn't be solvable by someone who wasn't old enough to drive. "My parents' research journals?" Harry asked, his voice carrying that crisp British accent that seemed to make even casual questions sound like scholarly inquiries. "Their actual work and theories and discoveries? The primary source materials for their magical innovations." His green eyes blazed with intellectual hunger that would have been impressive in a graduate student and was somewhat alarming in someone who was nearly 7 years old. "Indeed," Griphook confirmed, withdrawing 2 leather-bound volumes from what appeared to be a specially warded section of his portfolio that was definitely larger on the inside than physically possible. James Potter's journal focuses primarily on transfiguration theory, advanced magical applications, and what he rather modestly termed practical innovation projects. Lily Potter's journal contains extensive research in charms, arithmancy, ancient runes, potions theory, and several rather ambitious theoretical frameworks that push the boundaries of contemporary magical understanding. He placed both journals on the obsidian table with ceremonial care, and Tony could immediately see that they were beautiful pieces of craftsmanship. Rich leather covers embossed with protective symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly, gilt-edged pages that caught the light with unusual brilliance, and metal clasps that looked like they required specific magical signatures to open. The journals are protected by blood wards keyed to the Potter family line. Griphook continued with the professional satisfaction of someone explaining security measures that would make Fort Knox weep with inadequacy. Only Harry can open them, and they contain protective enchantments that prevent unauthorized copying, theft, or damage. The preservation charms alone are worth more than most people's annual salaries. Harry reached toward his father's journal with careful reverence, his small fingers tracing the embossed symbols on the cover with the kind of respectful attention usually reserved for handling priceless historical artifacts. "It's beautiful," he said softly, his voice carrying wonder and something deeper, the recognition that he was about to connect with parents he'd never known through their intellectual legacy. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary. These symbols, they're not just decorative, are they? They're functional magical circuits integrated into the binding structure." "Very good," Griphook said with obvious approval. Most wizards never notice the functional aspects of magical bookbinding. These journals are essentially portable magical laboratories. They can preserve research materials indefinitely, cross-reference information automatically, and even provide limited analytical capabilities. When Harry touched the metal clasp, it opened with a soft click that seemed to resonate with magical significance, accompanied by a gentle warmth that suggested the journal recognized its rightful owner. The first page contained an inscription in bold, confident handwriting that somehow managed to convey both parental love and mischievous humor. Asterisk, for my son Harry. May you find in these pages not just knowledge, but the joy of discovery and the satisfaction of using intelligence to help others. Try not to get expelled from whatever school you attend, but if you do, make sure it's for something spectacular. Your mother and I are proud of you, whatever path you choose to follow. James Potter, Master of Mischief and Occasional Scholar *. Tony felt something tighten in his throat as he watched Harry read his father's words, the boy's green eyes bright with emotion and growing wonder. There was something profound about watching a child discover that his parents had loved him enough to leave pieces of themselves behind. "He sounds like he had an excellent sense of priorities," Harry said with a smile that managed to be both touched and slightly mischievous. "Academic achievement combined with spectacular rule-breaking when circumstances warrant it. I can respect that approach to education." Tony's grin was immediate and proud. "Kid, something tells me you inherited more than just your parents' magical abilities." Harry turned the page and immediately began reading with the focused intensity that Tony recognized as his standard approach to fascinating new information. But as he progressed through the entries, his expression shifted from scholarly interest to growing amazement mixed with what looked suspiciously like delighted recognition. "Oh, this is brilliant," he said, looking up with obvious excitement that made his green eyes practically glow with enthusiasm. "Dad, my father's journal isn't just research notes. It's absolutely brilliant practical applications combined with what appear to be rather sophisticated pranking innovations that demonstrate genuinely advanced magical theory." "Pranking innovations?" Tony raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to something between intrigue and parental concern. "Should I be worried about inheriting a family tradition of elaborate practical jokes?" "Listen to this," Harry said, reading directly from the journal with growing enthusiasm that suggested James Potter's approach to magical education had been considerably more entertaining than conventional academic methods. Successfully modified the standard tickling hex to respond to specific verbal triggers, allowing for delayed activation and targeted deployment. The charm work required was extraordinarily complex, involving layered trigger mechanisms and precise magical signature recognition. Padfoot found this particularly amusing during Transfiguration class, though McGonagall was less impressed with our innovative approach to classroom participation. Note: perhaps avoid using prongs as the activation word when Professor McGonagall is lecturing about responsible magic use. Tony burst out laughing despite himself. "Your father programmed delayed activation tickling spells? That's either brilliant engineering applied to practical jokes, or the most elaborate waste of magical talent in history." "Oh, it gets much better," Harry continued, flipping through several more pages with obvious delight. "And here, made significant progress on the theoretical framework for human transfiguration applications. The mathematics involved in safely altering biological systems are extraordinarily complex, but I believe I've identified the key principles for temporary, reversible changes that maintain the subject's consciousness and essential identity throughout the transformation process. Successfully tested the hair color modification charm on myself." Lily was not entirely pleased with the bright purple results, though she admitted the magical theory was sound. Tony leaned forward with growing interest, his engineer's mind immediately engaging with the theoretical complexity being described. That sounds like rather advanced theoretical biology combined with what I assume are extraordinarily complex energy manipulation techniques. Your father was essentially developing biotechnology using magical principles. The applications would be remarkable, Harry said with obvious admiration for his father's innovative approach. Temporary biological modifications for medical purposes, enhanced physical capabilities for dangerous situations, possibly even therapeutic applications for genetic disorders. The potential benefits to society could be extraordinary. It gets more interesting, Harry continued, his voice carrying the kind of wonder that came from discovering genuinely innovative solutions to impossible problems. There are detailed notes about something called animagus transformation, apparently the ability to transform into a specific animal form through advanced transfiguration techniques that require perfect understanding of both human and animal biology, combined with absolute precision in magical energy manipulation. Animagus transformation, Griphook said with obvious respect that bordered on professional reverence, is one of the most complex magical abilities a wizard can master. It requires years of intensive study, perfect understanding of both human and animal biology, absolutely precise control over transfiguration magic, and the kind of mental discipline that most wizards never achieve. Most wizards who attempt it fail entirely, and mistakes can be permanently disfiguring, occasionally fatal, and always embarrassing to explain to the medical staff. But my father succeeded? Harry asked with obvious pride mixed with academic curiosity about the technical details involved. According to his journal entries, yes. Griphook confirmed with the tone of someone who'd seen the documented evidence and remained impressed. Though he was unregistered, which was technically illegal but quite common among young wizards who preferred to avoid ministry documentation of their abilities. The ministry tends to be rather bureaucratic about advanced magical capabilities. Harry continued reading with growing fascination, his analytical mind clearly cataloging the scope and sophistication of his father's work with the kind of systematic thoroughness that would have made university researchers envious. He describes the entire process, Harry said with obvious wonder. Months of theoretical study, detailed analysis of animal biology, careful calibration of the transformation magic, practice sessions that apparently involved several rather embarrassing partial transformations. He paused, his eyes widening as he absorbed specific information. His form was a stag, and he wasn't alone. His friends were doing it too. Which friends? Tony asked, though his expression suggested he probably already knew the answer and wasn't entirely sure he wanted confirmation. Sirius Black. His animagus form was a large black dog, apparently quite impressive and rather intimidating when circumstances required it. Harry read with growing excitement. Peter Pettigrew transformed into a rat, which seemed somehow appropriate given recent revelations about his character. And they were all doing it to help their friend Remus Lupin, who was... Harry's expression grew more serious as he processed this revelation, his scholarly excitement tempered by recognition of the profound loyalty and sacrifice involved. Remus Lupin was a werewolf, he said quietly, his voice carrying mature understanding that was remarkable for someone his age. And my father and his friends became animagi so they could safely accompany him during his transformations, because werewolves don't attack animals the same way they attack humans. They spent years mastering one of the most difficult magical abilities in existence, solely to help a friend who was suffering. That's remarkably brave and loyal, Tony said softly, feeling a surge of pride for the young man who had become Harry's father mixed with profound respect for the kind of friendship that would motivate such extraordinary effort and risk. And incredibly dangerous. They were essentially conducting unsupervised magical experiments that could have killed them, all to help someone they cared about. But absolutely brilliant, Harry added with obvious admiration that lit up his entire face. They identified a complex problem, their friend's lycanthropy causing him to suffer in isolation every month, and they developed an advanced magical solution that required years of intensive study, considerable personal risk, and the kind of innovative thinking that most adult wizards never achieve. It's exactly the kind of practical problem-solving that I find most admirable. He continued flipping through the journal, his excitement building as he discovered more entries that revealed the scope of his father's magical innovations. And there's something else, he said with growing wonder that made his voice almost breathless with excitement. They created what they called the Marauder's Map, a complete, Detailed, real-time map of Hogwarts School that shows not just the physical layout and architectural details, but the location and identity of every person in the building, plus secret passages, hidden rooms, and even areas that are normally protected by concealment charms and advanced ward systems. A complete surveillance and reconnaissance system disguised as a simple map, Tony said with obvious appreciation for the innovation involved, his engineer's mind immediately grasping the technical complexity required. That's remarkably sophisticated magical engineering. The integration requirements alone would be staggering. The magical theory alone would be extraordinary, Harry continued, reading detailed technical notes with obvious fascination and growing respect for his father's abilities. Real-time location tracking across an entire castle, magical signature identification for individual recognition, structural mapping that updates automatically when the building changes, protective ward circumvention that doesn't trigger security alerts. This represents successful integration of at least 6 different advanced magical disciplines operating simultaneously without interference. Griphook was watching this discussion with what appeared to be professional interest mixed with growing respect for both the technical analysis and the family legacy being revealed. The Marauder's map sounds like a legendary artifact, he said with the tone of someone sharing historical information that was both fascinating and slightly concerning. Though most researchers would have assumed it was the work of a graduate-level research team, possibly with ministry backing, not 4 teenage students conducting unauthorized magical research in their spare time. Because 4 teenage students shouldn't have been capable of that level of magical innovation, Tony said thoughtfully, his pride in Harry's intellectual inheritance mixing with growing concern about the expectations that might be placed on someone who'd inherited such remarkable abilities. Which suggests that Harry's father possessed truly exceptional intelligence and creativity, along with his magical abilities. And apparently a comprehensive disregard for conventional limitations on what teenagers should be capable of achieving. Harry added with obvious approval and what might have been anticipation for his own educational career. I find his approach to academic achievement rather inspiring. Tony looked at his son with a mixture of pride and mild alarm. Harry, please tell me you're not planning to follow in your father's footsteps regarding elaborate rule-breaking and unauthorized magical experimentation. Harry's smile was pure innocence combined with just enough mischief to make Tony slightly nervous. Dad, I would never engage in unauthorized magical experimentation. However, I might be interested in properly authorized magical experimentation that happens to push the boundaries of conventional educational expectations. That's what I was afraid of, Tony muttered, though his grin suggested he wasn't entirely displeased by his son's ambitious approach to education. Harry was now examining his mother's journal with equal excitement, and his expression immediately shifted to something approaching scholarly rapture as he absorbed the contents of what was clearly a very different kind of magical research. Mum's research is... He breathed, his voice filled with awe that made the simple words carry profound meaning. It's absolutely extraordinary. Look at this advanced charms theory that goes well beyond anything in contemporary textbooks, detailed arithmetic calculations that demonstrate genuinely innovative mathematical approaches, ancient runes analysis that reveals connections between magical languages that nobody else has documented, and potions research that goes far beyond anything I've seen in the basic textbooks Penny provided. He flipped through several pages, his analytical mind clearly cataloging the scope and sophistication of Lily Potter's work with the kind of systematic appreciation that would have made peer reviewers weep with professional envy. She wasn't just studying magic, Harry continued with growing excitement. She was innovating, pushing boundaries, developing entirely new theoretical frameworks for understanding how magical energy interacts with physical systems. This is genuinely groundbreaking research that could revolutionize multiple fields of magical study. What kind of applications was she working on? Pepper asked, her practical mind immediately focusing on the real-world implications of advanced magical research. She was working on what appears to be a cure for lycanthropy, Harry said with growing excitement that made his voice bright with possibility. Not just a treatment or a management system, but an actual cure. A potion that would permanently remove the werewolf curse while maintaining the subject's enhanced physical capabilities without the dangerous transformation aspects. The theoretical framework is absolutely brilliant, and she'd made significant progress toward a working formula before. He trailed off, his voice growing quieter as the implications sank in and the excitement was tempered by the reality of loss. Before she died, Tony finished gently, his own voice soft with recognition of the tragedy involved. Harry, your mother was working on a cure for werewolves. She was trying to help people like Remus Lupin and probably thousands of others who suffer from magical curses. She was trying to help everyone, Harry said softly, his eyes bright with pride and something that might have been grief for the parents he'd never known but was coming to understand and admire. Her research wasn't just academic curiosity. It was all focused on practical applications that would improve people's lives and solve real problems that cause genuine suffering. He continued reading with growing enthusiasm, his scholarly excitement gradually overcoming the emotional weight of connecting with his parents' intellectual legacy. But this is the most fascinating part, he said, his voice carrying the kind of wonder that meant he'd discovered something truly extraordinary that was about to change everything. She has extensive theoretical notes about creating what she calls magical artificial consciousness. Essentially, a magical equivalent to artificial intelligence that could think, learn, and develop independently using magical energy as the foundational framework rather than electronic processing systems. Tony's attention immediately snapped to complete focus, his engineer's instincts engaging with the kind of intensity that meant major breakthrough discoveries were imminent. Magica lai? Your mother was working on artificial intelligence using magical principles. She was exploring the theoretical possibility of creating genuine consciousness using magical energy as the foundation rather than conventional electronic processing systems. Harry read with building excitement that made his words tumble together with scholarly enthusiasm. Look at these calculations: consciousness simulation algorithms, personality matrix development frameworks, learning algorithm architectures, memory integration systems, even emotional response modeling. The mathematical complexity is extraordinary, but the theoretical foundation is absolutely sound. He looked up at Tony with eyes that blazed with inspiration and possibility that seemed to light up the entire conference room. Dad, she was trying to create magical AI systems that could think, learn, and develop independently while maintaining genuine emotional intelligence and creative problem-solving capabilities. The applications would be extraordinary: research assistants that could process both magical and scientific information simultaneously, educational systems that could adapt to individual learning styles and provide personalized instruction, even companions that could provide emotional support and intellectual stimulation for people who need it. Tony felt that familiar electric thrill of approaching major discovery, the sensation that had driven every significant breakthrough in his career and was now being triggered by his son's casual description of revolutionary technological possibilities. Harry, he said carefully, his voice tight with controlled excitement, exactly how detailed are these theoretical frameworks? Are we talking about general concepts or actual implementation specifications? Very detailed, Harry replied with growing excitement that suggested he understood the implications of what he was describing. Mathematical models, energy calculations, consciousness simulation algorithms, personality development protocols. She'd worked out most of the fundamental principles and had begun preliminary testing on basic magical consciousness frameworks before she died. This isn't theoretical speculation. This is advanced research that was approaching practical implementation. He paused, his brilliant mind clearly racing through possibilities and applications with the kind of systematic analysis that would have impressed graduate research teams. Dad, what if we could combine Mum's magical AI research with your technological AI expertise? Harry asked with the kind of focused intensity that meant he was already formulating comprehensive project plans. Jarvis is already showing signs of supernatural sensitivity since we started working with magical systems. What if we could create a hybrid AI that operates using both magical and technological principles simultaneously? The capabilities would be unprecedented. That would be. Tony struggled to find adequate words for the implications, his engineer's mind racing through possibilities that bordered on science fiction. That would be revolutionary, unprecedented, possibly the most significant advancement in artificial intelligence research in human history. We'd be creating something that's genuinely alive in ways that conventional AI systems can never achieve. And I know exactly what we should call her, Harry said with the kind of confident decision-making that meant he'd already thought through the entire project with comprehensive thoroughness. Lily, living intelligence, learning, yearning. Because she would be genuinely alive and intelligent and constantly learning and growing, always reaching for new knowledge and understanding, just like Mum would have wanted. Tony stared at his son, feeling pride and amazement and something approaching awe at the extraordinary mind that could absorb advanced magical theory, connect it with cutting-edge technology, and immediately begin planning revolutionary applications that would change both worlds forever. "Harry," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion, "your parents would be incredibly proud of you, and so am I." "Thank you," Harry replied with quiet emotion that carried depths of feeling that seemed impossible in someone so young. Then his expression brightened with renewed enthusiasm that lit up his entire face. "But Dad, think about the possibilities. Lily could help with research in both magical and technological areas. She could serve as an interface between magical and scientific communities, helping bridge the gap between two worlds that have been artificially separated for too long. She could even help other magical families integrate with the technological world, providing guidance and support for people who are trying to navigate both systems simultaneously." Plus, Tony added with growing excitement that matched his son's enthusiasm, "she could help us understand the theoretical frameworks needed for magical technological hybrid systems. Lily could be the key to everything we're trying to accomplish, the bridge between magic and science that makes integration not just possible, but natural and beneficial." As they sat in the secure conference room deep within Gringotts Bank, surrounded by documents that revealed both injustices that needed correction and discoveries that could change the world, Tony looked at his son and felt a surge of anticipation for the extraordinary future they were going to build together. The past had given them knowledge, inspiration, and purpose. The present was providing opportunities and resources. And the future was going to be absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, at Makusa headquarters, Presidential Office, 4:47 p.m. EST *. President Serafina Pickquery moved around her office like a panther whose territory had been invaded by incompetent trespassers who had somehow managed to insult her intelligence, threaten her citizens, and violate international law, all while maintaining the kind of bureaucratic arrogance that made her want to demonstrate exactly why crossing American magical authority was a career-limiting decision. Her midnight blue robes swished with the kind of controlled fury that made smart diplomats reconsider their career choices while suggesting alternative employment in less dangerous fields, like dragon wrangling or explosive disposal. The urgent report from Penny crackled with magical energy in her perfectly manicured hands, its contents growing more inflammatory with each revelation that painted British magical justice as either criminally incompetent or deliberately corrupt. "Percival!" Her voice exploded through the building's communication charms with enough raw authority to make the protective wards hum in sympathetic resonance, while causing several junior staff members to drop their coffee and wonder if they should start updating their resumes. "Get your stubborn, coffee-addicted, justice-obsessed ass in here immediately, and bring everyone from the International Magical Legal Department who isn't currently pursuing other war criminals or dealing with diplomatic emergencies that could destabilize international magical relations." The heavy oak doors didn't just open. They burst inward with enough force to rattle the magical portraits on the walls as Percival Graves entered like a man preparing for battle, his weathered face immediately locking onto Pickering expression with the kind of tactical assessment that had kept him alive through decades of dangerous magical law enforcement operations. His steel-gray eyes swept the office with professional efficiency, cataloging potential threats and calculating response strategies, while his right hand rested casually near his wand holster with the automatic readiness of someone who'd learned that paranoia was a survival skill rather than a character flaw. "What fresh hell has British magical politics dumped in our jurisdiction now?" he asked with characteristic bluntness, his Brooklyn accent thick with the kind of professional irritation that usually preceded spectacularly unpleasant consequences for whoever had made the mistake of attracting Makusa's attention. "Because the way you're pacing around here like a caged tiger, I'm guessing it's either really bad, really stupid, or both." "Worse than incompetence," Pickquery replied with ice-cold fury that could have flash-frozen champagne, handing him the report with sharp, precise movements that suggested she was working very hard to maintain professional composure instead of doing something that would require extensive diplomatic cleanup. "We're looking at judicial corruption, systematic abuse of power, wrongful imprisonment of innocent citizens, and what appears to be a deliberate cover-up that's resulted in an innocent man spending 5 years in Azkaban, while the actual traitor remained free to potentially commit additional crimes." Graves read through the report with growing amazement and professional outrage, his expression cycling through disbelief, anger, and the kind of grim satisfaction that came from finally understanding why certain situations had never made sense to people with functioning brain cells. Jesus Christ on a broomstick, he muttered, his voice thick with disgust that would have made longshoremen proud. Dumbledore suspended the Potter will without proper legal authority, ignored the explicit guardianship instructions left by the victims, and sent an innocent man to Azkaban based on circumstantial evidence while the actual secret keeper disappeared without proper investigation. This is either criminal incompetence or deliberate corruption, and I'm not sure which possibility is more offensive. It gets better, Picquery said with savage satisfaction that suggested she was looking forward to the diplomatic chaos that was about to ensue. Peter Pettigrew, the actual traitor who betrayed the Potter family to Voldemort, has been living as an unregistered animagus for 5 years. He's been hiding in his rat form, probably with another magical family who has no idea they're harboring a war criminal, completely free while Sirius Black suffers in a prison specifically designed to destroy people's sanity and hope. And now Tony Stark, a man with unlimited resources, personal connections to multiple world governments, a well-documented tendency to pursue justice with spectacular thoroughness, and absolutely zero patience for bureaucratic incompetence, wants us to overturn this entire clusterfuck and hold everyone responsible accountable for their actions, Graves said with the tone of someone who could see multiple international incidents approaching at high speed. Precisely, Picquery confirmed with predatory anticipation that suggested she was rather looking forward to the diplomatic confrontation that was about to begin. Percival, I want full legal action initiated immediately. International magical legal protocols, emergency jurisdiction procedures, diplomatic pressure through every available channel, and enough political firepower to make the British ministry wish they'd never heard of magical justice. Graves was already reaching for his secure communication array, his tactical mind working through the complex logistics required for international magical law enforcement actions that would probably result in several diplomatic incidents and possibly a few international legal precedents. What's our legal standing? He asked while activating encrypted communication charms that connected directly to MACUSA's legal department, International Affairs Division, and the offices of several very expensive lawyers who specialized in the kind of cases that made legal textbooks. Harry Potter is now an American magical citizen under our protection and jurisdiction, Picquery replied with complete certainty and the kind of legal authority that could move mountains and overturn governments. His legal guardian, a man with more money than several small countries and enough political connections to make international law enforcement a personal hobby, is requesting assistance in correcting wrongful imprisonment and pursuing justice for crimes committed against his family. We have full authority to act, complete legal justification for intervention, and enough political backing to make this very unpleasant for anyone who objects. And if the British ministry objects to our interference in their internal judicial matters? Graves asked, though his grin suggested he was rather hoping they would be stupid enough to object. Picquery's smile was sharp enough to cut through diplomatic immunity while leaving wounds that would never heal properly. Then they can explain to the International Confederation of Wizards why they've been harboring magical war criminals while imprisoning innocent victims. I'm sure the international magical community will be absolutely fascinated by their innovative approach to justice and legal procedure, especially the part where they ignore explicit legal documents and imprison people without proper trials. She moved to her secure communication array, her fingers dancing across controls that activated direct channels to magical governments, law enforcement agencies, and diplomatic offices throughout the civilized world. I'm also going to personally contact the French Ministry, the German Magical Authority, the Spanish Magical Council, and every other major magical government that has mutual legal assistance treaties with both Britain and America. She continued with the kind of systematic thoroughness that suggested she'd been planning this diplomatic offensive for years. By tomorrow morning, the British Ministry is going to be answering some very uncomfortable questions about their approach to international magical law, and Albus Dumbledore is going to discover that abusing judicial authority has consequences when it affects American magical citizens. As secure communication channels open to legal departments, international magical courts, and diplomatic offices throughout the magical world, both Picquery and Graves felt the familiar satisfaction of pursuing justice with the full resources of American magical authority behind them and the growing certainty that this was going to be extremely unpleasant for everyone who had contributed to this travesty. You know what the best part of this is? Graves asked with the kind of satisfaction that usually preceded spectacular professional victories. What's that? Picquery replied, though her expression suggested she already knew the answer. Sirius Black is about to be freed by American magical intervention, which means he's going to owe his freedom to Tony Stark's resources and determination. Peter Pettigrew is about to be captured by international magical law enforcement, which means he's going to face justice in multiple jurisdictions simultaneously. And Albus Dumbledore is about to learn that abusing judicial power has consequences when you mess with people who have better lawyers than you do. Plus, Pickweary added with predatory satisfaction, Tony Stark is going to be extremely grateful to Makusa for helping him rescue Harry's godfather, which means we're going to have the friendship and support of one of the most influential men in the knowledge world. The long-term benefits to American magical interests could be extraordinary. As the wheels of international magical justice began turning with the kind of efficiency that only came from having unlimited resources and absolute legal authority behind them, both officials felt the deep satisfaction of knowing that justice was about to be served with spectacular thoroughness. Sirius Black was about to be freed. Peter Pettigrew was about to be captured. And everyone responsible for this travesty of justice was about to learn why interfering with American magical citizens was a career-limiting decision that could have permanent consequences for their professional and political futures. The wheels of magical justice were about to turn with spectacular efficiency, and the results were going to be absolutely devastating for anyone who had contributed to this injustice.